Hey there, night owls. Tonight we're going somewhere nobody wants to end up, but every civilization on Earth spent thousands of years obsessing over. Hell, the underworld, the pit. That fiery basement of existence where bad souls supposedly get what's coming to them. Here's the thing, though. Nobody ever came back with a travel brochure. Yet somehow, cultures that never exchanged a single word managed to design remarkably similar torture chambers for the afterlife. Coincidence? Not even close. For 5,000 years, humans have been constructing the same nightmare from different blueprints. Egyptians built halls of judgment. Greeks dug a pit beneath the earth. Christians lit it on fire. Buddhists added ice for variety. And every single version came with monsters, gates, and a very strict no-return policy. Tonight, we're tracing the complete history of humanity's most terrifying invention, the place we created to scare ourselves into behaving. Before we descend, smash that like button if you're into this kind of deep dive and drop a comment. Where are you watching from tonight? I want to know which corner of the world is joining me on this trip to the underworld. Now dim those lights, get comfortable, and prepare for a journey through 5 millennia of fire, darkness, and divine punishment. We're about to explore how humanity engineered its greatest fear, and why we just couldn't stop perfecting it. Let's go. Picture this scenario for a moment. You're living in ancient Mesopotamia, roughly 4,000 years before anyone will invent indoor plumbing or the concept of a weekend. Your neighbour, let's call him Hammurabi Jr., has been stealing grain from your storage pit for months. You know it's him because his goat keeps wandering into your yard with suspiciously full cheeks. But here's the problem. Hammurabi Jr. happens to be cousins with the local magistrate, and in this particular corner of the ancient world, justice works about as reliably as a sundial in a thunderstorm. So what do? You could confront him directly, but he's bigger than you and owns a bronze axe. You could appeal to the authorities, but again, cousins. You could simply accept that life is unfair and move on, but something deep inside your brain, something that feels almost hardwired, refuses to let this injustice stand. And so, lying awake on your reed mat, staring at the mud ceiling of your home, you find yourself thinking a very specific thought. Maybe he'll get away with it in this life. But surely, somewhere, somehow, there must be a place where people like Hammurabi Jr. get exactly what they deserve. Congratulations! You've just independently invented the psychological foundation of hell, and remarkably, you're not alone. Across the planet, in civilizations that will never meet each other, never exchange a single idea, never even know the others exist, people are having this exact same thought at almost the exact same time in human history. The Egyptians are thinking it while watching corrupt officials escape earthly punishment. The early Indo-Europeans are thinking it while watching powerful warriors abuse their status. The Chinese are thinking it while observing how often virtue goes unrewarded and cruelty unpunished. This is not a coincidence. This is something far more interesting. This is human nature expressing itself through mythology, and it tells us something profound about who we are as a species. Let's start with the most obvious question. Why would anyone want hell to exist? On the surface, it seems like a terrible idea. A place of eternal suffering, unimaginable torment, fire and darkness and pain without end. Who would willingly add such a nightmare to their understanding of reality? And yet, civilization after civilization did exactly that. They didn't just tolerate the idea of hell, they embraced it, refined it, made it more elaborate and more terrifying with each passing generation. The ancient Mesopotamians started with a relatively mild underworld, a dreary place of dust and shadows where everyone went regardless of behavior. But by the time medieval Christianity got hold of the concept, hell had become an architectural masterpiece of suffering, complete with specialized torture chambers for different categories of sinners. This wasn't theological drift. This was deliberate development. Humanity didn't stumble into hell by accident. We built it on purpose, brick by metaphysical brick. The answer to why we did this lies in understanding 3 fundamental aspects of human psychology that appear to be universal across all cultures and all time periods. The first is our awareness of mortality. The second is our obsession with justice. And the third is our desperate need for meaning. These 3 elements, woven together across thousands of years, created the tapestry of afterlife punishment that we call hell. And once you understand how they interact, you'll never look at religious mythology the same way again. Let's begin with death, since that's where everyone's story eventually ends, whether they like it or not. Human beings are, as far as we can tell, the only species on Earth that fully comprehends its own mortality. Other animals certainly experience fear and can sense danger. A gazelle knows to run from a lion. A mouse knows to hide from an owl. But there's no evidence that any other creature lies awake at night contemplating the inevitable extinction of its own consciousness. That particular honour belongs exclusively to us. And it's worth pausing to appreciate just how psychologically devastating this knowledge really is. Consider what it means to know that you will die, not in some abstract philosophical sense, but truly know it, feel it in your bones. Everything you've ever experienced, every memory you've formed, every relationship you've built, every skill you've developed, all of it will end. The universe existed for billions of years before you were born, and it will continue for billions of years after you die, and in that vast cosmic span, your entire existence amounts to less than the blink of an eye. Most people, when they really sit with this knowledge, find it absolutely terrifying. Philosophers call this existential dread, but that clinical term doesn't quite capture the gut-churning horror of realizing that one day you simply won't exist anymore. Your thoughts will stop. Your experiences will end. The you that has been continuous since your earliest memories will simply cease to be. Now here's where things get interesting from an evolutionary perspective. This knowledge of death should theoretically be completely debilitating. If you truly accepted the finality and meaninglessness of your existence, why would you bother doing anything at all? Why plant crops that might not harvest before you die? Why build structures that will outlast you? Why form social bonds that will only cause pain when they're inevitably severed? And yet humans not only function despite this knowledge, we thrive. We build civilizations. We create art. We form communities that span generations. How is this possible? The answer, according to a fascinating body of psychological research known as terror management theory, is that humans developed elaborate defense mechanisms against the awareness of death. These defenses take many forms, but one of the most powerful is the belief in some form of continuity beyond physical death. If you can convince yourself that death isn't really the end, that some essential part of you will persist in some form, then the terror of mortality becomes manageable. You can plant those crops, build those structures, form those bonds, because on some level you believe you'll still exist to enjoy the fruits of your labour, even if that existence looks very different from your current life. This is where the afterlife comes in. Every human culture that we've ever studied has developed some concept of what happens after death. The details vary enormously. Some envision paradise, some imagine reincarnation, some picture a shadowy half-existence. But the underlying psychological function is the same. The afterlife is humanity's answer to the problem of death. It transforms the terrifying finality of mortality into a transition, a doorway to something else. And this, as much as any theological reasoning, explains why belief in the afterlife is so persistent and so universal. It's not just a religious idea, it's a psychological necessity. But here's where things get complicated. If the afterlife exists purely to comfort us about death, you would expect it to be uniformly pleasant. A paradise for everyone, regardless of earthly behaviour, would serve the psychological function just as well as a more complex system. In fact, it would serve it better. No anxiety about whether you've earned your place in the good afterlife, no fear of winding up in the bad one, and yet that's not what most cultures developed. Instead, they created divided afterlives, good places for some souls, bad places for others, heaven and hell, the fields of the blessed and the pits of the damned. Why add this unnecessary complication? The answer lies in our second universal psychological trait, the obsession with justice. Human beings have an almost pathological need to believe that the universe is fair. Psychologists call this the just world hypothesis, and it's one of the most robust findings in social psychology. People desperately want to believe that good things happen to good people and bad things happen to bad people. When evidence contradicts this belief, when good people suffer and bad people prosper, it creates genuine psychological distress. We will go to remarkable lengths to maintain our faith in cosmic fairness, including blaming victims for their misfortunes and finding hidden flaws in the successful. This need for justice appears to be cross-cultural and possibly innate. Studies have shown that even very young children, before they've been taught any formal moral system, have a strong sense of fairness. They become upset when rewards are distributed unequally, and they show preferences for characters who punish wrongdoers. Something in human nature demands that actions have appropriate consequences. The good should be rewarded. The bad should be punished. This is how the universe should work. But unfortunately, this is not how the universe actually works. Not even close. In the real world, terrible people frequently live long, comfortable lives surrounded by wealth and admiration. Kind, honest, hard-working people suffer undeserved misfortunes, lose everything through no fault of their own, and die young. The evidence that the universe does not dispense justice is absolutely overwhelming to anyone paying attention, and this creates a massive psychological problem. Remember Hammurabi Jr. from the beginning of our story? He's not unusual. History is filled with Hammurabi Juniors, people who cheat, steal, lie, and abuse their power, yet never face any meaningful consequences. In ancient societies, this was even more pronounced than it is today. Without modern legal systems, without police forces, without the infrastructure of justice that we take for granted, powerful people could do essentially whatever they wanted to those beneath them. A nobleman could kill a peasant and face no earthly punishment. A corrupt priest could steal from temple offerings and live in luxury until his dying day. A cruel king could commit atrocities against his own people and sleep soundly in his palace, secure in his power. For the victims of these injustices, and for the observers watching helplessly, this created an unbearable cognitive dissonance. Either the universe was fundamentally unfair, a conclusion that seems to violate something deep in human psychology, or justice existed somewhere beyond the visible world, and this is precisely where hell becomes psychologically necessary. Hell is the solution to the problem of unpunished evil. It's the answer to the question that tormented every ancient peasant watching a tyrant escape earthly consequences. How can they get away with this? They can't, hell assures us. Not really. Not ultimately. No matter how many earthly crimes go unpunished, no matter how many villains prosper while good people suffer, there exists a place where the scales are finally balanced. The nobleman who killed peasants with impunity will scream for eternity. The corrupt priest will burn. The cruel king will face judgment before a power that doesn't care about his throne or his army. In hell, justice isn't just an ideal, it's an absolute, inescapable reality. This explains something that might otherwise seem puzzling about historical attitudes toward hell. Modern readers often recoil at the detailed graphic descriptions of infernal punishment found in medieval texts. All that fire, all those demons, all those elaborate tortures. It seems cruel, sadistic even. But for the people who created these descriptions, hell wasn't primarily a source of fear. It was a source of comfort. It was proof that the universe made sense, that evil would be punished, that the scales would eventually balance. When you're a medieval peasant watching your lord abuse his power with no earthly consequence, the thought that this same lord will one day answer for his crimes isn't terrifying. It's deeply satisfying. This also explains why the punishments in hell are so often tailored to specific sins. It wasn't enough for sinners to simply suffer. They needed to suffer appropriately, in ways that reflected and reversed their earthly crimes. The glutton who ate while others starved would go eternally hungry. The miser who hoarded wealth would burn in melted gold. The violent would have violence done to them. This concept, known as contrapasso in Dante's system, reflects the deep human need not just for punishment, but for fitting punishment. Justice isn't just about suffering, it's about meaning. The punishment must match the crime because only then does the moral architecture of the universe make sense. Let's move to our third psychological foundation, the need for meaning. This is perhaps the most profound of the three, and it connects intimately with the other two. Human beings don't just want to survive, we want our survival to matter. We need to believe that our actions have significance, that our choices carry weight, that our lives add up to something more than a random sequence of events followed by oblivion. Without meaning, human existence becomes psychologically unbearable. The ancient world was, in many ways, far more precarious than our own. Lifespans were shorter, disease was rampant and unpredictable, violence was common. The vast majority of people lived lives that would seem unimaginably harsh to modern sensibilities: backbreaking labour, constant hunger, the regular loss of children and loved ones to sickness or accidents. And yet, these people persisted. They built families, formed communities, created cultures that lasted for centuries. How did they find the psychological strength to continue in the face of such hardship? Part of the answer is that they believed their suffering mattered. It wasn't random, it wasn't meaningless. It was part of a larger cosmic story that would ultimately resolve injustice. The afterlife, and specifically the judgment that determined one's afterlife destination, provided a framework that made earthly existence meaningful. Every action mattered because every action was being recorded, weighed, evaluated. The good you did would be rewarded. The evil you committed would be punished. Nothing was wasted, nothing was forgotten, nothing was pointless. Hell, in this framework, serves a crucial function beyond just punishing sinners. It provides stakes. It makes morality matter in an absolute undeniable way. Without hell, good behaviour is merely optional, nice if you can manage it, but with no ultimate consequences if you choose the easier path of selfishness. With hell, the calculation changes entirely. Suddenly, being good isn't just a personal preference, it's an existential necessity. Your eternal fate hangs in the balance. This is why so many descriptions of hell focus not just on the punishment, but on its permanence. Temporary punishment wouldn't serve the same psychological function. If sinners could eventually work off their debts and join the blessed, then sin becomes less absolutely terrible. It becomes a costly mistake rather than an irreversible catastrophe. But eternal punishment, that changes everything. It makes every moral choice infinitely significant. It gives life weight and meaning that it couldn't have if death was simply the end. Now let's examine how these three psychological foundations manifested in actual human history. Because while the underlying needs are universal, the specific forms they took varied dramatically from culture to culture, and tracing this variation tells us something important about how human societies develop their mythologies. The earliest afterlife concepts we can identify with any certainty come from ancient Mesopotamia, the fertile crescent between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers where human civilization first emerged. And interestingly, the Mesopotamian afterlife was remarkably undifferentiated. Everyone who died went to the same place, a dreary underground realm called Kur or Irkala, described as the land of no return. It was dark, dusty, and joyless. The dead, reduced to shadow versions of themselves, wandered aimlessly and ate dust instead of food. Not exactly a vacation destination, though admittedly the property values were quite affordable. What's fascinating about this early afterlife concept is what it lacks: moral distinction. In the earliest Mesopotamian texts, your behaviour in life had essentially no effect on your afterlife destination. King or peasant, saint or sinner, everyone ended up in the same grey limbo. The only variations involved social status. Kings might receive better treatment than commoners, but that was based on their earthly rank, not their moral character. This suggests that the justice function of hell developed later than the basic fear of death function. The earliest afterlives weren't about reward and punishment, they were simply about continuation, about imagining some form of existence beyond physical death. But over time, the Mesopotamian conception began to evolve. Later texts introduce variations, different areas within the underworld, different treatments for different souls. By the time we reach the fuller mythological systems of Babylon and Assyria, we start to see hints of moral judgment. The dead must account for their actions. Their fate depends, at least partially, on how they lived. The justice function is beginning to emerge. This pattern, starting with a universal, morally neutral afterlife and gradually introducing ethical distinctions, appears repeatedly across human cultures. It's as if there's a natural progression from what happens after we die, to what determines what happens after we die, to how can we ensure that bad people get what they deserve. Each step adds complexity and moral weight to the afterlife. Concept, and each step serves a deeper psychological need. The ancient Egyptians took this progression further than any civilization before them. Their elaborate mythology of the afterlife, centered on the judgment of the dead, represents perhaps the most sophisticated early attempt to codify posthumous justice. In Egyptian belief, when a person died, their soul travelled to the Hall of Two Truths, where the jackal-headed god Anubis weighed their heart against the feather of Mat, the goddess of truth and justice. If the heart balanced or was lighter than the feather, indicating a life lived in accordance with cosmic order, the soul could enter the paradise realm of Osiris. If the heart was heavy with sin, it was devoured by Amit, a terrifying chimera with the head of a crocodile, the body of a lion, and the hindquarters of a hippopotamus, which must have made family portraits quite awkward. What makes the Egyptian system particularly interesting is its specificity. We have surviving copies of the negative confession, a list of 42 sins that the deceased had to deny committing. These included murder, theft, adultery, and dishonesty, but also things like wading in water, which apparently offended the gods for reasons that remain unclear to modern scholars. The point is that the Egyptians weren't content with vague moral categories. They wanted exact specifications, a detailed checklist of what did and didn't constitute a hell-worthy offence. This reflects the human need not just for justice, but for knowable, consistent justice. Random punishment would be as psychologically unsatisfying as no punishment at all. The Greeks developed a different system, but one that followed the same basic trajectory from simple to complex, from universal to differentiated. In the earliest Greek texts, the afterlife was essentially Mesopotamian, a gloomy underworld called Hades, where all souls went regardless of merit. The shades of the dead drifted in darkness, lamenting their faded existence. When Odysseus visits the underworld in Homer's epic, he encounters the ghost of Achilles, the greatest hero of the Trojan War, who tells him frankly that he would rather be a slave to the poorest farmer on earth than rule over all the dead. Not exactly a ringing endorsement of the afterlife experience, but even in Homer, we see the seeds of differentiation. Tartarus exists as a deeper region, a prison for the titans who rebelled against the gods. And certain notorious sinners, Tantalus, Sisyphus, Ixion, endure specific punishments tailored to their crimes. Tantalus, who fed his own son to the gods, stands forever in a pool of water beneath fruit-laden branches, but whenever he reaches for sustenance, it recedes just beyond his grasp. Sisyphus, who cheated death itself through cunning, spends eternity pushing a boulder up a hill, only to watch it roll back down each time he nears the summit. These punishments aren't random tortures, they're cosmic poems, ironic reversals that reflect the nature of the original sins. Over subsequent centuries, Greek thought expanded these seeds into a more comprehensive system. The mystery religions, particularly those centered on the goddess Demeter at Eleusis, promised initiates a blessed afterlife distinct from the common lot of shades. Philosophical traditions, especially Platonism, developed elaborate theories of posthumous reward and punishment, reincarnation, and moral purification. By the time of late antiquity, the Greek underworld had become a complex realm with distinct regions for different categories of souls: the Elysian fields for the virtuous, the Asphodel meadows for the ordinary, and Tartarus for the wicked. The Hebrew tradition followed its own unique path. Early Israelite religion had relatively little to say about the afterlife, focusing instead on God's relationship with the living community. The dead went to Sheol, a shadowy realm similar to the early Mesopotamian and Greek underworlds, universal, undifferentiated, morally neutral. This poses an interesting question for historians. If the psychological needs we've described are truly universal, why did the Hebrews for so long lack a developed concept of posthumous justice? The answer may lie in an alternative theological solution to the problem of evil. Rather than locating justice in the afterlife, early Hebrew thought located it in history. God rewarded the righteous and punished the wicked in this life, through prosperity and affliction, victory and defeat. The nation as a whole would be blessed if it followed God's commands and cursed if it turned away. This allowed for moral meaning without requiring an elaborate afterlife mythology, though it created its own theological difficulties when righteous individuals clearly suffered while the wicked prospered. But by the 2nd century BCE, faced with the apparent failure of historical justice, the persecution of the faithful, the triumph of foreign empires, the silence of God in the face of obvious evil, Hebrew thought began to develop robust concepts of resurrection and judgment. The book of Daniel speaks of a time when many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life, and some to shame and everlasting contempt. This represents a dramatic shift. Suddenly the afterlife has become a site of moral reckoning where the injustices of history will finally be addressed. Christianity, emerging from Second Temple Judaism, inherited and dramatically expanded this concept. The Christian hell, as it developed over centuries, became perhaps the most elaborate system of posthumous punishment ever devised. The fire came from references in the Gospels to Gehenna, originally a valley outside Jerusalem associated with child sacrifice and perpetual burning. The demons came from reinterpretations of various biblical passages about fallen angels. The detailed tortures came from centuries of theological speculation, artistic imagination, and the human talent for visualizing suffering. What made Christian hell distinctive was its absolutism. In Buddhist hells, souls suffer temporarily before being reborn. In Greek Hades, philosophical traditions offered hope of eventual release or purification. But the mainstream Christian position, articulated forcefully by theologians like Augustine, was that hell was eternal, infinite punishment for finite sins. This seems disproportionate until you understand the theological logic. Sin against an infinite God deserves infinite punishment. Every transgression, no matter how small, is an offense against perfect holiness. No finite period of suffering could adequately address such an infinite debt. This doctrine created enormous theological tensions that Christians have struggled with ever since. How could a loving God condemn anyone to eternal torment? How could the blessed enjoy paradise knowing that others suffered forever? What about those who died without hearing the gospel, or before the age of moral responsibility? These questions have generated libraries of theological responses, none of them fully satisfying to all believers. The problem is that the psychological need for justice clashes with the equally powerful psychological need for mercy, and no system has ever perfectly reconciled them. Islam developed its own hell, Jahannam, drawing on earlier traditions while adding distinctive elements. The 7 levels of Islamic hell correspond to different categories and severities of sin, with the lowest level reserved for hypocrites, those who professed faith without genuine belief. The punishments are graphic and physical. Fire that melts the skin, which is then regenerated so it can be melted again. Boiling water poured over heads, chains and fetters, food that chokes and drink that scalds. Yet Islamic theology also emphasizes divine mercy, and many scholars have argued that most sinners will eventually be released from hell after sufficient punishment, that eternity is reserved only for the utterly unrepentant. Eastern religions approach the problem from a fundamentally different angle, though the underlying psychological needs remain the same. Both Hinduism and Buddhism developed elaborate hell systems, but with a crucial difference. These hells were temporary. They were purgatories, burning off accumulated negative karma before the soul could be reborn. The duration might be incredibly long, millions of years of torment for particularly severe sins, but it was finite. Eventually every soul would work through its punishment and return to the cycle of existence. This represents a different solution to the tension between justice and mercy. Rather than eternal punishment or universal forgiveness, the Eastern model offers proportional punishment. Suffering calibrated exactly to the sins committed, no more and no less. It satisfies the need for justice. Bad actions have bad consequences, without the theological difficulties of eternal torment. And it connects punishment to purification, suggesting that the suffering serves a purpose beyond mere retribution. The Buddhist hells are particularly elaborate. Traditional cosmology describes 8 hot hells and 8 cold hells, each with specific torments corresponding to different sins. In the hot hells, beings are burned, boiled, dismembered, and reconstituted to be tortured again. In the cold hells, they freeze in various stages of severity, their skin cracking and their bodies shattering. But always, the punishment eventually ends. The karmic debt is paid. The cycle continues. What these diverse traditions share, despite their many differences, is the basic architecture of posthumous moral reckoning. Actions in this life have consequences in the next. The universe is fundamentally just, even if that justice is invisible in the present moment. This belief appears in some form across virtually every human culture, suggesting that it fulfills a psychological need so deep and so universal that no society can function without some version of it. And this brings us to perhaps the most provocative conclusion of our exploration. Hell is a human invention. Not in the dismissive sense that it's merely imaginary or just made up, but in the profound sense that it emerges from fundamental aspects of human nature. Our fear of death demanded an afterlife. Our need for justice demanded moral differentiation within that afterlife. Our need for meaning demanded that our choices matter eternally. Hell is what happens when these psychological necessities are projected onto the cosmos and given mythological form. This doesn't mean hell isn't real, in any sense. The fear of hell has shaped human behavior for millennia. The hope of avoiding hell has motivated countless acts of charity, kindness, and self-sacrifice. The imagery of hell has inspired some of the world's greatest art and literature. The theology of hell has occupied some of history's finest minds. In terms of its effects on human life and culture, hell is one of the most real things that has ever existed. But understanding hell as a human creation rather than a divine revelation changes how we approach it. It allows us to see the psychological wisdom embedded in these ancient stories, even if we don't literally believe them. It helps us understand why the idea is so persistent and so resistant to skeptical critique. And it opens new questions about what functions hell serves in the modern world, now that many people no longer believe in it literally. Consider the implications of a world without hell. Not just a world where hell doesn't exist, it may well not exist, but a world where no one believes in it. What happens to the psychological functions we've described? The fear of death remains, of course, but without afterlife belief, death becomes absolutely final. The need for justice remains, but without cosmic compensation, earthly injustice becomes absolutely uncorrected. The need for meaning remains, but without eternal stakes, moral choices become relatively inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. Modern secular societies have attempted various solutions to these problems. Psychology offers therapy to cope with mortality anxiety. Legal systems promise earthly justice, however imperfect. Philosophy provides frameworks for meaning without metaphysics. These solutions work for many people, perhaps most. But they arguably don't address the underlying psychological needs as completely as traditional religious frameworks, which may explain why belief in the afterlife remains so widespread even in highly secular societies. There's also the question of social function. Belief in hell, whatever else it might do, serves as a powerful check on behavior. If you truly believe that your actions will be weighed after death, and that wrong actions will result in unimaginable suffering, you're more likely to act morally even when no one is watching. The internalized fear of divine punishment creates a kind of internal police force, discouraging antisocial behavior more effectively than any external authority could. The decline of hell belief in the modern West has coincided with the development of elaborate external systems of surveillance and punishment. Police, courts, prisons, credit scores, social media shaming. It's tempting to see these as functional equivalents, secular hells that serve similar social purposes without requiring supernatural beliefs. But they're not quite the same thing. You can potentially escape earthly punishment through cleverness, wealth, or luck. You could never escape divine judgment. The deterrent effect of hell is absolute in a way that no human system can match. This brings us to a question that philosophers have debated for centuries. Is belief in hell socially beneficial regardless of its truth? The ancient Roman statesman Cicero argued explicitly that yes, even if the gods don't exist and the afterlife is a fiction, belief in divine punishment is useful for maintaining social order. People behave better when they think they're being watched. Society functions more smoothly when everyone believes that justice is ultimately guaranteed. The noble lie of religion, in this view, is justified by its beneficial consequences. Modern scholars have complicated this picture considerably. Some research suggests that societies with strong hell belief do show lower rates of certain crimes, particularly those that could be committed without detection. Other research finds that belief in divine forgiveness correlates with increased moral risk-taking. If you can always be forgiven, why not sin? The relationship between afterlife belief and behavior turns out to be far more complex than simple deterrence models would suggest. There's also the darker side of hell belief to consider. Throughout history, the doctrine of hell has been used not just to encourage good behavior, but to terrify and control populations, to justify persecution of heretics and unbelievers, to create psychological damage in children raised with vivid fears of eternal punishment. The same psychological power that makes hell effective as a moral motivator makes it effective as a tool of manipulation and abuse. The history of hell includes not just sincere believers seeking justice, but also cynical rulers exploiting fear. But perhaps most importantly, understanding hell as a human creation allows us to approach these ancient stories with both respect and critical distance. We can appreciate the psychological sophistication embedded in concepts like contrapasso, the fitting punishment that matches the crime, without believing that a literal god assigns souls to a literal lake of fire. We can recognize the legitimate human needs that these mythologies address without accepting their solutions as literally true. We can even learn from them, extracting insights about human nature that remain valid regardless of our metaphysical commitments. Consider what the persistence of hell belief tells us about human psychology. We are creatures who cannot accept the finality of death or the injustice of the world. We must believe that our choices matter, that good and evil have real consequences, that the universe ultimately makes moral sense. These needs are so powerful that they have generated similar mythological structures across cultures with no contact, suggesting they're rooted in something fundamental about human cognition and emotion. This has implications far beyond the study of religious history. It helps explain why people cling to conspiracy theories that posit hidden forces controlling events. The alternative, that events are random and meaningless, is psychologically unbearable. It helps explain why people believe in karma even in secular contexts. The idea that what goes around comes around satisfies deep psychological needs even without religious framing. It helps explain why stories of villains getting their comeuppance are so universally satisfying. They confirm our need to believe that the moral order of the universe is fundamentally sound. In the end, hell may be best understood not as a geographical location or a theological proposition, but as a psychological fact. Something in human nature demands that evil be punished and justice prevail. When earthly systems fail to provide this, as they inevitably constantly do, we project our demands onto the cosmos itself. Hell is what human justice looks like when scaled to infinity, when every crime is punished and every victim vindicated. It is terrifying and comforting in equal measure because it confirms both that we might suffer and that suffering has meaning. As we continue our journey through the history of hell, we'll see this pattern repeat again and again. Each culture adds its own details, its own demons, its own specific tortures. But underneath the variation, the psychological foundations remain constant. Fear of death, need for justice, desire for meaning. These are the three pillars upon which all hells are built, and understanding them is essential to understanding why humanity spent 5,000 years perfecting the art of eternal punishment. The specific forms will change, from dust-filled darkness to lakes of fire, from simple shadowy existence to elaborate hierarchies of torment, but the function never varies. Hell exists because we need it to exist. Not necessarily in reality, but certainly in our imaginations. And that psychological reality has shaped human civilization in ways we're only beginning to fully understand. There's one more dimension to this story that deserves attention before we move forward: the remarkable consistency of timing. Across the globe, between roughly 800 and 200 BCE, a period the philosopher Karl Jaspers called the Axial Age, virtually every major civilization simultaneously developed more sophisticated, more moralized conceptions of the afterlife. The Greeks moved from simple Hades to philosophical visions of judgment and purification. The Hebrews began developing resurrection theology. The Persians articulated Zoroastrian dualism with its elaborate heaven and hell. Indian thought crystallized into the karma and rebirth systems of Hinduism and Buddhism. Chinese thinkers developed detailed netherworld bureaucracies. This convergence wasn't coincidental. The Axial Age was a period of unprecedented social change. The rise of cities, the expansion of trade networks, the emergence of new social classes, and most importantly, the development of individual consciousness. In earlier tribal societies, identity was primarily collective. You were a member of your family, your clan, your people. But as societies grew more complex, individuals began to see themselves as distinct moral agents, responsible for their own choices and their own destinies. And with individual moral responsibility came the need for individual moral accounting. The older afterlife concepts couldn't handle this new psychological reality. It was no longer satisfying to imagine everyone going to the same grey underworld regardless of behaviour. The new individual self demanded a personal reckoning, your specific actions weighed, your particular fate determined by your particular choices. Hell, in this sense, is the shadow side of human individuality. It emerged precisely when humans began to think of themselves as individuals capable of moral choice, because individuals who can choose must be held accountable for their choices. This helps explain why hell concepts tend to become more elaborate as societies become more complex. Simple societies have simple afterlives. But as social differentiation increases, as the range of possible human behaviours expands, as the number of ways to sin multiplies, the afterlife must keep pace. The medieval Christian hell, with its detailed categorization of sins and punishments, reflects a society of extraordinary social complexity. Guilds, classes, ecclesiastical hierarchies, legal distinctions where the old simple models no longer seemed adequate to the task of cosmic justice. We also see this pattern in the relationship between hell and social change. When societies are stable, their hell concepts tend to be stable too. But during periods of upheaval, war, plague, economic collapse, religious reformation, hell concepts often become more intense and more vivid. The 15th and 16th centuries in Europe, with their devastating wars and religious conflicts, produced some of the most terrifying hell imagery in history. Hieronymus Bosch painted his nightmarish visions during a period of profound social anxiety. The Reformation debates about salvation and damnation occurred against a backdrop of collapsing certainties and emerging new ones. This pattern continues into the modern era, though in transformed ways. The decline of literal hell belief in Western societies has been gradual and uneven. Many people still believe in some form of afterlife punishment, though fewer accept the elaborate medieval imagery. But even among non-believers, the psychological functions of hell persist in secularized forms. We still need to believe that actions have consequences, that evil will be punished, that the moral universe makes sense. We've just shifted from divine judgment to social judgment, from eternal punishment to reputational destruction, from demons to internet mobs. Consider the phenomenon of cancellation in contemporary culture. When someone commits a perceived moral transgression, they may face consequences that seem vastly disproportionate to their offence: loss of career, social ostracism, permanent damage to reputation. The logic is not purely punitive, it's cosmic. The outrage reflects a deep need to demonstrate that wrong actions have consequences, that the moral order will be maintained, that justice will prevail. The intensity of the response often puzzles observers who don't understand its psychological roots. But if you see cancel culture as a secular echo of hell, the need for visible, dramatic punishment that confirms the moral architecture of the universe, it becomes more comprehensible, if not more justifiable. Or consider prison systems, particularly the American version with its emphasis on punishment over rehabilitation. The argument for harsh, lengthy sentences is rarely purely practical. Study after study shows that such sentences don't effectively deter crime or reduce recidivism. But they serve a psychological function that pure deterrence couldn't. They satisfy the need to see wrongdoers suffer. They confirm that the universe punishes evil. They provide a visible, tangible hell on earth for those who violate the social contract. The prison is the modern descendant of the infernal pit, stripped of its supernatural elements but serving the same psychological purpose. Even our entertainment reflects these persistent needs. Revenge narratives remain enormously popular across cultures. Films where villains receive graphic, brutal punishment consistently outperform those with more nuanced moral resolutions. Video games offer simulated hells where players can experience both the fear of punishment and the satisfaction of inflicting it. The entertainment industry has discovered what religious traditions knew millennia ago. Humans have an almost limitless appetite for seeing justice done, for watching the wicked get what they deserve. All of this suggests that the death of literal hell belief, while significant, hasn't eliminated the psychological needs that hell addressed. We've simply found new ways to satisfy those needs, some healthy, some less so. The question for modern societies is not whether to have hell, but how to manage the human need for cosmic justice in a world where supernatural frameworks no longer command universal assent. Some philosophers have argued that we should simply accept the universe's indifference to human moral concerns. If there is no God and no afterlife, if the universe truly doesn't care about justice, then the mature response is to accept this and find meaning elsewhere. But this counsel of acceptance runs against something very deep in human psychology. Most people, when confronted with genuine injustice, simply cannot accept that it will never be rectified. The need for cosmic justice isn't a preference we can easily set aside. It's closer to a psychological necessity. Others have suggested that we should construct our own justice systems robust enough to eliminate the need for supernatural backup. If earthly institutions could genuinely guarantee that wrongdoers would face appropriate consequences, perhaps the psychological pressure that generates hell belief would diminish. But this seems utopian. No human system has ever achieved anything close to perfect justice, and the complexities of social life ensure that countless wrongs will always escape punishment. The gap between the justice we need and the justice we can achieve remains vast, and something must fill that gap. Perhaps the most realistic approach is to acknowledge the psychological reality of hell while working to channel it constructively. The need to see justice done isn't going away. The satisfaction we feel when villains are punished isn't something we can eliminate from human nature. But we can try to satisfy these needs in ways that minimize collateral damage, through storytelling rather than scapegoating, through proportionate legal responses rather than disproportionate mob justice, through understanding rather than demonization. In the chapters ahead, we'll explore how different civilizations built their hells, how they staffed them with demons and monsters, how they developed elaborate systems of judgment and punishment. But as we examine these details, keep the bigger picture in mind. Every demon is a projection of human fear. Every torture chamber reflects human psychology. Every gate of hell was designed by human imagination to satisfy human needs. Understanding this doesn't diminish the power of these images or the wisdom embedded in these traditions. If anything, it makes them more fascinating and more relevant to our lives today, whether we believe in them literally or not. Now that we've established why humanity needed hell, and how we went about designing its geography, we arrive at a question that ancient theologians took extremely seriously. Who exactly is going to run this place? Because here's the thing about eternal punishment facilities, they don't manage themselves. You can build the most elaborate underworld imaginable, with rivers of fire and frozen lakes and perfectly calibrated torture chambers, but without staff, it's just expensive infrastructure. Every civilization that constructed a hell also had to populate it with beings capable of administering suffering on an industrial scale. And the creatures they invented for this purpose tell us as much about human psychology as the punishments themselves. Let's begin in Egypt, where the afterlife bureaucracy reached levels of complexity that would make modern tax authorities weep with professional envy. The Egyptian underworld wasn't just a place, it was a system, complete with forms to fill out, officials to satisfy, and one particularly memorable employee whose job description would make anyone reconsider a career in civil service. Her name was Amit, and her role was deceptively simple. She ate the hearts of the unworthy, not metaphorically, not symbolically, actually ate them. Amit, sometimes spelled Amut, because ancient Egyptian vowels are more of a suggestion than a rule, was a composite creature that looked like someone had assembled a predator from spare parts during a particularly creative fever dream. She had the head of a crocodile, the front body of a lion, and the hindquarters of a hippopotamus. Now, if you're thinking that hippopotamuses seem like relatively peaceful creatures that spend their days lounging in rivers, you've clearly never seen one angry. Hippopotamuses kill more humans in Africa annually than lions and crocodiles combined. The Egyptians knew exactly what they were doing when they included hippo parts in their ultimate monster. This was a creature built from the three most dangerous animals in the Egyptian experience, combined into a single entity whose entire purpose was to devour the souls of those who failed the afterlife examination. But here's what makes Amit fascinating from a theological perspective. She wasn't evil. She wasn't a demon in the later Christian sense, a malevolent being who delights in suffering and opposes the divine order. Amit was simply doing her job. She was a cosmic sanitation worker, disposing of souls that had failed to meet the standards of Ma'at, the principle of truth and cosmic order. When a heart weighed heavy with sin was thrown to Amit, she consumed it with the same moral neutrality as a paper shredder consuming confidential documents. Nothing personal, just business. The soul ceased to exist. No eternal torment, no ongoing suffering, just permanent deletion from the universe. In some ways, this was more merciful than later hell concepts. Annihilation beats eternal torture, at least from a utilitarian perspective. Amit also represents something important about early underworld guardians. They weren't necessarily opponents of the gods or rebels against divine order. They were employees. They existed to enforce cosmic law, not to subvert it. The idea of demons as fallen angels, as beings who chose evil and now spread corruption, that came much later. In Egypt, the creatures of the underworld were part of the system, not enemies of it. They had roles to play in maintaining the cosmic order, and they played those roles with bureaucratic efficiency. The Egyptians populated their underworld with numerous other beings beyond Amit. The journey through the Duat, the Egyptian underworld, involved passing through 12 gates, each guarded by serpents and other creatures who demanded specific passwords and ritual knowledge. These weren't random monsters, they were security checkpoints. The dead person needed to know the correct responses, the proper names, the right magical formulas. It was less like fighting through a dungeon, and more like navigating a particularly aggressive immigration process. Papers, please takes on new meaning when the officer asking has the head of a cobra and the authority to annihilate your eternal soul. This bureaucratic approach to underworld guardianship reflects something fundamental about Egyptian civilization, their profound faith in systems and proper procedure. The Egyptians believed that the universe operated according to fixed rules, and that anyone who understood and followed these rules could navigate safely, even through death itself. The monsters weren't arbitrary obstacles. They were checkpoints in a cosmic system that rewarded knowledge and preparation. If you'd lived properly and learned the necessary rituals, the guardians would let you pass. If you hadn't, well, Amit was always hungry. Moving westward and forward in time, we encounter the most famous underworld guardian in Western culture, Cerberus, the three-headed dog of Greek mythology. Now, calling Cerberus a dog is a bit like calling a great white shark a fish. Technically accurate, but wildly underselling the situation. Cerberus was enormous, savage, and equipped with 3 heads capable of independent action. Some versions of the myth gave him a serpent's tail, snakes growing from his body, and a mane of writhing vipers. He was, in the ancient Greek imagination, absolutely terrifying. His job was to guard the entrance to Hades, preventing the living from entering and, more importantly, preventing the dead from leaving. Unlike Amit, Cerberus didn't consume or destroy souls. He was a bouncer, not an executioner. His role was access control, checking credentials at the door, making sure nobody snuck in who shouldn't be there, and definitely making sure nobody snuck out. The Greeks imagined death as a one-way door, and Cerberus was the lock. Once you passed him going in, you were never passing him going out. Unless, of course, you happened to be a legendary hero with divine backing, in which case the rules became somewhat more flexible. What makes Cerberus interesting is how often he was bypassed or defeated in Greek mythology. Orpheus charmed him with music. Heracles wrestled him into submission as one of his 12 labours. Aeneas drugged him with honey cakes laced with sedatives. The Sibyl who guided Aeneas threw him a sop soaked in drugged wine. For the supposedly impassable guardian of the underworld, Cerberus had a surprisingly poor track record. This tells us something about Greek attitudes toward death and the underworld. Terrifying, yes, but not absolutely impenetrable. With the right skills, the right guidance, or the right divine favour, even the gates of death could be opened. Cerberus also illustrates the Greek tendency to anthropomorphize cosmic forces while keeping them fundamentally animalistic. He wasn't a thinking being with complex motivations. He was a beast, doing beast things, operating on instinct rather than malice. He didn't hate the souls he contained. He simply followed his nature. This is quite different from later Christian demons, who are portrayed as intelligent, cunning, and actively hostile to human welfare. Cerberus was a guard dog. A really, really big guard dog with 3 heads and snake accessories, but still fundamentally just doing what guard dogs do. The Greeks populated their underworld with other notable figures as well. Charon, the ferryman, transported souls across the river Styx in exchange for a coin, which is why the Greeks placed coins in the mouths or on the eyes of their dead. No payment, no passage, and you'd spend eternity wandering the shores. It's a remarkably capitalist arrangement for the afterlife, though Charon's customer service skills left something to be desired. Ancient sources describe him as irritable, demanding, and not particularly concerned with passenger comfort. Then again, when you have a complete monopoly on afterlife transportation, you don't really need to worry about negative reviews. The Furies, or Erinyes in Greek, represented another category of underworld being, spirits of vengeance who punish specific crimes, particularly offences against family and the violation of sacred oaths. They weren't guards in the conventional sense. They were prosecutors and executioners rolled into one, pursuing the guilty relentlessly until justice was served. The Greeks imagined them as horrifying women with snakes in their hair, blood dripping from their eyes, and an absolutely implacable commitment to retribution. If you'd murdered a family member or broken a sacred vow, the Furies would find you. They would torment you in life and continue in death. There was no escape, no statute of limitations, no plea bargains. The Furies represent the most ancient and most terrifying form of justice, inevitable, absolute, and completely indifferent to excuses. Let's now turn eastward to the Buddhist tradition, which developed what might be the most elaborately staffed underworld in human religious history. Buddhist hell, or more accurately Buddhist hells since there are many, are administered by an entire bureaucracy of demons, judges and torturers who operate with the efficiency of a well-run multinational corporation. The head of this operation is Yama, originally a Vedic deity who became the first being to die and therefore the first to discover the path to the afterlife. His promotion to Lord of the Dead seems like a dubious reward for this pioneering achievement, though admittedly the job security is excellent. Yama presides over a court that judges the dead with meticulous attention to their karmic records. Unlike the Egyptian or Greek systems, which focused primarily on major transgressions, Buddhist judgment considers every action of a person's life, weighted and calculated to determine their next destination in the cycle of rebirth. The record-keeping involved in this process would make modern data centers look primitive. Every deed, every thought, every intention, all recorded, all weighed, all factored into the final calculation. Yama doesn't make the rules, he just enforces the cosmic mathematics of karma with the passion of an accountant during tax season. The actual work of punishment in Buddhist hells is carried out by demons called rakshasas or yakshas, depending on the specific tradition. These beings come in an astonishing variety of forms: animal heads on human bodies, multiple arms, enormous size, terrifying weapons. But here's the crucial detail. They're not evil in the Christian sense, they're functionaries. They torture souls not because they enjoy suffering, but because that's their role in the cosmic system. The suffering they inflict is precisely calibrated to burn off negative karma, like a very aggressive form of spiritual physical therapy. It hurts terribly, but it's supposed to help. The demons are, in a sense, healthcare workers with an extremely unpleasant specialty. This concept, demons as instruments rather than opponents of cosmic order, appears across multiple Asian traditions. Chinese folk religion developed an elaborate underworld bureaucracy modelled directly on the imperial administration, complete with judges, clerks, bailiffs, and executioners. The dead passed through 10 courts, each presided over by a different king who specialized in particular categories of sin. The punishments were administered by demons who were simply government employees doing their assigned tasks. Corrupt officials who had escaped justice in life found themselves on the wrong side of an incorruptible bureaucracy in death. The Chinese underworld was, in essence, the ideal government that never existed on Earth. Efficient, fair, and absolutely impossible to bribe. Now we turn to the Islamic tradition, which presents a different model of infernal guardianship. The chief guardian of Jahannam, Islamic hell, is an angel named Malik. Note the distinction. Malik is an angel, not a demon. He serves Allah faithfully and administers hell as part of the divine plan, not in opposition to it. When the Quran describes the inhabitants of hell crying out to Malik for relief, he responds that they must remain, not because he's cruel, but because this is what divine justice requires. Malik is perhaps the most explicitly clear example of an underworld guardian who is unambiguously good while performing an objectively horrifying job. The Islamic conception thus makes explicit what was implicit in many earlier traditions. The guardians of hell are not the enemies of God or goodness. They are instruments of divine justice carrying out punishments that God has decreed for specific reasons. This creates a fascinating theological position in which tormenting the damned is actually a righteous act, an expression of divine will rather than a rebellion against it. Malik and the 19 angels who serve under him are faithful servants, not fallen rebels. Their work is holy, even though that work involves administering unimaginable suffering. This brings us to one of the most significant developments in the history of underworld beings, the Christian concept of demons as fallen angels. This idea, which would come to dominate Western imagination, represents a fundamental shift from earlier conceptions. In the Christian framework, demons are not neutral functionaries or cosmic civil servants. They are rebels, beings who chose to oppose God and were cast out of heaven as punishment. Their presence in hell is not employment, it's imprisonment. They don't administer punishment on God's behalf. They suffer it themselves while simultaneously tempting and corrupting living humans. The chief of these fallen beings, depending on which Christian tradition you follow, goes by various names: Satan, Lucifer, the devil, Beelzebub. The theology surrounding this figure is surprisingly complex and has varied considerably over Christian history. In some conceptions, Satan rules hell as a kind of dark king, commanding legions of demons in opposition to God. In others, he's the chief prisoner of hell, suffering more than anyone else while also somehow managing to run the place. The exact relationship between Satan, demons, and the administration of infernal punishment has never been fully resolved in Christian thought, which has led to some creative artistic interpretations over the centuries. What made the Christian conception revolutionary was its emphasis on demonic agency and malevolence. Earlier traditions presented underworld beings as functionaries. Christianity presented them as enemies. Demons in the Christian imagination actively want humans to suffer. They tempt people towards sins specifically so those people will be damned. They're not just waiting in hell to punish the guilty. They're actively working in the world to increase the population of the damned. This transformed demons from cosmic bureaucrats into cosmic terrorists, engaged in an eternal war against God and humanity. This shift had enormous consequences for how people thought about evil and misfortune. In earlier traditions, bad things happened because of impersonal cosmic forces, divine displeasure, or human failing. In the Christian framework, bad things could happen because demons made them happen. Disease, accidents, mental illness, bad luck, all could be attributed to demonic interference. This gave evil a face, a personality, an agency that it lacked in earlier systems. It also created new possibilities for response. If demons were causing your problems, you could fight them through prayer, exorcism, and spiritual warfare. The medieval period elaborated this demonology to extraordinary lengths. Scholars compiled grimoires, books of demon lore, that named and categorized thousands of individual demons, each with specific powers, weaknesses, and areas of influence. There was Asmodeus, the demon of lust, Mammon, the demon of greed, Belphegor, the demon of sloth, who ironically must have worked quite hard to tempt so many people toward laziness. The medieval imagination populated hell with a vast hierarchy of malevolent beings, organized into legions and commanded by archdemons who reported to Satan himself. It was an entire alternative cosmos, dark mirror to the heavenly hierarchy of angels and archangels. This elaborate demonology served multiple social functions beyond pure theology. It provided explanations for phenomena that people couldn't otherwise understand. Why did good people sometimes do terrible things? Demonic temptation. Why did misfortune strike the innocent? Demonic attack. Why did some people exhibit strange behaviors or claim to have unusual experiences? Demonic possession. The demon framework was extraordinarily flexible, capable of explaining almost any deviation from expected normality. This made it useful but also dangerous, as it could justify persecution of anyone deemed too different, too strange, too threatening to the social order. The witch trials of early modern Europe represent perhaps the darkest manifestation of this demonological thinking. The idea that certain people had made pacts with demons, gaining magical powers in exchange for their souls, led to the execution of tens of thousands of people, mostly women, across Europe and colonial America. The elaborate mythology of demons, once a theological abstraction, became a tool for social violence. The guardians of hell, initially conceived as cosmic functionaries, had become so real and so threatening in the popular imagination that entire communities turned on their own members in fear of demonic infiltration. It's worth pausing here to consider how dramatically the concept of underworld beings had evolved. The Egyptian Amit was a cosmic garbage disposal, neutrally eliminating failed souls. The Greek Cerberus was a guard dog, preventing unauthorized entry and exit. The Buddhist Rakshasas were spiritual physiotherapists, burning off negative karma through painful but ultimately beneficial treatment. But the Christian demons were enemies, active, intelligent, malevolent enemies who wanted humans to suffer and work tirelessly to ensure it. This represents not just a theological shift, but a psychological one, a fundamental change in how humans conceived of the forces opposing their well-being. Modern scholars have offered various explanations for this evolution. Some point to the influence of Zoroastrian dualism, which posited a cosmic struggle between good and evil deities, on early Christian thought. Others emphasize the social conditions of late antiquity, when the collapse of the Roman order created pervasive anxiety that found expression in fears of demonic attack. Still others focus on the internal logic of Christian theology, which required an explanation for the existence of evil that didn't implicate God directly. If demons freely chose to rebel and humans freely chose to follow them, then evil could exist without God being responsible for it. Whatever the cause, the Christian demon became the template for Western understandings of malevolent supernatural beings, influencing everything from medieval art to modern horror movies. When contemporary people imagine demons, they typically imagine Christian demons, intelligent, hostile, actively working against human welfare. The earlier conceptions, neutral functionaries, cosmic employees, instruments of impersonal justice, have largely faded from popular consciousness, though they persist in academic study and in living traditions outside the Christian West. Let's return now to our central question. Are demons evil, or are they simply instruments of divine justice? The answer, it turns out, depends entirely on which tradition you're asking about, and even within traditions there's considerable debate. In the Egyptian framework, the question barely makes sense. Ammit wasn't good or evil, she was a function. She did what she existed to do, like a natural force rather than a moral agent. Asking whether Ammit was evil is like asking whether gravity is evil when someone falls off a cliff. The question misattributes agency to a process. In the Greek framework, the underworld beings were similarly immoral. Cerberus guarded the gate because that was his nature. Charon ferried souls because that was his role. The Furies pursued the guilty because that was their function. None of these beings had chosen evil or rebelled against the gods. They were part of the cosmic order, not opponents of it. Even the monsters that inhabited the deeper reaches of Tartarus, the Titans, the giants, the original opponents of the Olympians, were imprisoned, not employed. They weren't running the place, they were its most notable inmates. In the Buddhist framework, the demons of hell are explicitly not evil in any ultimate sense. They're manifestations of karma, expressions of the cosmic law of cause and effect. The suffering they inflict is precisely what the sufferer has earned through their own actions. There's no malice involved, no personal vendetta, no delight in pain. The demons are instruments of a system that exists to purify souls and enable their eventual liberation. They're not opponents of enlightenment. They're paradoxically servants of it, burning away the negative karma that keeps beings trapped in the cycle of suffering. The Islamic position is similarly clear. Malik and the angels of Jahannam serve Allah faithfully. They're not fallen, not rebellious, not evil. They do a terrible job, but they do it because Allah commands it, and obedience to Allah is the definition of good in Islamic theology. The suffering they administer is just punishment for genuine sins. If anything, they represent the inescapability of divine justice rather than the triumph of evil. Only in the Christian framework do demons become genuinely evil beings, who have chosen to oppose God and work for the damnation of souls. And even here, the theology is complicated. Are demons tortured in hell alongside the damned, or do they rule it? Do they serve God's purposes despite themselves, acting as instruments of punishment even while rebelling against divine authority? The Book of Job presents Satan as a member of the divine court, testing humans at God's direction rather than opposing God's will. Later, Christian tradition transformed this prosecuting attorney figure into the cosmic adversary, but the transformation was gradual and never entirely consistent. This theological ambiguity has produced some fascinating artistic and literary interpretations. Milton's Paradise Lost presents Satan as a tragic figure, a rebel against divine tyranny who would rather reign in hell than serve in heaven. This romanticized Satan influenced centuries of Western literature, from romantic poetry to modern fantasy novels. But Milton's Satan is also clearly fallen, clearly diminished, clearly suffering the consequences of his rebellion. He's not a legitimate alternative to God. He's a cautionary tale about the consequences of pride. Other traditions have emphasized the instrumental function of demons more strongly. The medieval concept of demons as God's jailers, punishing the damned because God wills it, not because they've chosen evil, creates a different kind of demon entirely. In this view, demons are like prison guards. Their job is unpleasant, perhaps even brutal, but someone has to do it, and they're doing it under legitimate authority. The suffering they inflict is deserved punishment, not arbitrary cruelty. Contemporary horror fiction tends to draw heavily on the Christian conception of malevolent, autonomous demons who actively threaten humans. But even here, there's considerable variation. Some fictional demons are pure evil, seeking only destruction and suffering. Others are more complex, bound by rules, capable of bargaining, even occasionally sympathetic. The demon figure has become plastic in modern imagination, capable of representing anything from absolute evil to misunderstood rebellion to cosmic bureaucracy. What all these traditions share, despite their differences, is the recognition that hell needs personnel. It's not enough to have a place of punishment. There must be beings who administer that punishment. And the nature of those beings reflects fundamental theological and psychological assumptions about the nature of evil, the structure of cosmic justice, and the relationship between suffering and moral order. The evolution from neutral functionaries to active adversaries represents a shift in how humans conceived of their relationship to cosmic forces. In earlier traditions, the universe was impersonal. It operated according to fixed laws that applied equally to everyone, administered by beings who were themselves subject to those laws. In later Christian tradition, the universe became personal, populated by beings with their own agendas, capable of choosing good or evil, engaged in a cosmic drama in which humans played central roles. This personalization of cosmic forces had profound consequences for human psychology and behavior. If demons could tempt you towards sin, you needed to be constantly vigilant against their influence. If they could possess you, you needed rituals of protection and exorcism. If they were actively working for your damnation, your salvation became a matter of spiritual warfare, not just moral improvement. The Christian demon transformed the human relationship with evil from a matter of individual choice to a matter of cosmic conflict. As we prepare to explore the systems of judgment that determined who ended up in hell and who escaped it, keep these guardians in mind. They weren't just monsters invented to frighten children or fill out the background of artistic depictions. They were serious theological proposals about the nature of cosmic justice, the structure of moral reality, and the forces that shape human destiny. Whether conceived as neutral functionaries or active adversaries, the guardians of the underworld embodied humanity's attempts to understand how punishment works at the deepest level of reality. The demons of hell, in all their varied forms, are mirrors of human anxiety about justice, punishment, and the consequences of moral failure. In Amit, we see the fear of total annihilation, the terror that a wasted life simply ends, erased from cosmic memory. In Cerberus, we see the fear of inescapable death, the recognition that once the boundary is crossed, there's no coming back. In the Buddhist Rakshasas, we see the fear of earned suffering, the knowledge that our own actions create our own punishments. In the Christian demons, we see the fear of active malevolence, the terror that intelligent beings are working to destroy us, not indifferently but deliberately, with conscious intent. Each of these fears is real. Each addresses something genuine about the human condition, and each has produced guardians appropriate to its specific anxieties. The history of underworld beings is, ultimately, a history of human fears given form and function, assigned roles in cosmic dramas that helped people make sense of the senseless reality of suffering and death. Let's also consider the curious phenomenon of how underworld guardians were depicted visually across cultures, because the artistic choices reveal as much as the theological texts. Egyptian artists rendered Amit with careful attention to anatomical detail, showing exactly how crocodile, lion, and hippopotamus parts connected. There's an almost scientific precision to these depictions, as if the artists were documenting a creature they expected viewers to recognize. The message was clear. This is a real being, as real as the crocodiles in the Nile, and you will meet her if you fail the judgment. Greek artists took a different approach to Cerberus. While some depictions show a genuinely terrifying three-headed monster, others are almost comical. 3 dog heads that seem more confused than menacing, bodies that don't quite make anatomical sense, expressions that suggest the creature might be one. Over with a good belly rub. The famous scene of Heracles dragging Cerberus out of the underworld often shows the dog looking more pathetic than fearsome, as if being forced to take an unpleasant walk. This lighter treatment reflects something about Greek attitudes toward their underworld guardians. Fearsome, certainly, but not beyond human capability to overcome. Medieval Christian art, by contrast, went absolutely wild with demon imagery. The creatures depicted on church tympanums, in illuminated manuscripts, and on cathedral facades are genuinely disturbing even by modern standards. Demons with faces on their stomachs, demons with backward-bending legs, demons with too many eyes or not enough limbs, demons engaged in activities that would make a modern horror director blush. The medieval imagination seemed determined to make demons as alien and disturbing as possible, emphasizing their fundamental otherness from humanity and nature. This visual tradition peaked with artists like Hieronymus Bosch, who whose hellscapes remain among the most unsettling images ever created. Bosch's demons are not merely scary, they're deeply, profoundly weird. Musical instruments become torture devices. Fish walk on land, eggs hatch grotesque creatures. The laws of nature are suspended, and in their place reigns a chaos of forms that feels almost psychedelic in its intensity. Scholars have debated for centuries what Bosch intended, whether his imagery reflects specific theological beliefs or something more personal and psychological. Whatever his intentions, his demons entered the Western imagination and never left. Asian artistic traditions developed their own distinctive approaches to underworld beings. Chinese depictions of the hell judges and their demon servants often emphasize their official status. These were government functionaries, and they dressed the part, with formal robes and bureaucratic insignia. The message was that hell was not chaos but order, not rebellion against cosmic law but its perfect enforcement. Japanese artists, particularly in the genre of hell scrolls produced during the medieval period, combined this bureaucratic orderliness with graphic violence, showing demons methodically processing the damned through standardized tortures. The efficiency is almost as disturbing as the suffering. Tibetan Buddhist art added another dimension. The wrathful deities who guard the gates of enlightenment are often depicted as terrifying demons, yet they're actually manifestations of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. These beings look like monsters but are actually protectors, using their frightening appearance to scare away obstacles to spiritual progress. This inverts the usual demon symbolism. Here, the terrifying exterior conceals a benevolent purpose. The demon becomes a kind of spiritual bodyguard, looking menacing to keep trouble away from those under its protection. These varied artistic traditions remind us that demons are not merely theological concepts, they're visual experiences. For most of human history, the majority of people couldn't read. They learned about demons not from texts, but from images, paintings on temple walls, carvings on church portals, illustrations in scrolls meant to be shown to illiterate audiences. The power of these images to shape belief and behaviour cannot be overstated. A peasant who couldn't read a word of Augustine or Aquinas could still be terrified by the demons painted over the church doorway, reminded every Sunday of what awaited sinners after death. The naming of demons represents another fascinating dimension of demonology. In many traditions, knowing a demon's name gave power over it. The Egyptian dead needed to know the names of the guardians they would encounter. Medieval grimoires listed thousands of demon names, each supposedly conferring some degree of control over the named entity. This reflects an ancient intuition about the relationship between naming and power. To name something is to categorize it, understand it, potentially command it. The elaborate nomenclature of demonology was not just record-keeping. It was an attempt to gain mastery over forces that otherwise seemed utterly beyond human control. Some of these names have entered common parlance. Beelzebub, originally a Philistine god whose name was deliberately corrupted by Hebrew writers into Lord of the Flies, became a standard demon name in Christian tradition. Mammon, from an Aramaic word meaning simply wealth, was personified as the demon of greed. Asmodeus, possibly derived from a Zoroastrian demon of wrath, became associated with lust in later tradition. These figures accumulated stories, attributes, and personalities over centuries of storytelling, becoming almost like characters in an ongoing cosmic drama. The question of demonic hierarchy also occupied considerable theological attention. If hell had guardians, how were they organized? Who reported to whom? What were the chains of command? Medieval Christian thinkers developed elaborate schemas, paralleling the celestial hierarchy of angels with an infernal hierarchy of demons. There were archdemons who commanded legions, specialized demons for particular sins, and rank-and-file demons who did the grunt work of temptation and torture. The precision of these organizational charts might seem absurd to modern readers, but they reflected genuine theological concerns about the structure of evil and how it operated in the world. This organizational thinking about demons had practical implications. If you knew which demon was responsible for a particular form of temptation, you could target your prayers and protections appropriately. If you understood the infernal chain of command, you might be able to appeal to higher authorities, ultimately to God, to override the actions of lower-ranking demons. The hierarchy of hell became a kind of spiritual org chart, useful for navigating the dangerous landscape of temptation and sin. The relationship between underworld guardians and human souls also varied significantly across traditions. In some systems, the guardians were utterly separate from humanity, beings of a different order entirely, who had never been human and never would be. In others, humans could become demons after death, particularly if they had committed certain sins or died in certain ways. Chinese folk religion, for example, allowed for the possibility that particularly wicked humans might become demons in the afterlife, adding their cruelty to the infernal administration. This blurred the line between the living and the guardians who awaited them. The concept of protective spirits against demons appears in virtually every tradition that has demons. If malevolent beings threatened human welfare, it made sense that benevolent beings would protect it. Guardian angels in Christianity, protective deities in Buddhism, ancestral spirits in countless folk traditions all serve to balance the cosmic ledger, providing defense against demonic attack. The spiritual world becomes a battlefield, with human souls as both the prize and the participants. This martial imagery reached its apex in certain strains of Christianity, particularly during the Reformation and Counter-Reformation periods. Spiritual warfare became a dominant metaphor for the Christian life. Every temptation was a demonic assault. Every sin was a victory for the enemy. Every prayer was a weapon against the powers of darkness. This militarization of spirituality had profound effects on how people experienced their inner lives. Thoughts and feelings became suspicious, potential vectors for demonic influence that needed to be constantly monitored and suppressed. Modern psychology has offered naturalistic explanations for many phenomena previously attributed to demons. The voices that demons supposedly planted in human minds might be symptoms of schizophrenia or other conditions. The possession that required exorcism might be dissociative disorders or seizures. The demonic temptations that plagued medieval saints might be intrusive thoughts, a common feature of anxiety disorders. This psychological reframing has reduced the power of demon beliefs for many modern people, though it hasn't eliminated them entirely. Yet something of the demon concept persists even in secular contexts. We still speak of people wrestling with their demons, not literal supernatural beings, but internal struggles that feel almost like encounters with external forces. We describe addiction as something that possesses people, taking over their will and driving them towards self-destruction. We talk about evil in ways that personify it, treating it as a force that can be fought rather than merely a category of behavior. The demon, it seems, remains useful as a psychological metaphor even when literal belief has faded. This psychological utility may explain why demons remain so popular in contemporary entertainment. Horror movies featuring demons consistently perform well at the box office. Television shows about demonic possession attract large audiences. Video games featuring demon enemies offer players the satisfaction of defeating embodied evil. The demon figure speaks to something persistent in human psychology, a need to externalize internal struggles, to give form and face to the forces that seem to work against human flourishing. Whether the demons of tradition are literal beings, psychological projections, or something in between, they remain powerful presences in human culture. The guardians of the underworld, first imagined thousands of years ago to populate the geography of hell, continue to populate our imaginations. They have evolved dramatically over the millennia, from neutral functionaries to cosmic enemies, from bureaucratic administrators to active adversaries. But in every form they serve the same fundamental function. They embody the forces that threaten us, giving shape to our deepest fears about punishment, judgment, and the consequences of moral failure. There's one more aspect of underworld guardians worth considering: their relationship to divine authority. In almost every tradition, no matter how powerful demons might be, they remain subordinate to higher powers. Amit devoured souls only when the judgment went against them. She couldn't simply eat whoever she wanted. Cerberus could be commanded by gods and bypassed by heroes with divine backing. Buddhist demons operate entirely within the framework of karma, with no ability to punish beyond what is cosmically warranted. Even Christian demons, despite their rebellion, are ultimately subject to God's authority. They can only operate within the limits God permits. This subordination is theologically essential. If demons were truly equal or superior to divine forces, the moral universe would collapse into chaos. There would be no guarantee of ultimate justice, no assurance that good would prevail, no reason to believe that evil would be punished. The terrifying power of demons must always be balanced by the superior power of benevolent forces, or the entire theological system loses its point. Hell might be terrible, but it must also be just, and justice requires that it operate under legitimate authority. This helps explain why even the most elaborate demonologies ultimately affirm cosmic order rather than undermining it. The demons of hell, for all their horror, are proof that the universe takes morality seriously. Their very existence demonstrates that wrong actions have consequences, that evil will be punished, that the moral law is not merely a human convention, but a cosmic reality. The guardians of the underworld, paradoxically, are evidence that the universe is fundamentally good, because a good universe must have mechanisms for addressing evil, and demons are those mechanisms given terrible form. As we move forward to examine the systems of judgment that determined who faced these guardians and who escaped them, keep this paradox in mind. The demons of hell represent both human fear and human hope. Fear of punishment, yes, but hope that punishment exists because the universe cares about justice. The guardians of the underworld are terrifying, but their terror serves a purpose. They remind us that actions matter, that choices have consequences, and that even after death the moral ledger must somehow be balanced. Now that we've met the staff of the underworld, it's time to examine their toolkit. Because here's a question that ancient theologians took surprisingly seriously. What exactly should eternal punishment feel like? It's one thing to say that sinners will suffer after death, quite another to specify the precise nature of that suffering. And across thousands of years and dozens of civilizations, humans proved remarkably creative in answering this question. Fire, ice, darkness, hunger, thirst, dismemberment, reconstitution, and dismemberment again. The menu of infernal torments is extensive, varied, and deeply revealing about the cultures that invented it. Let's start with the most famous element of hell, fire. When modern people imagine hell, they almost invariably imagine flames. This association is so deeply embedded in Western culture that fire and brimstone has become shorthand for any kind of religious intimidation. Politicians consign opponents to the flames. Angry preachers threaten congregations with hellfire. The connection between hell and burning seems almost natural, almost inevitable. But it wasn't always this way, and understanding why fire became hell's signature element tells us something important about the cultures that made this choice. The Christian and Islamic hells are both primarily fire-based, and this isn't coincidental. Both traditions emerge from the same geographical and cultural milieu, the ancient Near East, specifically the arid regions around the Mediterranean and Arabian Peninsula. These were hot places, very hot places. Places where the sun could kill you, where fire was both essential for survival and a constant danger, where the experience of burning, whether from solar radiation or actual flames, was intimately familiar to everyone. For people living in these conditions, fire represented perhaps the most visceral form of suffering imaginable. Everyone had been burned at some point, by cooking fires, by the sun, by accidents with lamps or torches. Everyone knew that particular quality of burn pain, immediate, intense, impossible to ignore. Fire also had the useful property of being both destructive and purifying. It consumed utterly, leaving nothing behind but ash. Yet it also refined precious metals, separating impurities from gold. This dual nature made fire theologically versatile. It could represent both total destruction and painful purification, depending on what the theology required. The Christian scriptures contain numerous references to fire as a punishment for the wicked. The Gospels speak of unquenchable fire and the furnace of fire where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. The book of Revelation describes a lake of fire where the devil, the beast, and the false prophet will be tormented day and night forever and ever. These images, drawn from Jewish apocalyptic literature and filtered through Greek and Roman influences, established fire as the default element of Christian damnation. But the specific geography that gave rise to these images deserves attention. The word Gehenna, which appears in the New Testament as a term for hell, originally referred to a real place, the Valley of Hinnom, just outside Jerusalem. This valley had a dark history. In ancient times, it was reportedly used for child sacrifice to the god Moloch. Children burned alive as offerings. Later, it became Jerusalem's garbage dump, where refuse was burned continuously. The fires never went out because there was always more trash to consume. The valley thus became associated with both the worst of human evil, child sacrifice, and the perpetual burning of worthless things, garbage. When Jesus used Gehenna to describe the fate of the wicked, his audience would have immediately understood the reference, a place of continuous fire where the worst things ended up burning forever. Islamic tradition inherited and elaborated the fire imagery. The Quran describes Jahannam in vivid, often horrifying detail. The fire of Islamic hell is not ordinary fire. It's described as 70 times hotter than earthly flames, which raises interesting questions about the physics of the afterlife. The damned will have their skins burned off, then regenerated, then burned off again, ensuring that the pain never diminishes through nerve damage. Boiling water will be poured over their heads, melting their internal organs. They will be given only boiling water to drink and a horrifying substance called zakum to eat, the fruit of a tree that grows in hell, described as looking like devil's heads and tasting like molten brass. Not exactly a dining experience to look forward to. What's particularly interesting about Islamic hellfire is its moral intelligence. The Quran suggests that the fire itself recognizes sinners. It leaps toward them eagerly, like a predator spotting prey. This personification of fire transforms it from a passive element into an active agent of divine justice. The flames don't just happen to burn the damned, they want to burn them. They're enthusiastic about their work. This adds a psychological dimension to the punishment. Not just physical pain, but the knowledge that even the elements of the universe are aligned against you. The prevalence of fire in Near Eastern hells likely reflects not just the experience of heat in those climates, but also specific cultural practices around execution. Burning at the stake was known in the ancient world, though it wasn't as common as later medieval practice would make it. More importantly, fire was associated with divine judgment in numerous Near Eastern traditions. The god Marduk was associated with fire. The pillar of fire led the Israelites through the wilderness. Fire consumed the sacrifices that pleased the gods. The connection between fire and divine action was deeply established, making it natural that divine punishment would also take fiery form. But here's where things get interesting. Not all hells burn. Some of them freeze. And the distribution of fire versus ice in hell traditions maps surprisingly well onto the climates of the cultures that created them. Consider the Buddhist hells, which include both hot and cold varieties. The 8 hot hells feature the expected fire-based torments, burning, boiling, roasting in various creative configurations. But there are also 8 cold hells, where the damned suffer from exposure to unimaginable cold. In these frozen realms, beings are trapped in ice, their flesh cracking and splitting from the intense cold. One hell is named for the sound people make when their tongues freeze, a kind of chattering that was apparently distinctive enough to serve as a label. Another is named after a lotus flower, because the frozen flesh of the damned splits into petal-like patterns as it cracks apart. Not a pleasant botanical reference. This dual system reflects the geography of Buddhism's development. Buddhism arose in India, where extreme heat was a familiar torment, but it spread rapidly into Central Asia, Tibet, and eventually East Asia, where brutal winters posed equally serious threats to human survival. A hell that only burned wouldn't resonate with a Tibetan monk who knew perfectly well that cold could kill just as effectively as heat. By including both hot and cold hells, Buddhist cosmology created a punishment system that could terrify anyone, regardless of their local climate. Wherever you lived, whatever you feared, Buddhist hell had something for you. The cold hells also allowed for theological innovation in the concept of punishment. Hot punishment tends to be actively destructive. Fire consumes, burns away, reduces to nothing. Cold punishment is more passive but equally devastating. It preserves, traps, immobilizes. The frozen damned are not destroyed. They're suspended in their suffering, unable to move or escape, conscious but helpless. This represents a different kind of torment, not the agony of destruction, but the agony of endless stasis. You might argue that being burned alive is worse than being frozen, but anyone who's experienced severe cold knows that the pain of freezing is no joke either. Dante Alighieri, writing in early 14th century Italy, made perhaps the most famous literary use of cold as infernal punishment. His Inferno places Satan himself in the lowest circle of hell, not surrounded by fire but frozen in a lake of ice. This seems counterintuitive at first. Isn't hell supposed to be hot? But Dante's choice reflects sophisticated theological reasoning. In medieval Christian thought, God was associated with warmth, light, and love. Hell, being the furthest point from God, should therefore be characterized by the absence of these qualities. The lowest, most terrible part of hell isn't hot. It's the absence of all warmth, all light, all love. It's frozen because freezing is what happens when you are maximally separated from the divine source of all heat. Dante's Satan isn't actively tormenting anyone in this frozen pit. He's stuck there, frozen up to his waist in the ice of the lake called Cocytus, mindlessly chewing on the three greatest traitors in history, Judas, Brutus, and Cassius. He's not a powerful rebel king ruling his dark domain. He's a pathetic, trapped creature, his bat-like wings beating uselessly and actually generating the cold wind that keeps the lake frozen. This is punishment through humiliation, as much as through suffering. The great adversary reduced to an eternal ice cube with a dental fixation. The three traitors in Satan's mouths represent Dante's own theological and political concerns. Judas betrayed Christ, the obvious choice for worst traitor ever. But Brutus and Cassius betrayed Julius Caesar, which might seem like a lesser crime to modern readers. For Dante, however, Caesar represented the divinely ordained political order, the Roman Empire that had created the conditions for Christianity's spread. Betraying Caesar was thus a crime against divine providence, almost as serious as betraying Christ himself. This tells us something important about infernal punishment. It always reflects the values and anxieties of its creators. Dante's deepest circle of hell reveals his deepest concerns, not just religious betrayal but political betrayal, not just sin against God but sin against proper order. The ice of Dante's lowest hell also punishes with a kind of poetic justice that runs throughout the Inferno. The traitors are frozen because treachery requires cold calculation. It's a cold crime, committed with cool deliberation rather than hot passion. The punishment matches the sin not just in severity but in character. The fraudulent, who use the warmth of human connection to deceive others, are denied all warmth forever. They're stuck with the coldness they cultivated in life. This principle of matching punishment to crime, contrapasso in Dante's terminology, shapes his entire hell. The lustful are blown about by endless winds, because they let themselves be blown about by their passions in life. The gluttons lie in freezing rain and filthy slush, a kind of gross parody of the sensory pleasures they overindulged. The hoarders and the spendthrifts push heavy weights against each other for eternity, symbolizing their equally misguided relationships with money. Each punishment is a kind of dark poetry, making the sin visible through its consequences. But let's step back from fire and ice to consider the oldest element of infernal punishment, darkness. Before the hells burned or froze, they were simply dark. The earliest underworlds in human imagination weren't torture chambers. They were just really, really dark places underground where everyone went after death. The Mesopotamian underworld, Kur or Irkala, was described primarily in terms of absence. Absence of light, absence of food, except dust, absence of the pleasures of life. The dead didn't suffer active torment. They simply existed in a diminished state, shadows of their former selves dwelling in perpetual gloom. This wasn't punishment for sin. Everyone ended up there regardless of behavior. It was simply the nature of death. The light goes out, and you spend eternity in the dark. This conception makes psychological sense for a pre-electric civilization. Darkness was genuinely dangerous in the ancient world. Without artificial lighting, night was a time of vulnerability to predators, to accidents, to all the things you couldn't see coming. The association between death and darkness was probably one of the earliest and most natural metaphors humans developed. Life is light. Death is darkness. You spend your days in the sun and your eternity underground, where the sun never reaches. The Greek underworld retained this emphasis on darkness, though it added geographical complexity. Hades was gloomy, yes, but it also had rivers, the Styx, the Acheron, the Lethe, plains, the asphodel meadows, and distinct regions for different categories of souls. The darkness wasn't total. You could apparently see well enough to wander aimlessly, which might actually be worse than complete blackness. Imagine being able to see the other shades around you, recognizing perhaps old friends or family members, but being unable to truly connect with them, unable to experience the pleasures of companionship, just existing in grey half-light forever. The Greek underworld punished through deprivation rather than active torment. You were denied everything that made life worth living, condemned to an eternal existence of profound inadequacy. The Hebrew Sheol followed similar lines. a shadowy realm beneath the earth where the dead existed in some diminished form. The Old Testament says remarkably little about Sheol, which suggests that ancient Israelites weren't particularly focused on the afterlife. What references exist painted as dark, quiet, and cut off from the joys of both earthly life and divine presence? The dead in Sheol don't praise God. They don't do much of anything. They just are, existing without really living. Which, when you think about it, is its own kind of horror. Darkness as punishment works on multiple psychological levels. There's the primal fear of the dark, hardwired into human nervous systems from our evolutionary past as prey animals who needed to watch for predators. There's the association of darkness with ignorance, confusion, being lost. In the dark, you don't know where you are or where to go. There's the social deprivation of darkness, the inability to see faces, to read expressions, to connect with others through the primary human sense of vision. And there's the spiritual symbolism of darkness as distance from God, who is so frequently associated with light in religious traditions that seeing the light has become universal shorthand for spiritual awakening. The combination of darkness with other punishments creates particularly intense suffering. Dante's hell isn't uniformly dark, but darkness appears in specific contexts for specific purposes. The second circle, where the lustful are punished, is completely dark except for the howling wind. The sinners can feel each other being blown past but can't see anything. The third circle, where the gluttons lie in filthy rain, is also dark and storm-tossed. The eighth circle, where the fraudulent suffer various punishments, is notably dim, requiring Virgil's guidance to navigate. Each use of darkness adds a layer to the punishment, not just pain, but pain in the dark, isolation in addition to torment. Now let's consider some of the more creative elements of infernal punishment that go beyond the big three of fire, ice, and darkness. Because human imagination, when turned to the project of devising suffering, proved remarkably inventive. Hunger and thirst appear across multiple traditions as instruments of eternal torment. The Greek myth of Tantalus, standing in a pool of water beneath fruit-laden branches, but with both water and fruit receding whenever he reaches for them, is the classic Western expression of this idea. The punishment is not active pain, but eternal unfulfilled desire. Tantalus is tortured by the promise of satisfaction that's never delivered. In Islamic hell, the damned are given boiling water to drink, which doesn't quench their thirst but increases their torment. In Buddhist hells, hungry ghosts suffer from necks so thin they can't swallow food, and stomachs so large they're always starving. These punishments weaponize basic biological drives, turning the simple needs that sustain life into sources of endless suffering. Dismemberment and bodily destruction appear in numerous traditions, often with the disturbing addition of regeneration so the process can repeat. The image of flesh being torn away only to grow back so it can be torn away again recurs across cultures. It appears in Greek myth, Prometheus having his liver eaten by an eagle daily, only for it to regenerate each night, in Buddhist hell texts. Demons dismembering the damned who are then reassembled for further dismemberment, in Islamic descriptions of skin burned off and regrown, in Christian artistic depictions of sinners being eternally consumed by demons. The implication is that death itself is denied as an escape. You can't simply be destroyed and have your suffering end, you must suffer forever, which requires that your capacity to suffer be eternally renewed. Pressure and crushing appear particularly in Buddhist and Chinese hells, where sinners might be crushed between mountains, pressed under massive weights, or squeezed through narrow spaces that deform their bodies. These punishments speak to fears of confinement and suffocation, of being trapped with no room to move or breathe. The combination of physical compression with psychological claustrophobia creates a particularly intense form of torment. Anyone who's ever been stuck in a tight space and felt the rising panic of being unable to move will understand the horror of being crushed for eternity. Repetitive, meaningless labour appears in both Greek and Buddhist traditions. Sisyphus pushing his boulder up the hill only to watch it roll back down is the Western archetype. Buddhist hells include similar punishments. Sinners forced to climb trees covered in thorns, demons forcing them up, only to fall and climb again. These punishments attack meaning as much as the body. The suffering isn't just physical but existential. You labour eternally for nothing, your efforts eternally undone, experiencing both the pain of effort and the despair of futility. The psychological sophistication of some hell traditions is genuinely impressive. Buddhist texts describe hells where the punishment is precisely tailored to create maximum suffering, based on the individual's psychology. A vain person might be placed in a hall of mirrors that show only their ugliest features. A miser might be forced to watch their hoarded wealth being given away. A person who caused others to feel shame might be publicly humiliated for eternity. These aren't generic punishments applied to everyone. They're custom torments designed to exploit each sinner's specific vulnerabilities. It's almost like personalized torture, which would require quite sophisticated intake procedures. This brings us to a crucial insight about the elements of infernal punishment. They always reflect the fears and experiences of the cultures that invented them. Desert peoples feared fire and burning. Northern peoples feared cold and freezing. Agricultural peoples feared hunger and failed harvests. Claustrophobic cave dwellers feared being trapped and crushed. Each culture drew on its most visceral experiences of suffering to imagine what eternal suffering would feel like. This cultural specificity is perhaps most obvious when we compare punishments across traditions. Ancient Mediterranean hells focus heavily on fire and darkness, because those were the dominant threats in Mediterranean life. Tibetan hells emphasize cold because Tibet is cold. Chinese hells often feature bureaucratic elements, being processed through courts, filling out forms, waiting in lines, because Chinese culture was heavily bureaucratic. Japanese hells include punishments for offences against social harmony and proper behaviour, because Japanese culture emphasized these values. The universal human need to imagine justice being done takes locally specific forms depending on what that culture fears and values. We can even trace changes in hell's elements over time within single traditions. Early Christian hell was relatively simple: fire, darkness, and general suffering. But medieval Christianity elaborated these elements into Baroque complexity, adding specific torments for specific sins, creating entire geographies of punishment, assigning demons to specialize in particular forms of torture. This elaboration reflects both the growing institutional power of the medieval church, which had incentives to make hell as terrifying as possible, and the general medieval fascination with classification and systematization. If earthly society could be organized into orders, ranks, and categories, why not organize eternal punishment the same way? The Reformation and Counter-Reformation periods saw further evolution. Protestant traditions often simplified hell back toward biblical basics, rejecting the elaborate Catholic additions as unscriptural speculation. Catholic traditions sometimes doubled down on the details, using vivid descriptions of infernal torment as a tool for maintaining religious allegiance during a period of intense competition. The element of hell became a theological battleground, with different Christian factions arguing about what exactly sinners would suffer and why. Modern hell concepts, to the extent that people still believe in them literally, tend to be vaguer than their historical predecessors. Contemporary believers often describe hell in terms of separation from God rather than physical torment, perhaps reflecting modern discomfort with the idea of a loving God personally administering torture. The fire remains in the imagery, but its meaning has shifted from literal burning to metaphorical burning, the anguish of being eternally separated from divine love. This is arguably a more sophisticated theological position, but it's also less viscerally terrifying than the medieval vision of actual flames consuming actual flesh. One final element deserves mention: the eternal duration of the punishment. This might not seem like an element in the same way that fire or ice or darkness are elements, but duration is arguably the most important component of infernal suffering. A minute of burning would be horrible, an hour would be worse. A day, a year, a lifetime, the suffering accumulates. But eternity? The human mind simply cannot grasp what eternal suffering would actually mean. Consider, if you've been burning in hell for 1,000,000 years, you haven't made any progress toward the end of your sentence. You're not even a tiny fraction closer to being done. Infinity is not just a very long time, it's a fundamentally different quantity that makes all finite durations irrelevant. The first second of eternal punishment is, in a sense, exactly as far from the end as the 1,000,000th year. The suffering never approaches completion because completion doesn't exist. This is perhaps the most psychologically devastating element of traditional hell, not the specific nature of the torment, but its infinity. Any finite punishment, no matter how terrible, would eventually end. You could endure it because you would know it would be over someday. But eternal punishment offers no such hope. The future stretches out forever, containing nothing but more suffering, with no possibility of release, no hope of mercy, no end in sight because there is no end. This aspect of hell has troubled theologians for centuries. How can finite sins deserve infinite punishment? Various answers have been proposed, but none of them fully resolve the apparent injustice of eternal torment for temporal crimes. The elements of hell, fire, ice, darkness, hunger, crushing, dismemberment, meaningless labour, psychological torment, and eternal duration, collectively represent humanity's most comprehensive attempt to imagine the worst possible experience. Each element addresses a different aspect of suffering: physical pain, sensory deprivation, psychological anguish, existential despair. Combined, they create a vision of total suffering that leaves no aspect of human experience untouched. And yet, for all their horror, these elements also reveal something almost touching about human psychology. We invented these torments because we needed them, needed to believe that the universe takes morality seriously, that evil will be punished, that the scales will somehow balance. The fire of hell isn't just sadism projected onto the cosmos. It's the desperate human hope that justice exists, that actions have consequences, that meaning persists beyond death. The elements of infernal punishment are terrible, yes, but they're terrible in the service of a fundamentally moral vision of the universe. Understanding why hell burns, freezes, and drowns in darkness helps us understand something profound about the human need for cosmic justice. We didn't simply want sinners to suffer. We wanted them to suffer appropriately, in ways that reflected their specific sins, in elements that spoke to our deepest fears. The toolkit of eternal torment is a map of human anxiety, showing us what we fear most and what we most desperately want to believe the universe will protect us from. Fire, ice, and darkness are not just punishments, they're prayers, expressed in the negative, hoping that the worst things we can imagine will happen only to those who deserve them. Let's delve deeper into some specific cultural variations that illuminate this relationship between environment, psychology, and infernal imagination. The Norse conception of the afterlife presents a fascinating counterpoint to the Mediterranean focus on fire. In Norse mythology, the primary threat after death wasn't burning. It was being sent to Niflheim, the realm of cold, ice, and mist. This was the destination for those who died of illness or old age, considered a less honourable death than falling in battle. The chosen warriors went to Valhalla's feasting halls. Everyone else got the frozen wasteland ruled by the half-dead goddess Hel. This makes perfect sense when you consider the Norse environment. Scandinavia's winters were brutal, life-threatening, capable of killing anyone caught unprepared. Cold wasn't an abstract concept for Norse peoples. It was an annual threat that claimed lives every year. The fear of freezing to death, of being lost in a blizzard, of the long dark winter that seemed to go on forever. These fears naturally shaped their vision of the worst possible afterlife. Why would Norse mythology threaten people with fire when fire was actually what kept them alive through those endless winters? Fire was salvation, not punishment. Cold was the enemy. The environmental determinism extends to more subtle elements as well. Consider the importance of feasting in Norse culture. The dead warriors in Valhalla spend their afterlife fighting by day and feasting by night, with an inexhaustible supply of meat and mead. This wasn't just hedonism, it reflected the genuine food insecurity of Norse life. Harvests could fail, game could disappear, fishing could prove fruitless. The promise of eternal feasting was the promise of eternal food security, freedom from the hunger that shadowed every Norse winter. Conversely, being denied this feast, being sent to cold, barren Niflheim, meant eternal deprivation, eternal hunger, eternal cold. The worst thing Norse people could imagine was more of what they already feared most. Japanese Buddhist hell traditions incorporated elements that reflected specifically Japanese anxieties. The concept of Meido, the realm of the dead, included bureaucratic processing that would have been familiar to anyone who dealt with Japanese administration. Souls were processed, their cases reviewed, their destinations determined by officials following proper procedures. This systematization reflects a culture that valued order, hierarchy, and proper process. Even in hell, the Japanese imagination required things to be done correctly. Japanese hells also emphasized shame and exposure in ways that reflected the importance of face-saving in Japanese culture. Public humiliation, being stripped naked, having one's sins announced to crowds, these punishments attacked the social self that Japanese culture made so central to identity. A punishment that might seem relatively mild to an individualistic Western sensibility became devastating in a context where social standing meant everything. The African traditions present yet another variation, one often overlooked in Western-centric discussions of hell. Many African cosmologies didn't develop elaborate hell concepts in the same way that Mediterranean and Asian traditions did. The afterlife was often conceived as a continuation of ancestral existence, with the dead remaining connected to the living through ongoing relationships of respect and remembrance. Ancestors could help or harm the living depending on how they were treated. Given proper respect and offerings, they would protect their descendants. Neglected or insulted, they might cause misfortune. This relational approach to the afterlife produced different kinds of post-mortem anxiety than the punishment-focused traditions we've been discussing. The fear wasn't of going to a bad place after death. It was of being forgotten, of having your descendants neglect the obligations that kept you connected to the world of the living. The worst fate wasn't torture, but oblivion, not suffering, but irrelevance. This represents a fundamentally different approach to cosmic justice. Rather than a separate realm where divine judges punish the wicked, justice operated through ongoing relationships between the living and the dead. The Celtic traditions of pre-Christian Britain and Ireland present another interesting variant. The otherworld in Celtic mythology was not primarily a place of punishment. It was a parallel realm that could be wonderful or dangerous, but wasn't organised around moral judgment in the way that Mediterranean underworlds were. The Irish Tir na Nog, the land of youth, was a paradise of eternal beauty and pleasure, accessible to heroes who crossed the Western Sea. There were dark places too, realms of monsters and dangers, but these weren't hell in the moralised sense. They were just dangerous places, the way certain earthly places were dangerous. This raises an interesting question. Why did some cultures develop elaborate hell concepts while others didn't? The answer seems to lie in the relationship between religious institutions and political power. Highly centralized societies with strong priestly classes, Egypt, Mesopotamia, medieval Europe, imperial China, tended to develop more elaborate afterlife systems, including more detailed hells. These systems serve the interests of the institutional religion, providing both motivation for proper behavior and justification for religious authority. If the priest controlled access to the rituals that ensured a good afterlife, their power was immense. Societies with more diffuse religious authority, many African and pre-Christian European societies fall into this category, tended towards simpler afterlife concepts. Without a professional priestly class with interests in elaborating doctrine, afterlife beliefs remained relatively undeveloped. This isn't a matter of sophistication or primitiveness, it's a matter of institutional incentives. Complex hells require institutions to maintain and transmit their complexity. The visual element of hell also deserves deeper exploration. We've touched on this in discussing art, but the sensory imagination of hell extended beyond the visual. Medieval texts describe the sounds of hell, the screaming of the damned, the roaring of flames, the cruel laughter of demons, the gnashing of teeth. These soundscapes were designed to be heard in the imagination, creating an auditory dimension to the threat of damnation. A preacher describing the sounds of hell to a congregation was engaging their ears as well as their fears. The smells of hell appear less frequently in theological texts, but were certainly part of popular imagination. Brimstone, sulphur, produces a distinctive acrid odour when it burns. This smell became associated with demonic presence in folklore. If you smelled sulphur, a devil might be nearby. The stench of burning flesh, of rot, of excrement, all were imaginatively associated with the underworld. Hell was not just a place of pain, but a place of assault on all the senses, including the ones we don't always think about. Touch, obviously, was central. Fire burns, ice freezes, demons tear and claw. But taste also played a role. We've mentioned the Islamic zakum fruit and boiling water. Buddhist texts describe food in certain hells that looks appetizing, but burns the throat and stomach when swallowed. The communion of the damned is a horrifying parody of the communion of the blessed, with poison instead of nectar, filth instead of ambrosia. Even the most fundamental act of sustenance becomes another avenue for suffering. This comprehensive assault on all the senses reflects a deep understanding of human psychology. We experience the world through our bodies, through the information our senses provide. An afterlife that punished only one sense would leave the others as potential refuges, but a hell that attacks sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, that hell leaves no refuge at all. every channel of experience becomes a channel of suffering. This totality of torment was theologically necessary. If sin corrupted the whole person, punishment must afflict the whole person. No aspect of experience could be exempt. The temporal structure of punishment also varied in interesting ways across traditions. We've discussed the question of eternal versus temporary hell, but even within eternal punishment, there were variations in how that eternity was experienced. Some traditions described hell as essentially static. You suffer the same torment forever, without variation or development. Others suggested a kind of progression. Even within eternal punishment, souls might move between different hells, experience different torments, have periods of greater and lesser intensity. The Buddhist tradition, with its temporary hells, developed the most elaborate temporal structure. The duration of punishment in each hell was specified, often in incomprehensibly vast numbers. You might spend 500 years in one hell, then be reborn in another for 10,000 years, then move to another for 1,000,000 years, with the numbers growing larger as the hells grew more severe. These astronomical durations served a purpose. They made clear that while Buddhist hell was technically temporary, temporary could mean billions of years of suffering. The theoretical possibility of eventual release didn't make the punishment any less terrifying in practice. The concept of intermediate states between death and final judgment also affected how punishment was imagined. Catholic purgatory represents the most developed version of this in Western tradition, a temporary state of purification where souls not destined for hell, but not yet ready for heaven, undergo suffering to burn away their remaining sins. Purgatory uses fire like hell, but with a crucial difference: the fire purifies rather than punishes. The souls in purgatory are destined for heaven, they're just not quite ready yet. This concept created interesting theological complications and opportunities. If purgatory existed, the living could help the dead by praying for them, having masses said for their souls, or, most controversially, purchasing indulgences. The medieval indulgence system, which allowed people to buy reduced time in purgatory for themselves or their deceased relatives, became one of the central grievances of the Protestant Reformation. Martin Luther's initial complaints were specifically about indulgence selling, which he saw as a corruption of the gospel. The elements of purgatorial punishment thus had real economic and political consequences, shaping the structure of medieval society and eventually helping to shatter the religious unity of Western Christianity. The relationship between earthly punishment and infernal punishment also deserves attention. In many societies, the tortures inflicted on criminals mirrored the tortures imagined for the damned, or perhaps it was the other way around, with infernal torments modelled on earthly judicial practice. Burning at the stake, for example, was both an earthly execution method and an eternal fate. This mirroring served to legitimize earthly punishment. If God burns sinners in hell, surely human authorities can burn heretics on earth. The infernal torture chamber provided a template and a justification for the earthly one. This connection worked in the other direction too. As earthly judicial practices became more humane during the Enlightenment, theological attitudes toward hell began to shift as well. The same intellectual currents that made torture seem barbaric in criminal justice made eternal torment seem inconsistent with a loving God. The humanitarian revolution that transformed earthly treatment of criminals also transformed, for many people, the imaginability of divine punishment. If we wouldn't torture criminals eternally, how could we believe that God would? Modern hell concepts, where they survive at all, often focus on psychological rather than physical elements. The fire becomes metaphorical. The burning of guilt, the pain of separation from God, the anguish of realizing what one has lost. C.S. Lewis, in The Great Divorce, imagined hell not as a torture chamber, but as a grey town where self-absorbed souls gradually isolate themselves further and further from others and from God. The punishment isn't inflicted from outside, it's the natural consequence of the soul's own choices. This psychologized hell seems more compatible with modern sensibilities, but it arguably loses some of the visceral power of the traditional vision. There's something almost nostalgic about the elaborate physical hells of earlier traditions. At least those sinners knew what they were in for. Fire, ice, demons with pitchforks. Terrifying, yes, but comprehensible. The modern psychological hell, by contrast, is vaguer and perhaps ultimately more disturbing. What does it actually mean to be eternally separated from God? What does that feel like? The absence of concrete imagery leaves room for the imagination to fill in details that might be worse than any medieval torture chamber. The elements of infernal punishment, then, represent humanity's attempt to give concrete form to abstract moral concepts. Justice, retribution, consequence, these are ideas, and ideas are hard to fear. Fire burning your flesh, ice freezing your bones, darkness pressing in from all sides, these are experiences, and experiences are very easy to fear. The great achievement of hell builders across cultures was translating moral philosophy into sensory terror, making the abstract consequences of sin into something you could almost feel. This translation was never perfect, and the elements chosen always reflected the particular fears and experiences of the translators. But the underlying project was universal, to make morality matter by making its violation hurt. Fire, ice, and darkness are not just elements of punishment, they're elements of meaning, giving weight and consequence to human choices in a universe that might otherwise seem indifferent to how we behave. The toolkit of eternal torment is, paradoxically, a testament to human hope, the hope that our actions matter, that justice exists, that the universe takes sides in the eternal struggle between good and evil. After everything we've explored, the architecture of hell, its guardians, its instruments of torture, the categories of sinners condemned to suffer there, you might reasonably conclude that the underworld is a one-way destination. Check in, never check out. A cosmic roach motel for souls, and for the most part you'd be right. The entire theological point of hell in most traditions is its inescapability. What good is eternal punishment if people can just leave when they've had enough? The permanence is the point. And yet, across virtually every culture that developed an underworld concept, we find stories of people who went down and came back up. Living heroes who descended into the realm of the dead and returned to tell the tale. Gods and demigods who broke through the gates, retrieved lost loved ones, or simply proved that even death's dominion had limits. These stories, collectively known as katabasis, from the Greek word for descent, represent one of the most persistent and fascinating motifs in world mythology. They suggest that while hell might be terrifying, it isn't quite as absolute as its administrators would like us to believe. Let's begin with one of the oldest and most remarkable of these stories, the descent of Inanna, the Sumerian goddess of love, fertility, and war. This tale, preserved on clay tablets dating back nearly 4,000 years, represents our earliest detailed account of a journey to the underworld and back, and it's a strange, haunting narrative that still resonates today. Inanna decides to visit the underworld, ruled by her sister Ereshkigal. Her motivations are somewhat unclear in the text, perhaps to extend her power, perhaps to attend the funeral of Ereshkigal's husband, perhaps simply because goddesses of her temperament don't like being told there are places they can't go. Whatever her reasons, she prepares carefully for the journey, adorning herself with the regalia of her divine power. Crown, jewellery, royal garments, the symbols of her authority over heaven and earth. But the underworld has rules, and even goddesses must follow them. At each of the 7 gates leading down to Ereshkigal's throne room, Inanna is required to remove one piece of her divine regalia. The crown comes off at the first gate. The jewellery at subsequent gates. By the time she reaches her sister, Inanna is naked and powerless, stripped of all the symbols that made her a goddess. Ereshkigal fixes her with the eye of death, and Inanna dies, her corpse hung on a hook like a piece of meat. This should be the end of the story. A goddess entered the realm of death, and death won. But Inanna had prepared for this possibility. Before descending, she instructed her servant to seek help if she didn't return within 3 days. The servant appeals to various gods, most of whom refuse to interfere with the underworld's jurisdiction. Finally, the god Enki agrees to help. He creates 2 small beings from the dirt under his fingernails, not exactly a prestigious origin story, and sends them to the underworld with the food and water of life. These beings slip into the underworld, find Inanna's corpse and revive her with the magical provisions. But there's a catch, because there's always a catch when dealing with the underworld. The rule is absolute. No one leaves the land of the dead without providing a substitute. Someone must take Inanna's place. Accompanied by demons who will ensure she fulfills this obligation, Inanna returns to the upper world to choose her replacement. She passes various loyal servants who mourned her absence. She refuses to condemn them. But when she reaches her own home, she finds her husband Dumuzi sitting on her throne, dressed in fine clothes, apparently not mourning at all. He's been enjoying her absence, ruling in her place, not exactly wearing black and weeping. Inanna, understandably annoyed, fixes him with that same eye of death and hands him over to the demons. Dumuzi will spend half of each year in the underworld, his sister volunteering to take the other half, creating a mythological explanation for the cycle of seasons. This story contains several elements that will recur across catabasis narratives worldwide. First, the descent requires preparation. You don't just wander into the underworld unprepared and expect to survive. Second, there are rules, gates, guardians. The underworld is bureaucratic, demanding compliance with its procedures. Third, escape is possible but costly. Someone or something must be given in exchange. Fourth, the journey transforms the traveller. Inanna returns, but she returns changed, having experienced death firsthand. And fifth, the story serves broader mythological and social functions, in this case, explaining seasonal cycles and the relationship between life and death. The Greek tradition produced multiple catabasis narratives, each with its own particular emphasis. The most famous is probably the story of Orpheus and Eurydice, a tale that has inspired countless artistic interpretations from ancient vase paintings to modern operas. Orpheus was the greatest musician who ever lived. His songs could charm wild animals, move stones, and even sway the hearts of gods. When his beloved wife Eurydice died from a snake bite, Orpheus did what any grieving husband with supernatural musical abilities would do. He went to get her back. Orpheus descended to the underworld, playing his lyre and singing songs of such heartbreaking beauty that even the hardened residents of Hades were moved. The Furies wept for the first time in their existence. Sisyphus paused from his eternal boulder-pushing to listen. Tantalus forgot his hunger and thirst. The wheel that Ixion was bound to stopped turning. Even Hades and Persephone, the king and queen of the dead, were touched by Orpheus's grief and his art. They agreed to let Eurydice go, but with one condition, because again, there's always a condition. Orpheus must walk ahead of her on the journey back to the upper world, and he must not look back until they've both emerged into the sunlight. If he looks back before she's fully in the land of the living, she will be lost forever. This seems straightforward enough, but anyone who's ever been told don't think about elephants knows how these things tend to work out. Orpheus begins the ascent, Eurydice following behind him, their footsteps echoing in the dark passages leading up from Hades. He can hear her behind him, or can he? The further they climb, the more doubt creeps in. What if the gods deceived him? What if she's not really there? What if this is all a cruel joke? Just as they're about to emerge into daylight, just at the threshold of the upper world, Orpheus's nerve breaks. He turns to look at her. For one moment he sees her, pale, insubstantial, reaching toward him. Then she's pulled back into the darkness, fading like smoke, speaking one final word. Farewell. She's gone, this time forever, and it's entirely his fault. Orpheus wanders the world in grief, refusing the company of other women, until he's eventually torn apart by Maenads, frenzied female followers of Dionysus, who take offence at his indifference. His severed head, according to some versions, continues to sing as it floats down the river. The Orpheus story emphasizes different aspects of catabasis than the Inanna myth. Here, the journey is motivated by love rather than power. The hero's special gift, his music, is what gains him entry and wins concessions from the underworld's rulers. But the story also demonstrates the limits of heroic achievement. Orpheus almost succeeds, but almost isn't enough. The underworld doesn't do partial victories. You either follow the rules exactly or you lose everything. This narrative arc, tremendous effort, tantalizingly close to success, ultimate failure, has a tragic power that helps explain why the Orpheus myth has remained so culturally resonant for thousands of years. Heracles, Hercules in the Roman version, provides a contrasting model of catabasis. Where Orpheus used art and persuasion, Heracles used brute force. As his 12th and final labour, he was commanded to descend to the underworld and bring back Cerberus, the three-headed guard dog we discussed earlier. This wasn't about rescuing anyone, it was about proving that even the ultimate boundary, death itself, couldn't contain the greatest of heroes. Heracles prepared for this journey by being initiated into the Eleusinian mysteries, the secret religious rites that promised initiates a blessed afterlife. Thus spiritually fortified, he descended through a cave entrance at Taenarum and made his way to the throne of Hades. Unlike most visitors, he didn't sneak or beg. He walked in like he owned the place, which, given his divine parentage and legendary status, perhaps he felt he did. Hades agreed to let Heracles borrow Cerberus, provided he could subdue the beast without using weapons. Heracles, whose primary problem-solving approach involved wrestling things into submission, found this condition entirely acceptable. He grappled with the three-headed dog, eventually forcing it into compliance through sheer strength. Then he dragged Cerberus up to the surface, showed him to the king who'd assigned the labour, and returned him to the underworld. Task complete, boundaries transgressed, hero triumphant. The Heracles catabasis represents the heroic approach in its purest form. Death is an obstacle, and obstacles exist to be overcome. There's no negotiation, no bargaining, no tragic failure, just a supremely confident hero who treats the underworld as just another challenge to be conquered. This model would prove enormously influential, particularly in later hero narratives that emphasized individual power and achievement over the more nuanced outcomes of stories like Orpheus's. The Roman poet Virgil synthesized and elaborated these Greek traditions in Book 6 of the Aeneid, where the Trojan hero Aeneas descends to the underworld to meet his dead father and learn about Rome's future destiny. This journey is perhaps the most systematically described catabasis in classical literature, providing the template that Dante would later transform into Christian terms. Aeneas is guided by the Sibyl, a prophetess who knows the paths through the underworld. He carries a golden bow, a kind of all-access pass that guarantees safe passage. He crosses the rivers of the dead, passes the various regions where different categories of souls reside, sees the punishments of the wicked in Tartarus and the blessed existence of the virtuous in Elysium, and finally reaches his father Anchises in the deepest, most peaceful part of the underworld. Anchises shows Aeneas the souls waiting to be reborn, the future heroes of Rome, destined to build an empire that will last for ages. This prophetic element transforms the catabasis from a personal quest into a national myth. Aeneas descends not just for himself but for his people, not just to see the past but to understand the future. The underworld becomes a place of revelation as much as a place of death, offering knowledge unavailable to those who remain in the land of the living. Virgil's version also emphasizes the provisional nature of underworld boundaries. Aeneas leaves through the Gate of Ivory, one of two gates through which dreams emerge into the world, the other being the Gate of Horn. The Gate of Horn sends true dreams. The Gate of Ivory sends false ones. That Aeneas exits through the full-stream gate has puzzled scholars for centuries. Is Virgil suggesting that everything Aeneas saw was illusory, or that he returns to a world of illusions after glimpsing truth? Or simply that midnight has passed, and only false dreams emerge after midnight? The ambiguity is probably intentional, reminding readers that even the most vivid catabasis yields uncertain knowledge. Let's now jump forward several centuries to the most famous catabasis in Christian tradition, the harrowing of hell. This event, which supposedly took place between Christ's death on Good Friday and his resurrection on Easter Sunday, describes Jesus descending to the underworld, breaking its gates, defeating its guardians, and liberating the righteous souls who had been waiting there since before his coming. The harrowing of hell isn't described in detail in the canonical Gospels. There's just a cryptic reference in 1 Peter to Christ preaching to spirits in prison. But the story was elaborated extensively in apocryphal texts, particularly the Gospel of Nicodemus, and became a central element of Christian belief and art. Medieval depictions show Christ storming hell's gates, sometimes trampling a defeated Satan, leading out a procession of liberated souls including Adam and Eve, the patriarchs, the prophets, and all the righteous dead who lived before the Christian. Gospel could save them. This narrative solved a theological problem that had troubled Christian thinkers. What happened to good people who died before Christ? The obvious answer, that they were in hell, seemed unjust. The harrowing provided a better answer. They were in a kind of holding area, a limbo or prison, waiting for Christ to come and release them. His descent wasn't just a victory over death, it was a rescue mission, emptying the underworld of everyone who deserved to be freed. The harrowing of hell represents the ultimate catabasis, not just a hero visiting the underworld and returning, but God himself invading death's domain and fundamentally altering its nature. After the harrowing, hell could never claim the righteous again. The gates that had been smashed wouldn't close. The boundary between life and death had been permanently breached from the divine side. This transforms the entire meaning of death for Christian believers. It's no longer an absolute end, but a transition, with Christ having blazed the trail that others would follow. Eastern Orthodox Christianity developed this theme even more extensively than Western traditions. The Anastasis icon, one of the most important images in Orthodox art, depicts precisely this moment. Christ standing on the broken gates of hell, reaching down to pull Adam and Eve up from their graves, surrounded by the saints and prophets he's liberating. This image emphasizes the cosmic scope of Christ's action. He's not just saving individuals, but reversing the consequences of the original fall, restoring humanity to the relationship with God that Adam's sin had broken. Now let's consider what these catabasis narratives have in common, because the patterns are remarkably consistent across cultures and centuries. First, the journey requires a reason, a motivation powerful enough to justify the enormous risk. For Inanna, it was divine prerogative. For Orpheus, love. For Heracles, duty and the completion of his labours. For Aeneas, destiny and filial piety. For Christ, cosmic redemption. Nobody descends to the underworld casually. The stakes must be proportionate to the danger. Second, the journey requires preparation. Inanna arranged for rescue if she didn't return. Orpheus perfected his art. Heracles underwent mystery initiation. Aeneas obtained the golden bow. Christ was, well, God, which arguably counts as the ultimate preparation. The underworld isn't a place you can just stumble into. It requires knowledge, tools, or divine status to enter and return. Third, there are always rules, and the rules matter. Inanna had to strip at each gate. Orpheus couldn't look back. Heracles couldn't use weapons. These conditions aren't arbitrary obstacles. They're tests of the hero's ability to submit to powers greater than themselves. Even in the underworld, cosmic law applies. Even heroes must play by the rules, at least most of the time. Fourth, success is never complete or free. Inanna had to provide a substitute. Orpheus lost Eurydice at the last moment. Heracles had to return Cerberus. Aeneas emerged with knowledge but also with loss. His father would never return to life. Even Christ's harrowing, while victorious, didn't eliminate hell entirely. It just emptied it of specific categories of souls. The underworld always extracts some price, always maintains some hold, never quite surrenders completely. Fifth, the journey transforms the traveller. Heroes who descend to the underworld and return are never quite the same afterward. They've seen what lies beyond death. They carry knowledge that separates them from ordinary mortals. This transformation can be empowering. Aeneas gains certainty about his mission, or devastating. Orpheus loses all joy in living. But either way, catabasis marks a fundamental change in the hero's relationship to mortality and meaning. These patterns persist because they address universal human concerns. Death is the ultimate boundary, the one thing that truly limits human power and ambition. Stories about crossing that boundary and returning speak to our deepest hopes and fears. Hope that death isn't truly final. Fear of what lies beyond, wonder about whether love or courage or art might somehow triumph over the grave. The catabasis motif continued to evolve through medieval and Renaissance literature. Dante's Divine Comedy represents its most elaborate Christian expression, taking Virgil's Aeneid as explicit model and guide. Dante the Pilgrim descends through all 9 circles of hell, guided first by Virgil himself, representing human reason, and then by Beatrice, representing divine grace. Unlike earlier catabasis heroes, Dante isn't trying to rescue anyone or retrieve anything. He's there to learn, to witness, to be transformed by what he sees. Dante's journey follows the rules we've identified, but with Christian modifications. His passage through hell requires divine sanction. He has letters of introduction, so to speak, from the Blessed Virgin, St. Lucy, and Beatrice. He can't be harmed by hell's torments because he's a living man protected by grace. He interacts with the damned, learning their stories, but can't help them. Their sentences are permanent. And his journey doesn't end in hell. It continues upward through purgatory and paradise, making the catabasis just the first phase of a complete spiritual education. The Renaissance and early modern periods produced their own catabasis narratives, often with political or satirical dimensions. Machiavelli wrote a poem in which he visits hell and finds it governed by practical political principles. Milton's Paradise Lost doesn't feature a conventional catabasis, but Satan's journey from hell to earth inverts the motif. It's an anabasis, an ascent from the underworld to corrupt the living world. This inversion reflects Milton's theological focus on sin's origins rather than its punishment. Modern literature has continued to explore catabasis themes, often in secular or psychological terms. The journey to the underworld becomes a journey into the unconscious, a confrontation with trauma, a passage through depression or despair. Joseph Campbell's analysis of the hero's journey places the descent into the underworld at the centre of mythological narrative structure. The hero must face death symbolically before returning transformed to benefit their community. Contemporary fantasy literature is saturated with catabasis narratives. Characters regularly descend to underworlds, spirit realms, or lands of the dead and return with knowledge, artifacts, or rescued companions. Video games make catabasis interactive. Players guide heroes through underworld levels, fighting bosses that are often updates of classical guardians like Cerberus or Hades himself. The appeal of the motif seems undiminished by secularization. Even without literal belief in the underworld, the symbolic power of the journey down and back resonates with modern audiences. What explains this persistence? Partly it's the narrative satisfaction of transgressing the ultimate boundary. Death is the one thing humans absolutely cannot control, the one limit that technology and power cannot circumvent. Stories about heroes who cross that boundary and return offer vicarious triumph over the universal human fate. Even if we don't literally believe that death can be defeated, we enjoy imagining that it might be. Partly it's the psychological resonance of the descent and return structure. Human life includes periods of darkness, depression, grief, crisis, breakdown, from which we must somehow emerge. The catabasis provides a narrative model for these experiences, going down into the dark, confronting what's there, and finding a way back to the light. Whether we call it the underworld, the unconscious, or simply a really bad time, the pattern of descent and return maps onto universal human experience. Partly it's the appeal of hidden knowledge. The underworld in these stories is always a place where things are revealed that can't be known any other way. Aeneas learns Rome's destiny. Dante learns the structure of divine justice. Orpheus learns the limits of his own art. The journey isn't just about going somewhere dangerous, it's about learning something crucial. This connects catabasis to humanity's endless appetite for secret knowledge, for truths hidden from ordinary perception. And partly it's about the nature of love and commitment. Many catabasis narratives are motivated by love. Orpheus for Eurydice, Demeter for Persephone, countless folk heroes for lost spouses or children. The willingness to descend to the underworld becomes a measure of love's depth. If you truly love someone, you'll follow them even into death. This gives catabasis stories emotional power beyond their mythological framework. They're not just about heroes and gods, they're about the lengths to which love will go. The catabasis motif also raises profound questions about the nature of boundaries and their transgression. If death is the ultimate boundary, and heroes can cross it, what does that say about all the lesser boundaries that structure human life? Social boundaries, political boundaries, moral boundaries, if even death can be crossed, perhaps these lesser limits are also more permeable than they appear. Catabasis narratives can thus carry subversive implications, suggesting that established limits might be challenged rather than accepted. At the same time, these narratives usually reinforce some limits even while transgressing others. Orpheus can enter the underworld, but he can't quite bring Eurydice back. Inanna escapes, but only by condemning someone else. The rules bend but don't break. The underworld maintains its essential nature even when individual heroes penetrate its borders. This tension between transgression and limitation gives catabasis narratives their dramatic power. We want the hero to succeed completely, but we know they probably won't. The relationship between catabasis and ritual initiation deserves mention as well. Many mystery religions, the Eleusinian mysteries, various Dionysian cults, later Orphic and Mithric traditions, seem to have involved symbolic descent to the underworld as part of their initiatory practices. Initiates underwent experiences meant to simulate death and rebirth, emerging from the ritual transformed by their encounter with mortality. The catabasis myth provided the narrative framework for these ritual experiences, giving symbolic meaning to whatever physical ordeals the initiation involved. This connection between catabasis and initiation continues in various forms today. Certain therapeutic approaches involve guided visualization of descent and return. Indigenous traditions in many cultures incorporate symbolic death and rebirth in coming-of-age ceremonies. Even the structure of some athletic competitions, descending into exhaustion, finding resources beyond normal limits, emerging transformed, can be understood as secular catabasis. The pattern is deeply embedded in human psychology, perhaps connected to biological experiences like birth itself, the journey from darkness into light. The literary tradition of catabasis has also produced some wonderfully absurd variations. Aristophanes' comedy The Frogs features the god Dionysus descending to Hades to bring back a good playwright, since all the great tragedians have died. The play includes a literary contest between the ghosts of Aeschylus and Euripides, judged by Dionysus, to determine who gets to return to life. This comic treatment demonstrates that even the most serious mythological motifs can be played for laughs. The underworld as venue for divine literary criticism rather than eternal punishment. Modern absurdist and comic treatments continue this tradition. Neil Gaiman's Sandman comics feature multiple catabasis narratives, some tragic and some darkly humorous. Terry Pratchett's Discworld series includes several visits to Death's Domain, portrayed as a rather bureaucratic operation run by a skeletal figure who speaks in capital letters and has developed a fondness for cats. These humorous approaches don't diminish the power of the catabasis motif. They demonstrate its flexibility and cultural persistence. As we prepare to examine how the concept of hell was used as a tool of political and religious power, keep these escape narratives in mind. They suggest that even the most fearsome underworld was never quite as absolute as its promoters claimed. There was always a back door, always a possibility of return, always some hero who might descend and emerge victorious. This gave hope to ordinary believers, but it also created theological problems for those who wanted to use hell as an instrument of control. If death could be defeated, if the underworld could be escaped, then its power to terrify was necessarily limited. The tension between hell's claimed absoluteness and the persistent tradition of catabasis runs throughout the history of afterlife belief, and it's a tension that different cultures and institutions have resolved in different ways. Let's explore some additional catabasis narratives from traditions we haven't yet examined, because the motif truly is universal. In Japanese mythology, the god Izanagi descended to Yomi, the land of the dead, to retrieve his wife Izanami, who had died giving birth to the fire god. Like Orpheus, he was warned not to look at her. Like Orpheus, he couldn't resist. And what he saw was far worse than Eurydice's fading form. Izanami's body was rotting, covered with maggots, transformed by death into something horrifying. She was furious at being seen in this state and chased Izanagi through the underworld. He barely escaped, sealing the passage between worlds with a massive boulder. Izanami, trapped in Yomi, declared that she would kill 1,000 people every day in revenge. Izanagi responded that he would cause 1,500 to be born. And thus, according to this myth, came death and birth into the world, all because someone couldn't follow the simple instruction not to look. This Japanese version emphasizes elements absent from the Greek Orpheus tale: the physical corruption of death, the horror of seeing a loved one transformed, the permanent breach in the relationship between husband and wife that becomes a permanent feature of cosmic reality. The underworld in this version isn't just a place of separation, it's a place of transformation so complete that the beloved becomes the monstrous. The failure of the catabasis isn't just tragic, it's the origin of death itself in the human world. The Mayan hero twins, Hunahpu and Xbalanque, undertake perhaps the most elaborate catabasis in Mesoamerican mythology. Summoned to the underworld of Xibalba by its lords, who are annoyed by the noise of their ball playing, the twins must survive a series of deadly tests in houses of torment. There's the dark house, where they must keep a torch and cigars burning all night without consuming them. There's the razor house, full of moving blades. There's the cold house, the jaguar house, the fire house, and the bat house. Each presents a deadly challenge that the twins overcome through cleverness, magic, and cooperation. Eventually the twins allow themselves to be killed and their bones ground up and thrown into a river. But they regenerate, return in disguise, and trick the lords of Xibalba into asking to be killed and resurrected themselves. The twins oblige with the killing part but decline to follow through on the resurrection. Xibalba's power is broken, and the twins ascend to become the sun and moon. This catabasis involves actual death and resurrection of the heroes themselves, making it more radical than the Greek or Sumerian versions. The twins don't just visit death and return, they die, come back, and fundamentally alter the cosmic order in the process. The Finnish Kalevala includes the hero Väinämöinen's journey to Tuonela, the realm of the dead, seeking knowledge rather than a lost loved one. He's captured by the daughter of Tuoni, the death god, who throws a net woven of iron over him while he sleeps. Väinämöinen transforms himself into various creatures, an otter, a snake, to escape the net and swim back to the land of the living. Upon returning, he warns others never to visit Tuonela, describing its horrors: rivers full of swords, paths lined with spears, the eternal darkness and cold. This Finnish version emphasizes the hostile nature of the underworld even to legitimate visitors. Väinämöinen came seeking wisdom, not intending any transgression, yet the underworld tried to trap him anyway. The message is clear. Death doesn't care about your intentions or your heroic status. It wants to keep you, and only through transformation and cunning can you escape. The shape-shifting element is particularly interesting. You can't leave the underworld in the same form you entered it. The journey changes you, literally in this case, forcing you to become something other than yourself to survive. Celtic traditions include numerous stories of journeys to the otherworld, though the Celtic underworld was often more ambiguous than the Greek or Near Eastern versions. Sometimes a paradise, sometimes a danger, always strange. The Irish hero Cuchulainn visited the otherworld multiple times, sometimes to gain magical weapons or knowledge, sometimes to rescue captured companions. The Welsh Pwyll, Prince of Dyfed, exchanged places with Arawn, king of the underworld, for a year, a kind of extended catabasis that involved not just visiting, but actually ruling the realm of the dead. These Celtic catabasis narratives emphasize the permeability of the boundary between worlds. The otherworld isn't far away. It exists alongside the mortal world, accessible through certain hills, lakes, or misty passages. Heroes move back and forth more freely than in Greek mythology, where the boundary is more absolute. This reflects different cultural attitudes toward death and the supernatural. For the Celts, the dead were close neighbours, the otherworld a parallel realm rather than a distant prison. The medieval period produced numerous catabasis narratives beyond Dante's famous journey. The Vision of Tundale, written in the 12th century, describes an Irish knight's journey through hell and heaven, guided by an angel. Unlike Dante, Tundale actually experiences some of the punishments. He's not just an observer, but a temporary participant, suffering for his own sins before being released. This personal experience of hell makes the narrative more visceral than purely observational accounts. Tundale feels the fire, the ice, the claws of demons, before finally earning his way to the celestial realm. Sir Orfeo, a medieval English romance, reworks the Orpheus myth with significant changes. Here, Eurydice, called Eurydice, is stolen by the king of fairies rather than dying naturally. Orfeo abandons his kingdom and wanders as a hermit for years before discovering the fairy realm and entering it disguised as a minstrel. His music moves the fairy king, who agrees to release Eurydice. Critically, there's no don't look back condition. Orfeo simply leads his wife out and they return to their kingdom, resuming their interrupted life. The happy ending seems almost shocking after the tragic Greek version, suggesting medieval English attitudes toward the supernatural might have been more optimistic than ancient Greek ones. The tradition of visionary journeys to the afterlife continued through the medieval period, with texts like the Vision of the Monk of Ancient, the Vision of Thurkill, and dozens of others. These accounts, often presented as genuine experiences of people who nearly died or fell into mystical trances, described elaborate tours of hell, purgatory, and heaven. They served obvious didactic purposes, frightening audiences into good behaviour, but they also satisfied genuine curiosity about what lay beyond death. Each vision added details to the collective imagination of the afterlife, building the elaborate underworld geography that Dante would later systematise. The Protestant Reformation complicated catabasis narratives in Christian tradition. By rejecting purgatory, Protestants eliminated the intermediate realm that had provided theological space for stories about souls moving between conditions. The stark Protestant division between heaven and hell left less room for the kind of journeying that earlier traditions had explored. Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress, though it contains underworld imagery, is more about the journey of life than the journey after death. Yet the catabasis motif proved too powerful to abandon entirely. Romantic and Victorian literature embraced underworld themes enthusiastically. Goethe's Faust involves multiple descents into underworld and supernatural realms. Mary Shelley's Frankenstein can be read as a kind of reverse catabasis. Rather than journeying to retrieve the dead, Victor Frankenstein brings the dead back to the world of the living, with disastrous results. Edgar Allan Poe's tales explore psychological descents that mirror mythological ones, the journey into madness as a journey into an internal underworld. The 20th century saw catabasis transformed by psychoanalysis. Freud's exploration of the unconscious provided a new interpretation of underworld mythology. The descent to Hades was really a descent into the repressed contents of the psyche. Jung elaborated this interpretation extensively, arguing that catabasis narratives represented encounters with the shadow, the rejected unconscious aspects of the self that must be confronted for psychological wholeness. This psychological reading stripped the underworld of its literal supernatural content while preserving its symbolic power. Modern fantasy and science fiction have embraced catabasis with enthusiasm. Tolkien's Lord of the Rings includes several catabasis moments: Gandalf's fall into and return from Moria, Frodo's journey through Shelob's lair, Aragorn's passage through the paths of the dead. Each involves a descent into darkness, an encounter with death or its symbols, and an emergence transformed. Star Wars echoes these patterns. Luke Skywalker's confrontation with Vader in the cave on Dagobah, his later descent into the bowels of Cloud City, and his final journey to the Death Star all follow catabasis structure. Video games have made catabasis interactive and repeatable. Games like Hades let players descend to the underworld repeatedly, learning its geography, fighting its guardians, and attempting escape. Dark Souls and similar games create entire gameplay experiences around descent, death, and return. Players die constantly, but death isn't final. It's part of the cycle that leads eventually to mastery and escape. These games tap into the same psychological needs that catabasis myths always served, offering the experience of confronting and overcoming death in a controlled, repeatable form. The persistence of catabasis across media and centuries suggests it addresses something fundamental about human consciousness. We are beings who know we will die, and this knowledge creates a permanent tension at the core of our existence. Catabasis narratives offer temporary resolution of this tension. Death can be faced, the underworld can be entered, and return is possible. Even when the hero fails, like Orpheus, the story affirms that the attempt was worth making, that death's dominion is not absolute, that human courage and love can challenge the ultimate boundary. The varieties of catabasis also reveal the varieties of human hope. Some heroes descend for love, some for knowledge, some for duty, some for adventure. Some return triumphant, some barely escape, some fail entirely. These variations map onto different human attitudes toward death and what might lie beyond it. Do we hope to retrieve lost loved ones, to gain secret wisdom, to prove our heroic status, to transform the cosmic order itself? The specific form our catabasis fantasies take reveals what we most hope to accomplish in our confrontation with mortality. Perhaps most importantly, catabasis narratives remind us that boundaries exist to be tested. The underworld in these stories is not just death, but everything that limits and confines us. The hero who descends and returns doesn't just defeat death. They demonstrate that limits can be challenged, that the impossible might become possible, that transformation happens precisely at the point where ordinary existence ends. This is ultimately a hopeful message, one that explains why catabasis has remained so culturally powerful for so long. As long as humans face boundaries they wish to cross, we will tell stories about heroes who crossed the ultimate boundary and lived to tell the tale. There's a curious irony in the relationship between catabasis narratives and the institutions that maintained underworld beliefs. On one hand, religions needed hell to be inescapable, otherwise its deterrent power would be diminished. On the other hand, they kept telling stories about people who escaped. This tension was managed in various ways. Sometimes the escapees were clearly marked as exceptional, gods, demigods, or uniquely blessed heroes whose achievements ordinary mortals could never replicate. Sometimes the conditions for escape were made so specific and difficult that they functioned more as cautionary tales than as how-to guides. And sometimes the escape was explicitly temporary or limited, like Christ's harrowing, which freed specific categories of souls without opening hell's gates to future generations of sinners. The catabasis tradition also influenced how people thought about their own deaths. If heroes could descend and return, perhaps there was hope for ordinary souls as well. The mystery religions of the ancient world explicitly promised their initiates a better afterlife, often using katabasis symbolism in their rituals. Christianity offered the hope that faithful believers would follow Christ through death to resurrection. These promises transformed the terror of death into something more manageable. Not a one-way journey into darkness, but a passage that others had made before, and that offered the possibility of emergence into light. The guides who appear in katabasis narratives deserve particular attention. Almost no hero navigates the underworld alone. Inanna had her servant prepare a rescue. Orpheus relied on his music, but also on the paths established by earlier travellers. Aeneas had the Sibyl, Dante had Virgil, and then Beatrice. These guides represent knowledge, the accumulated wisdom about death and the afterlife that cultures transmitted across generations. The message is clear: you can't face death alone. You need the guidance of those who've gone before, the traditions and rituals and beliefs that give structure to the otherwise terrifying chaos of mortality. This emphasis on guidance connects katabasis to religious practice more broadly. Priests, shamans, and spiritual leaders serve as guides for the living, helping them prepare for the death that awaits everyone. The funeral rituals found in every human culture are, in a sense, practical applications of katabasis knowledge, attempts to guide the dead through the underworld as mythological heroes were guided. The Egyptian Book of the Dead, the Tibetan Book of the Dead, Christian last rites, and countless other traditions all provide maps and instructions for navigating what lies beyond life. They transform the katabasis from a story about exceptional heroes into a pattern that ordinary people can follow with appropriate guidance. The transformation of the hero through katabasis offers a final element worth contemplating. No one who journeys to the underworld returns unchanged. The experience of confronting death, even symbolically, even in story, leaves permanent marks. Orpheus returned heartbroken and eventually met a violent death himself. Aeneas returned with knowledge of his destiny, but also with the weight of having seen the suffering of the damned and the temporary nature of earthly glory. Dante's entire comedy is a record of transformation, the pilgrim who enters hell emerging as the poet capable of describing paradise. This transformative dimension suggests that katabasis is ultimately about growth and change rather than simple survival. The hero doesn't just go down and come back up, they become something different through the journey. The darkness reveals truths that light conceals. The confrontation with death clarifies what matters in life. The impossible boundary, once crossed, permanently expands what the hero believes to be possible. In this sense, every katabasis is an initiation, a passage from one state of being to another that uses death as the gateway to transformation. As we turn now to examine how religious and political authorities used hell as a tool of power, we should remember that the katabasis tradition always provided a counter-narrative. Hell might be terrifying, authorities might threaten eternal punishment for disobedience, but somewhere in the cultural background lurked the stories of heroes who went down and came back. These stories couldn't be entirely suppressed. They were too deeply embedded in human mythology, too psychologically powerful, too satisfying to audiences who wanted to believe that even death could be defeated. The tension between hell as absolute prison and hell as escapable underworld runs through the entire history of afterlife belief, and it's a tension that reveals deep ambivalence in human attitudes toward mortality, authority, and the limits of power. We've spent considerable time exploring who deserved hell and why. The murderers and thieves, the heretics and blasphemers, the various categories of sinners whose fates seemed, if not exactly fair, at least comprehensible within the logic of divine justice. But now we need to confront a far more troubling question, one that has tormented theologians for centuries and caused genuine anguish to millions of believers. What happens to people who never had the chance to choose? What about the baby who dies before baptism? What about the virtuous philosopher who lived centuries before Christ and never heard of Christianity? What about the isolated tribesman who spent his entire life following his conscience in a place where missionaries never reached? These questions might seem like theological trivia, the kind of abstract puzzle that only professional philosophers would worry about. But for countless parents throughout history, they were anything but abstract. Imagine burying your infant child, an all too common experience in eras of high child mortality, and being told by your priest that this innocent, beloved baby might be suffering eternal torment because they died before the sacrament of baptism could be performed. Imagine the horror, the grief, the desperate prayers. Imagine lying awake at night wondering if your child, your precious baby who never committed a single sin, who never even had the chance to sin, was burning in hell at that very moment. This wasn't a hypothetical scenario for medieval Christians. It was a genuine pastoral crisis that affected nearly every family at some point. Child mortality rates in pre-modern Europe were staggering by modern standards. Perhaps a quarter to a third of all children died before age 5, with many dying in infancy. The theological question of unbaptized infants wasn't academic, it was urgently personal. And the answers that theologians provided range from the horrifying to the inadequate, never quite resolving the fundamental tension between the doctrine of original sin and the intuitive human conviction that babies are innocent. Let's trace how this problem developed. The foundation was laid by the theology of original sin, most forcefully articulated by Augustine of Hippo in the late 4th and early 5th centuries. Augustine argued that all humans inherit the guilt of Adam's sin, not just a tendency towards sin, not just a damaged nature, but actual guilt that deserves punishment. Every human being, from the moment of conception, carries this burden. Baptism washes away original sin, restoring the soul to a state of grace. But without baptism, the stain of Adam's sin remains, and the unbaptized soul cannot enter heaven. The implications of this doctrine for infants were grim. Augustine didn't flinch from them. He explicitly stated that unbaptized infants who died would go to hell. Not to the worst parts of hell, perhaps. He suggested their punishment would be the mildest of all the damned, but to hell nonetheless. They would suffer eternally for a sin committed thousands of years before their birth by an ancestor they never met. Augustine considered this just because original sin was a real inheritance, like a genetic disease or a family debt. You didn't choose to receive it, but you received it nonetheless, and it was your burden to bear. This position strikes most modern readers as monstrous, and it struck many people at the time the same way. How could a loving God condemn infants to eternal suffering for something they couldn't possibly have controlled? How could baptism, a ritual that depended entirely on the actions of adults, be the determining factor in a baby's eternal fate? What kind of cosmic justice system punishes people for circumstances entirely beyond their control? Augustine had answers to these objections, though whether they satisfy is another matter. He argued that God's justice operates by standards we can't fully understand. Divine ways are not human ways. He pointed to biblical passages emphasizing the universality of sin and the necessity of grace. He maintained that the fault lay not with God but with Adam, whose choice infected all his descendants, and he noted that even mild eternal punishment was in some sense merciful compared to what pure justice might demand. But the pastoral problem remained. Priests had to minister to grieving parents who wanted to know where their children were. Telling them in hell, but the mildest part, wasn't exactly comforting. And so, over the following centuries, theologians developed alternatives that tried to soften Augustine's harsh position without explicitly contradicting it, a delicate theological dance that required considerable intellectual creativity. The concept of limbo emerged from these efforts. The term comes from the Latin limbus, meaning edge or border, suggesting a place on the margins of hell rather than its burning centre. The idea developed gradually through the medieval period, taking different forms for different categories of the unbaptized. There was the limbo of the fathers, limbus patrum, where the righteous who died before Christ awaited his coming. This limbo was emptied by Christ's descent to hell, which we discussed in our chapter on catabasis. The souls of Abraham, Moses, David, and all the Old Testament saints were released when Christ harrowed hell, leading them triumphantly to heaven. But the more theologically troublesome concept was the limbo of infants, limbus infantium, the eternal dwelling place of babies who died without baptism. This limbo was conceived as a place without suffering, or at least without sensible suffering. The infants there didn't experience the torments of the damned. They existed in a state of natural happiness, enjoying whatever contentment was possible for souls permanently excluded from the divine presence. They were denied the beatific vision, the direct experience of God that constitutes heavenly bliss, but they didn't know what they were missing. Like someone born blind who doesn't mourn the loss of sight, the souls in limbo didn't grieve for a heaven they had never experienced. This solution had the advantage of avoiding the horrifying image of burning babies. It gave grieving parents some comfort. Your child isn't suffering, even if they can't be in heaven, and it preserved the theological principle that baptism was necessary for salvation, without requiring that innocent infants undergo active punishment. It was, in short, a compassionate compromise, an attempt to soften the hard edges of Augustinian doctrine without directly challenging its foundations. Thomas Aquinas, writing in the 13th century, developed the limbo concept with characteristic philosophical precision. He argued that the souls in limbo experienced a kind of natural perfection, the fullest happiness possible for a human soul operating without supernatural grace. They knew God through natural reason, as a philosopher might, but not through the direct encounter that saints enjoy in heaven. This was a genuine good, not a punishment. The infants in limbo weren't suffering. They were simply existing at a lower level of blessing than they might have achieved with baptism. Aquinas even suggested that the souls in limbo might feel joy rather than sorrow about their condition. They would understand that their exclusion from heaven was just. God had established the rules, and those rules had been followed. They would accept their fate with the same equanimity that a commoner might accept not being invited to the king's private chambers. It's not a punishment to be excluded from privileges you are never entitled to. The souls in limbo, having never sinned personally, would be at peace with their natural state, enjoying what they had rather than grieving what they lacked. This was an ingenious solution, but it created new problems. If limbo was actually a pretty nice place, natural happiness, no suffering, eternal contentment, then why bother baptizing babies at all? The difference between limbo and heaven might seem like the difference between a nice suburb and a luxury penthouse. Both are pleasant, so why stress about which one you end up in? Theologians had to emphasize that the beatific vision was infinitely superior to natural happiness, that heaven's joys made limbo look like nothing by comparison. But the very fact that they had to make this argument showed how their compassionate softening of hell doctrine threatened to undermine the urgency of baptism. Dante Alighieri, in his Divine Comedy, gave limbo its most famous literary treatment. When Dante the Pilgrim descends into hell, the first circle he encounters after passing through the gate is limbo. Here he finds not burning sinners but a noble castle surrounded by 7 walls, inhabited by the great figures of antiquity. Homer, Ovid, Horace, and Lucan welcome him alongside his guide Virgil. He sees philosophers, Aristotle, Plato, Socrates, and scientists, mathematicians, and writers. The atmosphere isn't hellish in the conventional sense. It's more like a perpetual scholarly conference, intellectual but melancholy. What makes Dante's limbo poignant is its inhabitants' awareness of what they lack. Unlike Aquinas' contented babies, Dante's virtuous pagans know exactly what they're missing. They sigh eternally, not from physical torment but from unfulfilled longing. They lived good lives, they sought truth, they achieved remarkable things, but through no fault of their own, they were born too early or in the wrong place to receive Christian baptism. Their punishment, if it can be called that, is the eternal knowledge that they came so close to heaven but can never reach it. It's the cruelest kind of irony. The best people of the ancient world, condemned to eternal wistful sadness because of an accident of history. Dante includes in limbo not just pagans but also Muslim figures whom he admired. Saladin, Avicenna, Averroes. These were people born after Christ, who had theoretically had the opportunity to convert, but whom Dante apparently couldn't bring himself to consign to the deeper circles of hell. By placing them in limbo, he created a kind of honourable mention category for virtuous non-Christians, recognising their achievements while maintaining that only baptised Christians could achieve heaven. It's a compromise that reveals Dante's own ambivalence about the strict theological position he was supposedly illustrating. The question of virtuous pagans became increasingly urgent as European knowledge of the world expanded. Ancient philosophy could be addressed with the limbo solution. Aristotle lived before Christ and couldn't have known better. But what about all the people living in places Christianity hadn't reached? What about the millions in China, India, Africa, the Americas? People who had lived and died without ever hearing the Christian gospel. The discovery of the Americas in 1492 brought this question into sharp focus. Here were entire civilizations that had existed for thousands of years in complete isolation from Christianity. Their ancestors had lived, loved, worked, raised families, and died without any possibility of baptism. Were they all in hell? The scale of the problem was staggering. If all unbaptized people were damned, then the vast majority of humans who had ever lived were suffering eternal torment, not for sins they had committed, but for the geographical accident of living where missionaries hadn't yet arrived. Some theologians maintained the strict position. Yes, unfortunately, all the unbaptized were damned, and this should motivate urgent missionary activity to save as many future souls as possible. The past was tragic but unchangeable. The focus should be on preventing future damnation. This position had the virtue of theological consistency, but created the awkward implication that God had consigned billions of souls to hell simply because he hadn't arranged for missionaries to reach them sooner. Not exactly a ringing endorsement of divine benevolence. Other theologians sought escape routes. Some developed the concept of baptism of desire, the idea that someone who would have wanted baptism if they'd known about it might receive its benefits even without the physical sacrament. A virtuous pagan who sincerely sought truth and goodness might be credited with an implicit desire for the God they didn't know. This was a considerable stretch from Augustine's strict sacramentalism, but it offered a way to save at least some of the unbaptized. Related to this was the concept of invincible ignorance. If someone genuinely couldn't have known about Christianity, if their ignorance was truly invincible, impossible to overcome through any available means, then perhaps they couldn't be held responsible for failing to accept what they never encountered. God, being just, surely wouldn't punish people for not doing what was impossible for them to do. This opened a door for the salvation of virtuous non-Christians, though theologians disagreed vigorously about how wide that door actually was. The Jesuit missions to the Americas, Asia, and Africa brought these questions from the seminar room to the field. Missionaries encountered people who seemed genuinely good by any reasonable standard. Loving parents, honest workers, generous neighbours, who simply had never heard of Christ. Were these people damned? The missionaries' own observations suggested that non-Christians were capable of genuine virtue, that the pagans they encountered were not the devil-worshipping savages that European imagination had conjured, but complex human beings with their own moral codes and spiritual practices. This created an interesting tension. The theological justification for the missions was that the unbaptized were lost and needed saving. But if the unbaptized could be saved through invincible ignorance and baptism of desire, then the urgency of missionary work diminished. Why risk death in distant lands to bring baptism to people who might already be implicitly saved? The missions needed a middle position. Non-Christians were in danger of damnation serious enough to justify the missionary enterprise, but not so certainly damned that the whole thing seemed hopeless. The problem of unbaptized infants remained particularly acute because babies couldn't be credited with baptism of desire. They didn't have desires in the relevant sense. They also couldn't benefit from invincible ignorance about Christianity specifically, since they were ignorant of everything. If anyone was damned purely through original sin without any personal fault whatsoever, it was infants who died before baptism. And this remained a source of anguish for Christian parents well into the modern era. Various folk practices emerged to address this anxiety. In some Catholic regions, there were shrines where parents could bring stillborn babies, hoping for a momentary miracle of revival, just long enough to baptize the child before it died again. Stories circulated about such revivals, offering desperate hope to grieving families. Whether any actual revivals occurred is doubtful, but the existence of these shrines testifies to the depth of parental concern about their children's eternal fate. Emergency baptism protocols developed to address the problem of infants in danger of death. Midwives were trained to baptize babies who seemed unlikely to survive birth. The sacrament could be performed by anyone, not just priests in emergencies, using any available water. The words had to be correct, the intention proper, but the ritual could be drastically simplified to ensure that dying babies received the essential grace. This practice saved countless parents from theological despair, though it couldn't address cases where the baby died before anyone realized it was in danger. The Protestant Reformation complicated these questions further. Protestants generally rejected the Catholic sacramental system, arguing that salvation came through faith alone, not through rituals. But infants couldn't have faith in the conscious sense that adult conversion required. Some Protestants emphasized predestination. God had already determined who would be saved, and human rituals couldn't change divine decrees. Infant baptism, in this view, was a sign of belonging to the covenant community, rather than a mechanism for washing away original sin. This created different but related problems. If salvation depended on election rather than baptism, then baptized infants who weren't among the elect were just as damned as unbaptized ones. The ritual made no difference. And how could anyone know whether their child was among the elect? The anxiety shifted from "did the baby get baptized in time?" to "is my baby among God's chosen?", a question that admitted no certain answer. Calvin tried to comfort parents by suggesting that the children of believers were generally among the elect, but this was a probability rather than a guarantee, and probabilities offer cold comfort when your child is dying. Some Protestant groups, particularly the Anabaptists and their descendants, rejected infant baptism entirely, arguing that only adult believers who consciously chose faith should be baptized. This solved the problem of unbaptized infants in one sense. If infant baptism was illegitimate anyway, then infants couldn't be condemned for lacking it. But it raised new questions about children's spiritual status and didn't clearly address what happened to children who died before reaching the age of conscious faith. The Eastern Orthodox tradition developed somewhat differently. While accepting the necessity of baptism, Orthodox theology generally emphasized God's mercy and hesitated to make definitive statements about the fate of the unbaptized. The Orthodox tradition was comfortable with mystery in ways that Western theology often wasn't. Some questions might simply be beyond human capacity to answer, left to divine wisdom rather than theological precision. This pastoral modesty perhaps offered more comfort than the elaborate Western systems, though it came at the cost of intellectual clarity. The Enlightenment posed a fundamental challenge to the entire framework. If reason was the measure of all things, as Enlightenment thinkers increasingly argued, then the doctrine of infant damnation was simply irrational. How could a just God punish innocents? How could ceremonies performed by humans determine eternal destinies? The common-sense morality that philosophers like John Locke and Immanuel Kant championed had no room for inherited guilt or damnation without personal fault. Theologians who wanted to remain intellectually respectable in the new climate found themselves increasingly uncomfortable with the traditional positions. Liberal Protestant theology, emerging in the 19th century, largely abandoned the doctrine of infant damnation. If God was primarily characterized by love rather than justice, as liberal theologians increasingly argued, then the idea of condemning innocent babies became literally unthinkable. The loving Father revealed by Jesus wouldn't send children to hell. The very suggestion was a slander against divine goodness. This solved the problem by dissolving it, but it required substantial revision of traditional Christian doctrine about sin, grace, and salvation. The Catholic Church moved more slowly, as institutions with long traditions tend to do. Limbo remained the standard teaching for unbaptized infants well into the 20th century. Parents who lost babies before baptism were told, with whatever pastoral sensitivity individual priests could muster, that their children were in limbo, enjoying natural happiness but excluded from heaven. This was better than Augustine's hell, certainly, but it still meant eternal separation from both parents and God. Not exactly comforting. In 2007, the Catholic Church's International Theological Commission published a document that effectively retired limbo. Without formally declaring it false, the Commission said there were serious theological and liturgical grounds for hope that unbaptized infants could be saved. The document emphasized God's universal salvific will, his desire for all people to be saved, and suggested that this might extend even to those who died without baptism. It was a careful statement, hedged with qualifications, but it represented a significant shift from centuries of theological tradition. The current Catholic position is essentially agnosticism. We don't know for certain what happens to unbaptized infants, but we have reason to hope they may be saved through God's mercy. This is probably the most honest position available. The traditional frameworks, strict damnation, limbo, various escape clauses, all had significant problems. Admitting uncertainty and emphasizing hope may be less intellectually satisfying than a clear doctrine, but it's more pastorally appropriate for parents facing the worst tragedy imaginable. The question of virtuous non-Christians has similarly evolved. Most Christian denominations today acknowledge the possibility of salvation for people who never heard the gospel, though they disagree about the mechanism and extent. The strict exclusivism that condemned all non-Christians to hell has largely given way to various forms of inclusivism or even pluralism. Some theologians argue that Christ's salvation extends to all who respond to whatever light they've been given. The good Buddhist, the honest atheist, the sincere Muslim might all be saved through Christ without explicitly knowing him. This evolution reflects broader changes in how Westerners think about religious diversity. In a medieval European context where nearly everyone was at least nominally Christian and non-Christians were distant abstractions, strict exclusivism posed fewer practical problems. But in a globalized world where Christians work alongside Hindus, celebrate holidays with Jewish neighbors, and respect Muslim colleagues, the idea that all these good people are destined for hell becomes increasingly untenable. Either the doctrine changes or believers experience uncomfortable cognitive dissonance between what their tradition teaches and what their conscience tells them. The problem of innocent souls in hell, or potentially in hell, reveals fundamental tensions in traditional Christian theology. The doctrine of original sin implies that humans are guilty from birth, deserving punishment simply for being Adam's descendants. The doctrine of salvation through Christ implies that only those who receive Christ's grace can be saved. The doctrine of divine justice implies that God gives everyone what they deserve. But the doctrine of divine love implies that God wants everyone to be saved. These doctrines don't fit together smoothly, and the fate of innocence exposes the seams. Different theological traditions have prioritized different elements of this complex. Augustine prioritized original sin and divine sovereignty, accepting the harsh conclusions about infants and pagans. Dante prioritized poetic justice and human achievement, creating a noble limbo for the worthy unbaptized. Modern liberal theology prioritizes divine love, confident that a good God wouldn't damn innocence. Each resolution satisfies some intuitions while violating others. There's no position that fully reconciles all the competing values. Perhaps the deepest lesson from this theological struggle is about the limits of systematic thinking when applied to ultimate questions. The problem of innocent souls in hell arises because theologians tried to work out the implications of their doctrines with logical rigor. Original sin plus the necessity of baptism equals infant damnation. It follows logically from the premises. But the conclusion is so repugnant to basic moral intuitions that most believers ultimately refuse to accept it, finding ways to soften or escape the logic. The head says one thing, the heart says another, and in matters of ultimate concern the heart usually wins eventually. This might seem like a defeat for theology, but it could also be read as theology's self-correction. Systems of thought that produce monstrous conclusions are probably flawed somewhere, even if we can't immediately identify the error. The evolution from Augustine's infant damnation to the current hope-based position represents not a collapse of theological seriousness, but a gradual refinement, as believers confronted the gap between doctrinal implications and moral certainty. Whatever God is, most people eventually concluded he's not the kind of being who tortures babies. The doctrine had to accommodate this conviction, even if it meant considerable theological gymnastics. The question of innocence in hell also illuminates something about the function of hell more broadly. As we've seen throughout this journey, hell serves multiple purposes: deterrence of sin, assurance of cosmic justice, explanation of evil's consequences, motivation for proper behavior. But the case of innocence fits none of these functions. Babies can't be deterred. They can't be justly punished for crimes they didn't commit. Their damnation doesn't explain anything. Threatening them serves no behavioral purpose. The damnation of innocence is pure theological consequence, logic following premises to conclusions that serve no religious purpose whatsoever. This suggests that the traditional hell doctrines were overbuilt, more elaborate than necessary for their actual functions, with excess logical machinery that produced unwanted outputs. The refinement of doctrine over centuries can be understood as trimming this excess, cutting away the implications that serve no purpose, while preserving the core functions that hell was meant to serve. We still need deterrence, cosmic justice, explanation, and motivation, but we don't need infant damnation. The evolving doctrine reflects this pragmatic theological wisdom. As we continue our exploration of hell's history, keep this theological struggle in mind. The doctrines we've examined weren't static monoliths, received perfect from heaven and maintained unchanged through the ages. They were human constructions built to serve human needs, revised when they failed to serve those needs adequately. The fate of innocence forced revision because it exposed the mismatch between what people needed from their doctrine: comfort in grief, assurance of divine goodness, reasonable treatment of the vulnerable, and what the doctrine, logically extended, actually provided. The tension between these elements drove centuries of theological creativity, producing solutions that satisfied some needs while creating new problems, in an ongoing process of religious evolution that continues to this day. Let's examine some specific historical episodes that brought these tensions to the surface. The Spanish conquest of the Americas provided perhaps the most dramatic case study. When Spanish missionaries arrived in Mexico and Peru, they encountered sophisticated civilizations with elaborate religious systems, complex moral codes, and deep philosophical traditions. The Aztecs, for all their troubling practices of human sacrifice, also had concepts of virtue, honor, and cosmic order that missionaries couldn't help but notice. The question of what happened to pre-contact Aztecs, people who had lived according to their own moral codes before any Christian had set foot in the Americas, became unavoidable. Some Spanish theologians argued that the Aztec religion was so obviously demonic that its practitioners deserved damnation regardless of their ignorance of Christianity. Human sacrifice, in particular, seemed to prove that these people had allied themselves with Satan, even if they called him by other names. This position conveniently justified the conquest. The Spanish were liberating souls from demonic bondage, saving future generations from the hell that previous generations had earned. But other theologians, most famously Bartolomé de las Casas, argued forcefully for the humanity and potential salvation of indigenous peoples. Las Casas documented Spanish atrocities against native populations and insisted that the indigenous peoples were fully human, capable of reason and virtue, deserving of the same consideration as any European. His position implied that pre-contact indigenous people who had followed the natural moral law might be saved through God's mercy, even without baptism. This was a dangerous argument in terms of church politics. It undermined the urgency of forced conversion, but Las Casas pressed it anyway, motivated by what he saw in the Americas. The debates at Valladolid in 1550 to 1551, where Las Casas confronted the humanist Juan Ginés de Sepúlveda, crystallized these issues. Sepúlveda argued that indigenous peoples were natural slaves, mentally inferior, fit to be conquered and converted by force. Las Casas countered that they were rational beings whose only deficiency was ignorance of the gospel, an ignorance that could be remedied through peaceful evangelization rather than violent subjugation. At stake was not just Spanish colonial policy, but the theological status of entire populations and, by extension, the countless souls who had already died without Christian baptism. The Church never issued a definitive ruling on these debates, but Las Casas's position gradually gained ground. The development of Catholic social teaching in subsequent centuries moved increasingly toward recognizing the dignity and potential salvation of non-Christians. The Second Vatican Council in the 1960s explicitly affirmed that people who, through no fault of their own, do not know the gospel but seek God with sincere hearts and try to do his will as they understand it may attain salvation. This represented a dramatic shift from the strict exclusivism that would have condemned all unbaptized persons to some form of damnation. The philosophical arguments against infant damnation deserve more detailed examination, as they represent some of the most sophisticated thinking in Western theology. The core problem can be stated simply: how can it be just to punish someone for something they didn't do? Justice, as philosophers from Aristotle onward have understood it, involves giving people what they deserve based on their actions. But infants have taken no actions. They haven't chosen good or evil. They haven't decided to accept or reject God. They simply exist, briefly, and then cease to exist. On what grounds can justice condemn them? Augustine's answer, as we've seen, was original sin, the inherited guilt that all humans bear from Adam's transgression. But this answer raises its own philosophical problems. What does it mean to inherit guilt? Guilt, most philosophers would argue, is a property of agents who commit wrongful acts. You can inherit property, diseases, tendencies, even obligations, but guilt. The idea seems conceptually confused, like inheriting someone else's hunger or exhaustion. These are states that can only belong to the individuals who experience them. Medieval philosophers developed elaborate theories to address this puzzle. Some argued for a kind of corporate identity. All humans were somehow present in Adam when he sinned, so in a mystical sense we all committed the original sin. This explained how we could be guilty of something that happened before our birth. But it was a difficult concept to grasp, and it seemed to conflict with the common-sense understanding of personal identity. I am not Adam. I wasn't there. How can I be responsible for what he did? Other theologians emphasized the consequences of original sin rather than inherited guilt per se. Adam's sin damaged human nature, making us all prone to sin and unable to achieve salvation without divine assistance. On this view, we're not exactly guilty of Adam's sin, but we're affected by it. like children born to parents who contracted a disease. This softened the problem somewhat, but didn't fully resolve it. If infants are merely affected by original sin rather than guilty of it, why would they deserve any punishment at all, even the mild punishment of limbo? The concept of limbo, as Aquinas developed it, tried to thread this needle by distinguishing between two kinds of loss. The loss of heaven, the deprivation of the beatific vision, was a consequence of lacking sanctifying grace, which unbaptized infants simply didn't have. This wasn't punishment in the active sense, it was just the natural result of their condition, like a person without a ticket being unable to enter a concert. They weren't being punished for not having a ticket, they just didn't have the necessary qualification for admission. The souls in limbo weren't suffering the punishments that sinners suffered, they were simply excluded from benefits they had never earned. This is an elegant solution, philosophically speaking, but it raises its own problems. If heaven requires a qualification that infants can only receive through adult action, namely baptism, then an infant's eternal fate depends entirely on factors beyond their control. A baby born in a Christian hospital to attentive parents will almost certainly be baptized. A baby born in an isolated village or dying unexpectedly will almost certainly not be. The eternal consequences of these different fates seem wildly disproportionate to the morally irrelevant circumstances that determine them. Luck, where you're born, who your parents are, whether you live long enough to be baptized, determines your eternity. This seems inconsistent with any meaningful concept of divine justice. Modern philosophers have pressed this objection forcefully. The influential 20th century philosopher John Rawls argued that justice requires that fundamental life prospects not be determined by morally arbitrary factors like the circumstances of birth. Applied to the afterlife, this would suggest that a just God couldn't make eternal destiny depend on factors as arbitrary as baptismal opportunity. Either God would ensure that everyone had equal access to salvation, or salvation wouldn't depend on access at all. The traditional system, where babies' eternities depend on adult rituals they can't control, fails both alternatives. Theologians sympathetic to these philosophical objections have developed various responses. Some argue that God's justice operates by different standards than human justice, so our intuitions about fairness simply don't apply. Others suggest that we should trust God's goodness even when we can't understand his purposes. Faith means accepting divine decisions even when they seem unjust to our limited understanding. Still others accept the philosophical objections and revise their theology accordingly, abandoning the strict doctrines that generated the problems. The psychological dimensions of this issue deserve attention as well. How did belief in infant damnation, or even infant limbo, affect the parents who held these beliefs? Historical records give us glimpses of the anxiety and grief that this doctrine produced. Medieval literature contains heartbreaking accounts of parents desperate to baptize dying babies, rushing to find water and recite the proper words before death arrived. Some parents apparently baptized healthy babies immediately after birth, worried that any delay might prove fatal. The psychological burden of believing your child's eternal fate hung on a ritual you might fail to perform in time must have been enormous. This anxiety had behavioral consequences. Midwives received special training in emergency baptism, making this medical religious procedure a standard part of childbirth assistance. Churching ceremonies, rituals that reintegrated mothers into church community after giving birth, often included prayers of thanksgiving for successful baptism, alongside recovery from childbirth. The entire culture of early childhood was shaped by awareness that these tiny humans were spiritually vulnerable, one accident or illness away from an eternity without God. The Reformation intensified these anxieties in some ways while relieving them in others. Protestants who rejected the efficacy of baptism as a saving sacrament couldn't rely on emergency baptism to secure their children's fate. Instead, they had to trust in divine election, which couldn't be controlled or assured. A Calvinist parent who lost a child didn't know whether that child was among the elect. They could hope, based on the general principle that God favoured the children of believers, but they couldn't be certain. This uncertainty was perhaps less acute than the Catholic fear of missing the baptismal window, but it was also less remediable. There was nothing a Calvinist parent could do to ensure their child's salvation. The emotional processing of infant death differed across these theological frameworks. Catholic parents who had successfully baptized their dying babies could trust that their children were in heaven, praying for them, waiting to be reunited. This was genuine comfort. Protestant parents had to content themselves with hope and faith, trusting God's goodness without the assurance that baptism provided. Both frameworks were trying to address the same human need, comfort in the face of devastating loss, but they offered different kinds of assurance. Interestingly, the decline of infant mortality in modern developed countries has reduced the urgency of these questions for most believers. When losing a baby was a common experience affecting nearly every family, the theological stakes were unavoidable. But now, with infant mortality rates below 1% in wealthy countries, most parents don't face this situation. The theology of unbaptized infants has become largely theoretical, a matter for academic discussion rather than pastoral crisis. This demographic shift may partly explain why the Catholic Church felt comfortable retiring limbo in 2007. The pastoral need for a definitive answer had diminished as the practical problem became rarer. In an era when most babies survive and can be baptized without drama, the edge cases of sudden death before baptism seem less pressing. The Church could afford to move to a position of hopeful uncertainty, because fewer parents were asking the question with desperate urgency. But in parts of the world where infant mortality remains high, these theological questions retain their original force. Parents in developing countries still face the ancient agony of losing children, and they still want to know where their babies are. Missionary churches must navigate the same questions that Spanish missionaries faced 5 centuries ago. What happened to all the people who died before the gospel arrived? The theological debates we've traced are not merely historical. They remain live issues for millions of believers worldwide. The broader question of religious inclusivism, whether salvation is available to people outside explicit Christian faith, connects to global religious pluralism in ways that early theologians couldn't have anticipated. We live in a world where Christians, Muslims, Hindus, Buddhists, and adherents of countless other traditions interact daily. The exclusive claim that only Christians can be saved creates obvious social tensions in this context. A Hindu colleague who seems demonstrably virtuous, kind, honest, generous, is difficult to consign to hell with any conviction. Personal experience of non-Christian goodness undermines the exclusivist theology that earlier generations could maintain more easily when other religions were distant abstractions. Contemporary theologians have developed various models of religious pluralism to address this challenge. Some argue that different religions are different paths to the same ultimate reality. The differences are surface features, while the deep truth is universal. Others maintain Christian uniqueness while allowing that God's grace might work through other traditions in ways Christians don't fully understand. Still others frankly acknowledge tension between traditional doctrine and contemporary experience, suggesting that theology is still developing in response to new situations. The fate of the innocents, babies, virtuous pagans, isolated peoples, serves as a test case for these broader theological positions. Any adequate theology must be able to answer the question, what happens to people who couldn't have been Christians? If the answer is they're damned, the theology seems unjust. If the answer is they're saved through some other mechanism, the theology must explain how and why. If the answer is we don't know but we trust God's goodness, the theology must accept a significant area of uncertainty about fundamental matters. None of these options is without cost, and the choice among them reveals deep commitments about the nature of God, justice, and salvation. As we turn now to examine how the concept of hell has been visualized throughout history, transformed from abstract doctrine into vivid imagery, carry with you the human struggles we've explored. Behind every artistic depiction of limbo lies centuries of parental anxiety. Behind every theological distinction lies an attempt to reconcile irreconcilable values. The images of hell that fill museums and manuscripts didn't emerge from nowhere. They emerged from communities wrestling with questions about justice, love, and the fate of their most vulnerable members. Understanding this context transforms what might seem like mere morbid imagery into expressions of profound human concern about the deepest questions we can ask. Throughout our journey, we've explored hell as theology, as psychology, as geography, as an instrument of power. But for most people throughout history, hell was primarily something they saw. Not in visions or dreams, but in art. Painted on church walls, carved into cathedral doorways, illustrated in manuscripts, printed in books. The visual tradition of hell is not merely decoration for theological concepts. It's a powerful force that shaped how people imagined the afterlife, influenced doctrine itself, and created imagery so potent that it persists in our collective imagination even today. When you picture hell, chances are you're drawing on images created by artists centuries ago, transmitted across generations until they became almost inseparable from the concept itself. Let's begin in medieval Japan, where Buddhist artists created some of the most disturbing depictions of hell in any artistic tradition. The Jigoku Zoshi, or Hell Scrolls, produced during the late Heian and early Kamakura periods, roughly the 12th century, present graphic visions of Buddhist hells that still have the power to shock modern viewers. These weren't obscure manuscripts hidden in monasteries. They were displayed publicly, intended to terrify viewers into better behavior. The educational function was explicit. Look at what awaits sinners and reconsider your choices. The scrolls depicted specific hells from Buddhist cosmology, each with its characteristic torments. The hell of excrement showed sinners submerged in filth, a fate reserved for those who had defiled sacred spaces or shown disrespect to Buddhist clergy. The hell of measures punished dishonest merchants who had cheated customers with rigged scales. They were crushed repeatedly under enormous measuring devices. The hell of iron mortars ground sinners to paste, only for them to regenerate and be ground again. Each punishment corresponded to specific earthly sins, making the moral message unmistakable. Your crimes will be revisited upon you in ways that match their nature. What makes these scrolls remarkable is their artistic quality combined with their graphic violence. These weren't crude drawings. They were sophisticated works by talented artists who lavished attention on details of suffering that most modern viewers would find unbearable. The faces of the damned are rendered with individualized expressions of agony. The demons who administer punishment are depicted with almost loving attention to their grotesque features. The artists clearly took their work seriously, bringing the same skill to depicting hell that other artists brought to depicting paradise or court life. The function of these scrolls was explicitly didactic. They were tools for teaching Buddhist doctrine to people who couldn't read theological texts. A priest could unroll a scroll before an audience, pointing to different scenes, explaining which sins led to which punishments, making abstract moral teachings viscerally concrete. The images bypassed intellectual comprehension, going directly to the emotional response that drives behavioral change. You might forget a sermon about the importance of honest dealing, but you wouldn't forget seeing a dishonest merchant crushed under giant scales for all eternity. This didactic function was central to hell art across cultures. In medieval Europe, church decoration served a similar purpose for populations that were largely illiterate. The famous line that images were the books of the unlettered applied especially to depictions of the Last Judgment and hell. A peasant who couldn't read a word of Latin theology could still understand the message painted above the church door. Behave well, and join the blessed ascending to heaven. Behave badly, and join the damned descending to torment. The placement of these images was carefully considered. Last Judgment scenes typically appeared on the west wall of churches, the wall facing worshippers as they exited. The message was clear. As you leave this sacred space and return to the profane world, remember what awaits you at the end of time. The saved rose toward Christ on the viewer's left. The damned tumbled into hell mouths on the right. This spatial arrangement reinforced the binary choice the church offered. Left toward life, right toward death. The consistent iconography across thousands of churches created a shared visual vocabulary that transcended local variations. The hellmouth became one of the most distinctive features of medieval European hell imagery. Rather than depicting hell as a place, a cavern or pit, artists rendered its entrance as the gaping maw of a monstrous creature. The damned were literally swallowed, consumed, entering hell through the jaws of a beast that represented both the devil and death itself. This image may have derived from the biblical Leviathan, the sea monster that symbolized chaos and evil. Whatever its origins, the hellmouth proved enormously popular, appearing in manuscripts, wall paintings, and stage productions across Europe for centuries. The hellmouth solved certain artistic problems. How do you depict the entrance to an underground realm on a flat surface? A door seems too mundane, a cave too neutral. But a monster's mouth, that creates immediate emotional impact while solving the representational problem. The damned aren't just going somewhere, they're being devoured. The image combines destination with process, showing both where sinners end up and what happens to them upon arrival. It's an economical solution that packs multiple meanings into a single powerful image. Medieval church tympanums, the semicircular spaces above church doorways, often featured elaborate Last Judgment scenes, with Christ in majesty at the centre, the blessed ascending on one side, and the damned descending on the other. The tympanum at Autun Cathedral in France, carved by the artist Gislebertus in the 12th century, presents one of the most famous examples. The damned are seized by demons, weighed in scales, and dragged toward torment with expressions of terror and despair. One memorable detail shows a demon with a long-hooked nose reaching up to tip the scales against a soul, cheating at divine judgment, because apparently demons don't play fair. These tympanum carvings were meant to be seen as worshippers entered the church. Unlike the exit-facing Last Judgment paintings, they confronted you on arrival, reminding you of what was at stake before you even began your devotions. The message was reinforced in stone, permanent, unavoidable. Every time you entered church, you walked beneath a reminder of your eternal destiny. The carved demons and tortured damned became as familiar as the faces of neighbours, constant presences in medieval religious life. The development of printed books in the 15th century created new possibilities for hell imagery. Illustrations that once required expensive manuscript production could now be reproduced in multiple copies, reaching far wider audiences. Early printed books of hours, personal prayer books, often included images of death, judgment, and hell. These images were smaller than church frescoes but more intimate. You held them in your hands, encountered them in private devotion, internalized them in ways that public art couldn't achieve. The most influential printed hell imagery came from Gustave Doré, the 19th century French artist whose engravings for Dante's Divine Comedy became definitive visualizations of Dante's underworld. Doré's illustrations, first published in 1861, combined technical virtuosity with dramatic imagination to create images that still shape how we picture Dante's hell. When modern readers imagine Paolo and Francesca whirled by the winds of lust, or Count Ugolino gnawing on Archbishop Ruggeri's skull, they're usually imagining Doré's versions of these scenes. Doré's hell is fundamentally dramatic, a stage set designed for maximum emotional impact. His use of light and shadow creates atmosphere that the text alone cannot convey. Vast spaces dwarf the human figures, emphasizing the overwhelming scale of divine justice. The damned are rendered with individualized expressions and poses, each a character in an ongoing tragedy. Doré wasn't just illustrating Dante, he was interpreting him, adding visual dimensions that the poem only implied. What's particularly interesting about Doré's work is how it filtered medieval theology through romantic sensibility. His damned often look heroic, even beautiful in their suffering. His Satan, frozen in ice at hell's centre, has a dignity that medieval depictions rarely afforded the devil. This reflects 19th century attitudes that found something admirable in rebellion, something sublime in suffering. Doré's illustrations entered the visual tradition alongside medieval images, but carried different emotional valences, more sympathetic to the damned, more awed by the sublime than terrified by the grotesque. But for sheer grotesque imagination, no artist in the Western tradition matches Hieronymus Bosch. Working in the late 15th and early 16th centuries in the Netherlands, Bosch created images of hell that remain among the most disturbing ever painted. His most famous work, the triptych known as the Garden of Earthly Delights, concludes with a right panel depicting hell that defies easy interpretation even after 5 centuries of scholarly attention. Bosch's hell isn't organised according to any theological system. It's a nightmare landscape where normal categories break down. Musical instruments become torture devices. A lute strings a sinner, a harp frames a crucified figure, drums imprison others, animals prey on humans, buildings burn in the distance. A pair of ears wielding a knife moves through the scene like an autonomous creature. A bird-headed monster sits on a throne, devouring the damned and excreting them into a transparent bubble. The imagery is so bizarre that scholars have proposed interpretations ranging from coded alchemical symbolism to representations of specific sins to pure surrealist imagination centuries before surrealism existed. What makes Bosch's hell so effective is precisely its resistance to systematic interpretation. Medieval theological hell was organised, categorised, comprehensible, each punishment corresponding to specific sins in ways that made moral sense. Bosch's hell is chaotic, arbitrary, incomprehensible. The punishments don't clearly match crimes. The torments seem random, visited upon sinners for reasons that remain obscure. This creates a different kind of horror. Not just the fear of deserved punishment, but the fear of senseless suffering, of a universe where justice itself has broken down. Art historians have debated endlessly about Bosch's intentions and sources. Was he drawing on folk traditions of demonic imagery? Was he influenced by accounts of plague or other disasters? Was he expressing personal psychological states, perhaps the product of what we'd now call mental illness? Was he encoding secret messages for initiates of some heterodox religious movement? All these theories have been proposed, none conclusively proven. What's certain is that his imagery entered the collective imagination and stayed there, influencing depictions of hell and demons for centuries afterward. The Reformation complicated the tradition of hell imagery in Western art. Protestant reformers were often suspicious of religious images, seeing them as potential idols that distracted from proper worship of God through Scripture. The elaborate Catholic tradition of church decoration seemed to Protestants like a corruption of pure religion, replacing spiritual engagement with sensory stimulation. Many Protestant churches were deliberately plain, stripped of the images that had filled Catholic spaces. This iconoclasm extended to hell imagery, though inconsistently. Some Protestant traditions continued to use vivid depictions of hell as deterrents against sin. Others rejected such imagery as superstitious or manipulative. The result was a divided visual tradition. Catholic regions continued producing elaborate hell imagery, while Protestant regions developed plainer aesthetic approaches that relied more heavily on textual description than visual representation. Yet even in Protestant traditions, certain images persisted. The hellmouth remained recognizable. The figure of Satan retained his familiar iconography: horns, tail, pitchfork. When Protestants did visualize hell, they drew on the same traditional imagery that Catholics used, suggesting that certain visual conventions had become culturally embedded beyond denominational boundaries. Hell looked similar across Christian traditions even when theological interpretations differed. The Enlightenment posed a different challenge to hell imagery. As literal belief in hell declined among educated elites, the imagery began to serve different functions. Hell became a subject for artistic exploration rather than religious instruction. William Blake's illustrations of Dante and Milton reinterpreted hell through a romantic lens, finding beauty and sublimity where earlier artists found only terror. Blake's Satan rising from the burning lake in his illustrations for Paradise Lost is almost heroic, a Promethean figure rather than a medieval monster. This aesthetic transformation paralleled theological changes. As hell became less literally believed, it became more aesthetically available. Artists could depict it without necessarily endorsing its reality, treating it as mythology rather than geography. The imagery became culturally valuable even for those who didn't believe in its referent. A strange situation in which pictures of a place that might not exist continued to shape imagination and art. The development of cinema created new possibilities for hell imagery that static arts couldn't achieve. Film could show hell in motion, flames flickering, demons moving, damned souls writhing. It could combine sound and image, adding screams, roars, ominous music. It could create immersive environments that surrounded viewers in ways that paintings or sculptures couldn't match. The moving image transformed how hell could be experienced, making it more visceral, more immediate, more overwhelming. Early cinema experimented with hell imagery almost from the beginning. Georges Méliès, the pioneering French filmmaker, created depictions of the supernatural that included devilish figures and infernal settings. These early efforts were more playful than terrifying, hell as spectacle rather than threat, but they established that cinema could visualize the underworld in ways previous media couldn't achieve. Hollywood developed its own visual vocabulary for hell over the following century. The 1935 film Dante's Inferno featured spectacular hell sequences that, while corny by modern standards, demonstrated cinema's capacity for large-scale spectacle. Later films range from serious adaptations of religious themes to exploitation horror that used hell imagery for shock value. Each generation of filmmakers reinterpreted hell according to contemporary visual technologies and cultural concerns. The special effects revolution that began in the 1970s and accelerated through CGI developments transformed how hell could be depicted on screen. Films could now create literally impossible imagery, vast landscapes transforming demons, physics defying torments. Hell in modern cinema often looks more like alien planets than medieval paintings, reflecting our expanded visual imagination in the space age. The 1998 film What Dreams May Come depicted a personalized hell as a decaying house, drawing more on psychological symbolism than traditional iconography. The Hellraiser franchise created a distinctive hell populated by Cenobites, demons whose aesthetic combined BDSM imagery with industrial horror. Each approach reflected contemporary anxieties and visual cultures. Video games added interactivity to hell visualization. Players could now move through hellscapes, fight demons, experience the underworld as participants rather than observers. Games like Doom and Diablo created their own infernal aesthetics, combining traditional imagery with science fiction and fantasy elements. These games reached massive audiences, particularly young people, potentially shaping imagination as powerfully as church frescoes shaped medieval minds. The hell of a popular video game might be more familiar to many contemporary people than the hell of Dante or Bosch. The relationship between hell imagery and theological belief is complex and bidirectional. Images don't simply illustrate pre-existing concepts, they shape how those concepts are understood and experienced. A medieval peasant's conception of hell was formed primarily by the images they saw, not by theological texts they couldn't read. The images came first, the theological understanding followed. This means that artists weren't merely passive transmitters of doctrine, they were active creators of religious imagination, their choices influencing what people actually believed. This creative role sometimes put artists in tension with theological authorities. Bosch's bizarre imagery didn't correspond to any official doctrine, yet it became enormously influential. Doré's sympathetic treatment of some damned figures might have troubled stricter theologians. Milton's Satan, as visualized by Blake and countless illustrators since, became such a compelling figure that he threatened to overshadow the supposed hero of Paradise Lost. Artists had power to shape religious imagination in ways that sometimes exceeded or contradicted official teaching. The visual tradition also preserved archaic elements long after they had faded from theological discourse. The medieval hell-mouth persisted in imagery long after theologians had stopped discussing whether hell literally had a mouth. The iconography of Satan, red skin, horns, tail, pitchfork, derived from combinations of pre-Christian imagery, Pan, satyrs, and medieval artistic convention rather than biblical description. The Bible says remarkably little about Satan's appearance, but the visual tradition filled in the gaps with such consistency that most people assume biblical authority for imagery that artists invented. The colours of hell deserve particular attention. Fire suggests orange and red, which dominate many depictions, but darkness is equally associated with hell, suggesting blacks and deep shadows. The tension between these colour schemes, hell as blazing light versus hell as absolute darkness, reflects the theological ambiguity we discussed earlier. Different artists resolved this tension differently. Some depicted a hell of flames illuminating the damned, others a hell of shadows where torment happens in gloom. Doré's engravings, being black and white, emphasized the darkness. Bosch's painted panels include both lurid flames and shadowy depths. The representation of demons evolved significantly over the visual tradition. Early medieval demons were often relatively simple, monstrous but not particularly individualized. Later medieval art developed more elaborate demon physiognomies, with specific features indicating specific roles or personalities. Renaissance and Baroque demons became more theatrical, sometimes almost balletic in their poses. Romantic demons acquired nobility and beauty. Modern demons range from grotesque horror creatures to sophisticated beings virtually indistinguishable from humans, except for subtle marks. Each era's demons reflect that era's understanding of evil itself. The damned also changed in their representation. Early depictions often showed generic sinners, distinguished only by the punishments they suffered. Later art individualized the damned, giving them specific expressions, poses, and sometimes identifiable characteristics. Dante's practice of placing specific historical figures in hell influenced visual artists to do the same. The hell of later art became populated with recognizable sinners, corrupt popes, notorious criminals, political enemies, rather than anonymous masses. This personalization increased the moralistic power of the images. That could be someone you know. That could be you. The role of women in hell imagery presents interesting patterns. Medieval art often associated women with temptation and sexual sin, depicting them prominently among the damned for crimes of lust. The iconography of the witch, female, often old, allied with demons, emerged from this tradition. Yet women also appeared as demons and as figures of divine judgment. The gendering of hell imagery reinforced social attitudes about female sexuality and spiritual danger, while simultaneously reflecting women's actual presence in religious life and imagination. Children's exposure to hell imagery varied across eras and cultures. Medieval children saw the same images adults saw. There was no separate children's media shielding young eyes from graphic depictions. This was considered appropriate. Children needed to learn about hell as much as adults did, perhaps more so given their need for moral formation. Modern sensibilities about protecting children from disturbing content represent a significant shift from this earlier approach. Contemporary debates about age-appropriate religious education continue to grapple with how much hell imagery children should encounter. The secularization of hell imagery in contemporary culture has produced interesting transformations. Hell themes appear in heavy metal album covers, tattoo art, Halloween decorations, and countless other contexts divorced from religious belief. This secularization strips hell of its original function, moral deterrence through fear, while preserving its aesthetic power. Hell becomes a style, an attitude, a source of imagery that signifies transgression or intensity, without necessarily implying theological commitment. Whether this represents degradation or democratization of religious imagery depends on one's perspective. Museum display of hell art poses curatorial challenges. Images created to terrify viewers into better behavior are now shown as aesthetic objects, appreciated for their artistic qualities rather than experienced as religious threats. This decontextualization changes what the images mean and how they function. A Bosch painting in a climate-controlled museum gallery has a very different impact than it would have had in the chapel where it originally hung. The art survives, but its original context, and arguably its original meaning, is lost. Digital media have created new possibilities for hell visualization that are only beginning to be explored. Virtual reality could create immersive hell experiences more encompassing than any previous medium. Artificial intelligence can generate infinite variations on infernal imagery, producing demons and torments that no human artist imagined. The visual tradition of hell continues to evolve, incorporating new technologies while drawing on imagery accumulated over millennia. What future generations will see when they imagine hell remains to be created. The persistence of hell imagery even among non-believers suggests its deep psychological power. Something about these images, the flames, the demons, the tormented figures, speaks to human fears and fascinations that transcend specific religious commitments. Jung would say these images tap into archetypal patterns of the collective unconscious. Cognitive scientists might point to evolutionary fears of predators, pain, and social rejection encoded in these visual forms. Whatever the explanation, hell imagery has proven extraordinarily durable, surviving changes in technology, culture, and belief that have transformed almost everything else. Artists who depicted hell served as intermediaries between abstract theology and lived experience. They translated concepts into perceptions, ideas into images, doctrines into dreams. Their choices, what to show, what to emphasize, how to style the damned and their tormentors, shaped religious imagination for centuries. The hell we inherit is not just a theological concept but a visual tradition, accumulated across cultures and eras, preserved in museums and memories, continuing to influence how we picture what might await us after death. Understanding hell imagery as art, not just illustration, opens new perspectives on the history we've been tracing. The development of hell doctrine wasn't just a matter of theological argument, it was also a matter of artistic innovation, as image makers found new ways to visualize old concepts, and sometimes invented visual elements that theology had to accommodate. The relationship between word and image, between text and picture, between theology and art, this relationship shaped hell as much as any church council or theological treatise. The images were not secondary to the concepts. They were themselves constitutive of what hell meant to the people who believed in it. As we turn now to examine the philosophical debates about the duration of punishment, whether hell should be eternal or temporary, remember that these abstract arguments were always visualized by concrete images. Philosophers might debate whether infinite punishment for finite sin was just, but artists had already shown what infinite punishment looked like. The same torments repeated forever, the same demons applying the same instruments, the same screams, echoing through eternal darkness. The images made the abstract concrete, the theoretical vivid, the philosophical personal. Whatever conclusions the philosophers reached, the images remained, shaping imagination in ways that argument alone could never achieve. Let's delve deeper into some specific artistic traditions and works that shaped the visual vocabulary of hell. The Byzantine tradition, which dominated Eastern Christianity for over a millennium, developed its own distinctive approach to depicting the Last Judgment and hell. Byzantine mosaics, with their gold backgrounds and hieratic figures, created an atmosphere quite different from Western medieval paintings. The famous Last Judgment mosaic in the Cathedral of Santa Maria Assunta, on the island of Torcello near Venice, presents a majestic vision of cosmic reckoning that influenced Western artists who encountered it. Byzantine hell imagery tended to be more orderly than its Western counterparts. The damned were organized in rows, almost like soldiers on parade waiting for their punishments. The demons were present but less chaotic than in Western art, functionaries rather than revelers in suffering. This reflects the Byzantine emphasis on divine order and imperial hierarchy. Even hell operated according to proper procedures in Byzantine imagination. The aesthetic was one of terrible majesty rather than chaotic horror. God's justice was awesome and terrifying, but it was still recognizably justice, administered with appropriate dignity. The contrast between Eastern and Western hell imagery illuminates how artistic traditions shape religious understanding. A Russian peasant looking at Byzantine-style icons would imagine a different hell than a French peasant looking at Romanesque tympanums. Both believed in hell, both expected divine judgment, but the visual forms through which they understood these concepts differed significantly. The Byzantine hell was solemn, the Western hell was chaotic. The Byzantine demons were efficient, the Western demons were gleeful. These aesthetic differences reflected and reinforced different theological emphases. Eastern Christianity's focus on divine transcendence and proper order versus Western Christianity's more visceral engagement with sin and suffering. The Ethiopian Christian tradition developed yet another distinctive visual approach to hell and judgment. Ethiopian illuminated manuscripts present figures with large, expressive eyes, in a style quite unlike European conventions. The demons in Ethiopian art often have distinctive features, large heads, exaggerated expressions, that reflect local artistic traditions rather than Mediterranean models. Hell in Ethiopian art serves the same theological function as elsewhere, but it looks different, shaped by centuries of artistic development in relative isolation from European influences. Islamic art, with its prohibition on figural representation in religious contexts, took a different approach entirely. While Islamic theology included elaborate descriptions of hellfire and punishment, these were generally not depicted visually in mosques or religious manuscripts. Instead, the horror of Jahannam was conveyed through calligraphy and geometric patterns that evoked the concept without representing it. This absence of figural hell imagery in mainstream Islamic art didn't mean Muslims imagined hell any less vividly. The detailed verbal descriptions in hadith and theological texts filled imagination powerfully. But it meant that Islamic religious culture developed without the visual tradition that so shaped Christian understanding. Persian and Mughal miniature painting, existing somewhat at the margins of Islamic art's figural prohibitions, did sometimes depict scenes of judgment and punishment, particularly in literary and historical manuscripts. These images, influenced by both Central Asian and Indian artistic traditions, present hell with distinctive aesthetic characteristics, jewel-like colours, delicate details, elegant compositions that seem almost too beautiful for their terrible. Subjects. A Mughal depiction of hellfire might look like a garden of flames, aesthetically pleasing even while representing eternal torment. The Chinese Buddhist tradition produced hell imagery that reflected Chinese artistic conventions and cultural concerns. The Ten Courts of Hell, a popular subject in Chinese religious art, depicted the bureaucratic processing of souls through increasingly severe punishments. These images emphasized order and procedure in ways that reflected Chinese administrative culture. Even the afterlife had proper paperwork. The demons in Chinese hell art often wore official robes. They were civil servants of the underworld, doing their jobs with the impersonal efficiency expected of government functionaries. Japanese Buddhist art, influenced by both Chinese traditions and indigenous Japanese aesthetics, created hell imagery with its own distinctive character. We've already discussed the Hell Scrolls, but the tradition continued through later periods. Edo period illustrations of hell could be remarkably playful, depicting demons with almost comic expressions even while engaged in serious torture. This reflects the Japanese tendency toward aesthetic refinement that could make even disturbing subjects visually appealing. Japanese horror, including hell imagery, often combines beauty with terror in ways that Western audiences find surprising. The Mexican tradition of Dia de los Muertos imagery presents a fascinating fusion of pre-Columbian, Spanish Catholic, and indigenous Mexican artistic sensibilities. While not strictly hell imagery, the celebrations around the Day of the Dead include depictions of death, skeletons, and the afterlife that reflect a distinctive cultural relationship with mortality. The calaveras, decorated skulls, and the colourful altars created for the holiday suggest an engagement with death that is celebratory, rather than purely fearful. This tradition influenced and was influenced by Spanish Catholic imagery of judgment and hell, creating a syncretic visual culture unlike anything in Europe. The artistic tradition of memento mori, reminders of death, intersected with hell imagery throughout European history. Skulls, skeletons, rotting corpses, and other symbols of mortality appeared alongside traditional hell scenes, reinforcing the message that death and judgment awaited everyone. The Danse Macabre, or Dance of Death, depicted skeletons leading people of all social ranks toward the grave, a visual reminder that death was the great equalizer. These images weren't exactly hell imagery, but they belonged to the same visual ecosystem, reinforcing awareness of mortality and its consequences. The Reformation and Counter-Reformation produced distinctive approaches to hell imagery. Protestant iconoclasm reduced the quantity of religious images in Reformed churches, but it didn't eliminate hell imagery entirely. Protestant publications, particularly those attacking Catholicism, often used vivid depictions of hellfire to condemn papal corruption. The Pope himself was sometimes depicted in hell, suffering torments alongside demons. This politicized hell imagery, turning religious terror against religious opponents in ways that medieval artists had generally avoided. Counter-Reformation Catholic art, by contrast, doubled down on dramatic imagery designed to inspire emotional response. Baroque paintings of the Last Judgment, with their swirling compositions and dramatic lighting, created overwhelming visual experiences intended to move viewers toward piety. Hell in Baroque art was theatrical, stages filled with writhing bodies, dramatic gestures, intense colours. The goal was not just to inform, but to overwhelm, to create emotional states that would drive religious commitment. This theatrical approach influenced Catholic hell imagery well into the modern period. The printing press transformed how hell imagery was distributed and consumed. Before printing, hell images existed primarily in churches, monasteries, and expensive manuscripts owned by the wealthy. After printing, relatively cheap woodcuts and engravings brought hell imagery into homes across Europe. The Bible illustrations of Lutheran and Catholic printed editions included depictions of judgment and hell that reached audiences far larger than any previous generation had experienced. This democratization of imagery meant that hell became more visually familiar, more personally accessible, more individually possessed. The role of artisans and craftsmen in creating hell imagery deserves attention. Most medieval and early modern hell images were created not by named artists, but by anonymous workers following established patterns. These artisans didn't necessarily innovate. They reproduced traditional imagery with variations appropriate to local contexts and patron preferences. The consistency of hell imagery across Europe resulted partly from this workshop tradition. Patterns and iconographic conventions passed from master to apprentice, maintaining visual continuity across generations and regions. Yet within this tradition of reproduction, individual artists occasionally made significant innovations. Giotto's depictions of hell in the Arena Chapel in Padua, created around 1305, introduced new levels of psychological realism to damned figures. His sinners aren't just suffering, they're experiencing suffering, with facial expressions and body language that convey interior states. This psychological turn influenced later artists, contributing to the increasing individualization of the damned that we see in subsequent centuries. The relationship between hell imagery and actual torture practices is disturbing but important to acknowledge. Many of the torments depicted in hell imagery corresponded to punishments actually inflicted on criminals and heretics in the medieval and early modern periods. Burning at the stake, stretching on the rack, dismemberment. These weren't just imaginary torments invented for theological purposes. They were real punishments that medieval people witnessed or knew about. Hell imagery both reflected these actual practices and legitimated them. If God tortured sinners eternally in hell, surely human authorities were justified in torturing criminals temporarily on earth. This connection between infernal and earthly punishment gave hell imagery a practical dimension that purely theological analysis might miss. When people looked at images of demons torturing the damned, they might think of public executions they had witnessed, of criminals they had seen punished in ways that echoed the painted torments. The boundary between this world and the next, between earthly justice and divine judgment, was visualized as continuous. The same instruments appeared in both. The same screams echoed in both. Hell was terrible partly because it was recognizable, an eternal version of tortures that already existed. The emotional responses that hell imagery was designed to evoke deserve careful consideration. Fear was obviously central. These images were meant to terrify. But other emotions were also engaged. Disgust at the grotesque, fascination with the forbidden, perhaps even a kind of satisfaction at seeing wrongdoers punished. The complex emotional palette that hell imagery engaged helps explain its persistent popularity. People don't keep looking at things that only frighten them. They must also be attracted. The attraction to hell imagery, its continuing power to hold attention, to fascinate even as it repels, suggests that it serves psychological functions beyond simple moral instruction. The question of whether hell imagery actually changed behavior is difficult to answer. Medieval church authorities certainly believed it did. They invested enormous resources in creating and maintaining these images on the assumption that they deterred sin. But the evidence for actual behavioral effects is mixed. Medieval Europe, saturated with hell imagery, was not notably more virtuous than other societies without such imagery. People committed sins in full view of painted demons, apparently undeterred by the eternal consequences those demons promised. Perhaps the imagery worked through gradual habituation rather than immediate impact, shaping dispositions over time rather than preventing specific acts. Or perhaps it simply didn't work as intended, deterrence being less effective than its advocates assume. The aesthetic pleasure that hell imagery provides complicates its moral function. People have always found these images beautiful as well as terrible, fascinating as well as frightening. Bosch's Hell panel is a masterpiece precisely because it combines horror with aesthetic sophistication. Dory's engravings please the eye even while depicting suffering. This aesthetic dimension can undermine the moral purpose. If you're admiring the artistry, are you really being deterred from sin? The pleasure of looking at hell might actually diminish its power to terrify, as aesthetic appreciation distances viewers from emotional engagement with the content. Contemporary artists continue to engage with hell imagery, though often from critical or ironic perspectives. Francis Bacon's tortured figures evoke hellish suffering without explicit religious reference. H.R. Geiger's biomechanical nightmares, the visual design behind the Alien films, draw on hell imagery traditions while transforming them into secular horror. Comic book artists have created elaborate hells for superhero universes, developing visual conventions that owe debts to both religious tradition and contemporary horror aesthetics. Hell remains a productive source of imagery for artists seeking to depict extremity, suffering, and the transgression of normal limits. The internet has created new contexts for hell imagery to circulate and be consumed. Medieval manuscript pages are now available at high resolution to anyone with internet access. Scholarly databases make once obscure images widely visible. Social media allows hell imagery to be shared, remixed, made into memes. This unprecedented access to the visual tradition changes how people encounter it, casually scrolling through images that medieval viewers would have encountered only in sacred contexts, on pilgrimage, or in rare manuscripts. The decontextualization that museums began, digital culture accelerates to an extreme degree. What does the future hold for hell visualization? Virtual and augmented reality technologies could create immersive hell experiences more encompassing than any previous medium. Artificial intelligence can generate novel demon designs and hellscape architectures that no human artist has imagined. The visual tradition will continue to evolve, incorporating new technologies while drawing on accumulated imagery from thousands of years of human creativity. What remains constant is the human need to visualize the unvisualizable, to give form to fears and hopes about what lies beyond the boundary of death. The images we've examined in this chapter are not merely illustrations of theological concepts. They are themselves theological arguments, made visually rather than verbally. They shaped what people believed by showing what belief looked like. They created emotional responses that doctrinal texts alone could never achieve. They persist in cultural memory long after the specific beliefs that produced them have faded for many people. The visual tradition of hell is a vast inheritance, accumulated across cultures and centuries, continuing to influence imagination and art even in our supposedly secular age. Understanding hell historically requires understanding these images, not just what they show, but how they function, what work they do in human minds and societies, why they were created and why they persist. One final observation deserves emphasis. The artists who created hell imagery were, in a sense, performing a strange act of imagination. They were visualizing something that no one had actually seen, creating pictures of places that existed, if they existed at all, beyond the reach of human experience. Unlike landscape painters who could observe mountains and rivers, unlike portrait painters who could study actual faces, hell painters had only texts, traditions, and their own imaginations to work from. This made hell art a uniquely creative endeavour. Every artist who depicted hell was adding something that hadn't existed before, a visual interpretation that would then become part of the tradition for future artists to draw upon. This creative dimension helps explain both the diversity and the consistency of hell imagery. Diverse because each artist brought their own imagination to the task, producing individual interpretations that reflected personal vision and cultural context. Consistent because artists also learned from predecessors, borrowed conventions that worked, maintained visual continuity that audiences expected. The result was a tradition that evolved while maintaining recognizable features, much like language itself, changing over time while preserving enough stability for communication across generations. The study of hell imagery ultimately reveals something profound about human creativity and its relationship to fear. We are beings who must visualize what we fear. We cannot leave our terrors abstract and formless. We need to give them faces, landscapes, architecture. We need to see them in order to confront them, or perhaps in order to control them through the very act of representation. The images of hell that we've traced through this chapter represent humanity's collective attempt to give visible form to the worst things we can imagine. In doing so, we have created some of our most powerful and enduring art. Images that terrify and fascinate in equal measure, that speak to something deep in human nature, that persist across centuries because they address fears that never quite go away. We've traced hell through its architecture, its guardians, its instruments of torment, its visualization in art across cultures and centuries. But now we confront perhaps the most fundamental question in the entire history of hell. How long does it last? This isn't just a theological detail. It's a question that goes to the very heart of what punishment means, what justice requires, and what kind of universe we inhabit. The difference between temporary and eternal punishment isn't merely quantitative, like the difference between a year in prison and a decade. It's qualitative, representing fundamentally different conceptions of cosmic justice, divine nature, and human destiny. Let's be clear about what we're comparing. On one side stand the traditions, primarily Buddhist and Hindu, that view post-mortem punishment as temporary. Souls suffer in hell, sometimes for incomprehensibly long periods, but eventually their punishment ends. They've paid their debt, burned off their negative karma, and they move on to rebirth or liberation. The suffering, however terrible, serves a purpose. It purifies, balances, prepares the soul for its next phase of existence. Hell in these traditions is more like a cosmic hospital, an extremely unpleasant hospital with no analgesics and rather aggressive treatment protocols, but a hospital nonetheless. You're there to be healed, not to be destroyed. On the other side stands the dominant tradition in Western Christianity, which insists that hell is eternal. Not 1,000,000 years, not 1,000,000,000 years, not any finite period however vast, but literally forever, without end, without hope, without any possibility of release. The suffering continues when the sun has burned out, when the universe has collapsed, when time itself has ceased to have meaning. This is punishment not as correction, but as pure retribution, not as therapy, but as cosmic justice satisfied through infinite suffering. The psychological difference between these positions is enormous. Temporary punishment, however terrible, is endurable in a sense because it ends. You can imagine getting through it. You can hold on to hope. Eternal punishment offers no such comfort. The first second of eternal damnation is exactly as far from the end as the billionth year. Hope is not merely remote, it's logically impossible. This creates a kind of suffering that finite punishment cannot match, not just pain but despair, the knowledge that nothing you do, think or feel will ever change your situation. Let's examine the Eastern traditions first, since they offer the clearest articulation of temporary hell. Buddhist cosmology, which we've touched on earlier, describes multiple hells with specific durations of punishment. These durations are specified in texts with mathematical precision that would impress an accountant, though the numbers involved are so vast as to be functionally meaningless to human comprehension. Consider the Buddhist hot hells. The first and mildest is called Samjiva, where beings are tortured with weapons die, and are revived to be tortured again. The duration of suffering here is said to be equivalent to 500 years, where each day equals 50 human years, approximately 9 million human years in total. Uncomfortable, certainly, but finite. The second hot hell lasts 16 times longer. The third, 16 times longer still. By the time you reach the eighth and worst hot hell, Avicii, the duration has accumulated to numbers with more zeros than most calculators can display. Yet even Avicii, the hell of uninterrupted suffering, eventually ends. The karma that sent you there is finite, and when it's exhausted, you're released. You might be reborn in another hell, or as a hungry ghost, or as an animal, depending on your remaining karma. The Buddhist afterlife isn't exactly a direct escalator to paradise. But the point is that no state is permanent. Everything changes, everything passes, even the most terrible suffering eventually gives way to something else. This impermanence of hell reflects a core Buddhist principle. All conditioned phenomena are impermanent. Nothing in the Buddhist universe lasts forever. Not pleasure, not pain, not existence itself as we know it. The only way to escape the cycle entirely is through enlightenment, which transcends the categories of existence and non-existence. But short of that ultimate liberation, everything is temporary, hell included. Hindu traditions vary considerably in their treatment of post-mortem punishment, but the general pattern resembles Buddhism. The various Hindu hells, often enumerated as 28, though lists vary, serve to burn off the negative karma accumulated through bad actions. The soul suffers proportionally to its sins, then is released to continue its journey through the cycle of rebirth. The Garuda Purana, a text often recited at Hindu funerals, describes these hells in graphic detail, but always with the understanding that the suffering is temporary. What makes this approach philosophically coherent is the concept of karma itself. Karma is fundamentally a system of cause and effect, action and reaction. Every action generates a corresponding result that must eventually be experienced. Bad actions generate bad results, good actions generate good results. The universe keeps precise accounts, and these accounts must be settled. But here's the crucial point. Human actions are finite. No matter how terrible the deed, it occurred in a specific time and place, with limited scope and limited duration. A murder, however horrifying, is a finite act. A lifetime of cruelty, however extensive, is still bounded by the limits of a human lifespan. These finite acts generate finite karmic debts, and finite debts can be paid off through finite suffering. The mathematics of karma, properly understood, actually forbids eternal punishment. An infinite punishment for finite sins would be like charging infinite interest on a loan, cosmically unfair and inconsistent with the lawful operation of karmic cause and effect. This mathematical logic extends to the extreme cases. Even Hitler, in a karmic framework, generated finite negative karma through his finite actions. His karmic debt is enormous, sufficient to keep him in the worst hells for periods that would exhaust the imagination of any human accountant. But it's still finite. Given enough eons, even that debt will be paid. The universe doesn't hold grudges forever. It simply processes consequences with mechanical precision. The Jain tradition takes this temporary punishment logic to perhaps its most systematic expression. Jain cosmology includes elaborate hell realms with precisely calculated durations, all governed by the principle of karmic justice. The Jains were particularly meticulous record keepers of cosmic accounting, specifying exactly how various actions generated various karmic particles that adhered to the soul and required various durations of suffering to remove. It's almost like a very complicated tax code, except the penalties are paid in torment rather than money. Now let's cross to the Western traditions, where we encounter a dramatically different understanding. The dominant Christian position, articulated most forcefully by Augustine of Hippo in the early 5th century, and maintained by mainstream Catholic and Protestant theology ever since, insists that hell is eternal. Not very long, eternal. Not practically infinite, actually infinite. This isn't hyperbole or dramatic emphasis, it's precise doctrine. Augustine's argument for eternal punishment rested on several foundations. First, the biblical texts. The Gospel of Matthew speaks of eternal fire and eternal punishment. The book of Revelation describes the lake of fire where the devil and his followers will be tormented forever and ever. These texts seemed clear enough to Augustine. Scripture said eternal, and Scripture meant eternal. But beyond the biblical texts, Augustine developed a philosophical argument that has shaped Western thinking about hell ever since. Sin, he argued, is not merely an action but a disposition, a turning away from God, the infinite good, toward finite goods that cannot ultimately satisfy. This disposition, if unrepented, remains forever. The sinner in hell isn't being punished for some discrete act committed decades ago. They're being punished for who they are right now, for the continued state of rebellion against God that characterizes their soul. As long as that state continues, the punishment continues. And since nothing suggests the state ever changes, the souls in hell don't repent, don't reform, don't redirect their wills toward God, the punishment continues forever. This argument has a certain logic. If punishment corresponds to ongoing guilt rather than past actions, and if the guilt never ends, then punishment never ends. It's not that a finite sin deserves infinite punishment, it's that the sin itself is infinite in the sense of being perpetual. The damned continue sinning in hell, not in the sense of committing new murders or thefts, but in the deeper sense of maintaining their rejection of God. They're being punished not for what they did, but for what they are. Another argument for eternal punishment appealed to the nature of God. Sin against an infinite being, the argument went, is an infinite offense deserving infinite punishment. You might think that stealing from a wealthy man and stealing from a poor man deserves similar punishment. The same action, after all. But medieval legal thinking often disagreed. Crimes against superiors were considered more serious than crimes against equals or inferiors. Striking a king was worse than striking a peasant, even if the physical harm was identical. Applied to God, this logic suggested that any sin against the infinitely glorious divine being deserved infinite punishment. The magnitude of the offence was measured not by the action itself, but by the majesty of the offended party. Modern readers often find this argument repugnant. It seems to justify unlimited cruelty through a kind of cosmic status hierarchy. But it reflected genuine medieval intuitions about honour, hierarchy, and the seriousness of offending one's superiors. These weren't arbitrary theological inventions. They were theological applications of widely shared social values. Whether those values were correct is another question, but the argument made sense within its cultural context. Thomas Aquinas, the greatest systematic theologian of the medieval period, refined the argument for eternal punishment with characteristic precision. He distinguished between the punishment of sense, the physical torments of fire and cold, and the punishment of loss, the deprivation of the beatific vision, the direct experience of God that constitutes heaven's supreme joy. Both punishments, Aquinas argued, were eternal for the damned. The punishment of loss was eternal because the damned had permanently forfeited their capacity for heaven through mortal sin. They couldn't enjoy God even if they wanted to. Their souls were no longer capable of that joy. This wasn't arbitrary divine cruelty but natural consequence, like a blind person being unable to see a beautiful sunset. The capacity for vision had been destroyed. The beauty was still there but irretrievably inaccessible. The punishment of sense was eternal because justice required proportional response to sin, and sin against God was, as we've seen, infinite in a relevant sense. Aquinas distinguished between the intensity of punishment and its duration. Finite creatures couldn't experience infinite intensity of suffering. That would require infinite capacity for experience. But they could experience finite suffering for infinite duration, which satisfied the requirement for infinite total punishment without requiring impossible psychological states. This distinction helped address one traditional objection to eternal punishment. How could finite beings even experience infinite anything? Aquinas' answer was that they experienced finite suffering at each moment, but the moments accumulated without end. The suffering at any instant was bearable in isolation. It was the endless continuation that made it unbearable overall. Like water torture, each drop is trivial, but the knowledge that the drops will never stop is the true torment. But not all Christian thinkers accepted the doctrine of eternal punishment. The most famous dissenter was Origen of Alexandria, one of the most brilliant and controversial theologians of the early Church. Writing in the 3rd century before Augustine's influence became dominant, Origen proposed a radically different vision, apokatastasis, the restoration of all things. Origen believed that God's love and power were both infinite. Infinite love meant that God genuinely desired the salvation of all creatures, not just humans, but even demons, even Satan himself. Infinite power meant that this desire couldn't ultimately be frustrated. Given enough time, and in eternity there was certainly enough time, every creature would eventually be reconciled to God. Hell was real, and its punishments were genuine, but they were pedagogical rather than purely retributive. They taught, corrected, purified, until finally even the most resistant soul yielded to divine love. This was a breathtakingly optimistic vision, and it had significant appeal. It preserved divine justice, sins were punished, while also preserving divine love. All creatures were eventually saved. It made sense of the apparent waste involved in eternal damnation. Why would God create beings destined for eternal torment? On Origen's view, nothing was wasted. Every soul, however fallen, would ultimately return to its divine source. But Origen's views were controversial from the start and eventually condemned by church councils. The Fifth Ecumenical Council in 553 CE anathematized several propositions associated with Origen, including the idea that all rational creatures would ultimately be restored to union with God. This condemnation didn't quite settle the matter. Scholars still debate exactly what the council condemned and whether it legitimately represented church teaching, but it established a strong precedent against universalism in official Christian doctrine. Why was the church so resistant to Origen's appealing vision? Several reasons suggest themselves. First, it seemed to undermine the urgency of conversion and moral effort. If everyone would be saved eventually, why bother with the difficult work of Christian discipleship now? The threat of eternal punishment provided motivation that temporary punishment couldn't match. Take away the eternity, and you take away much of the existential pressure that drove people toward faith. Second, it seemed to trivialize human freedom. If all souls would ultimately be saved regardless of their choices, then those choices didn't really matter in any ultimate sense. You might take longer to reach salvation if you chose wickedness, but you'd arrive eventually. This seemed to reduce human freedom to a matter of scheduling rather than genuine consequential choice. The drama of salvation and damnation required that choices have permanent effects. Otherwise, it was just theatre. Third, it raised the question of justice for victims. If Hitler eventually gets saved after sufficient punishment, what about his millions of victims? Is it fair that their murderer ultimately enjoys the same blessed destiny they do? Eternal punishment ensured that wrongdoers never escaped the consequences of their crimes. Universalism seemed to let them off the hook eventually, which struck many as cosmically unjust. Despite these objections, the universalist option has never entirely disappeared from Christian thought. Gregory of Nyssa, one of the Cappadocian Fathers and an unquestionably orthodox figure, held views similar to Origen's without suffering similar condemnation. Throughout Christian history, minority voices have questioned eternal punishment and suggested eventual universal restoration. In the 19th century, universalism became an organized movement, with churches and theologians explicitly committed to the salvation of all. The 20th century saw a significant revival of universalist thinking among mainstream theologians. Karl Barth, perhaps the most influential Protestant theologian of the century, held positions that many interpret as universalist, though he carefully avoided making definitive claims. Hans Urs von Balthasar, a prominent Catholic theologian, argued that Christians should hope for the salvation of all, even if they couldn't be certain it would occur. These weren't fringe figures, they were theologians taken seriously across denominational lines, suggesting that the ancient debate about hell's duration remained very much alive. The philosophical arguments for and against eternal punishment have been refined considerably since Augustine and Aquinas. Contemporary philosophers have brought new tools to bear on these ancient questions, with interesting results. One influential argument against eternal punishment comes from the principle of proportionality. Justice, most philosophers agree, requires some reasonable relationship between offense and punishment. We don't execute jaywalkers or imprison children for not eating their vegetables. The punishment should fit the crime, but eternal punishment is infinitely disproportionate to any finite offense. No matter how terrible the crime, no matter how many victims, no matter how malicious the intent, the criminal's actions occurred in a finite amount of time and caused finite amounts of harm. Infinite punishment for finite crimes violates proportionality so dramatically as to constitute injustice rather than justice. Defenders of eternal punishment have several responses. Some deny that proportionality applies to divine justice. God operates by different standards than human judges, and our intuitions about fairness simply don't apply. Others invoke the arguments about ongoing sin that we discussed earlier. The punishment isn't for past finite crimes, but for present infinite rebellion. Still others argue that some crimes are so terrible that they approach infinity in a morally relevant sense. The Holocaust, for example, involved suffering so vast that perhaps infinite punishment isn't disproportionate after all. Another philosophical puzzle concerns the coherence of eternal punishment itself. What would it actually be like to suffer forever? Would consciousness persist through infinite duration? Would the suffering remain meaningful, or would it eventually fade into a kind of background noise? These questions might seem idle speculation, but they bear on whether eternal punishment is even conceptually possible. If consciousness couldn't actually persist through infinite time, or if suffering would inevitably diminish through habituation, then eternal punishment might be metaphysically impossible regardless of what Scripture says. The free will defense of eternal punishment deserves particular attention. On this view, the damned aren't forced into hell against their will. They choose it, and they continue choosing it forever. God respects human freedom so profoundly that he allows people to reject him eternally. Hell isn't a place God sends people. It's a place people send themselves by refusing divine love. The famous line from Milton's Satan, "Better to reign in hell than serve in heaven," expresses this conception. The damned prefer their condition to the alternative of submitting to God. C.S. Lewis developed this view most influentially in The Great Divorce, where hell is depicted as a dreary grey town whose inhabitants could leave for heaven any time they choose but consistently refuse because they can't let go of their pride, their resentments, their self-focused perspectives. The doors of hell are locked from the inside, Lewis suggested. The damned are there because, in some deep sense, they want to be. This defense of eternal punishment has considerable appeal. It preserves human dignity and freedom while also maintaining hell's eternity. It shifts the blame from God's cruelty to human obstinacy. And it explains how a loving God could permit eternal suffering, not by abandoning love but by respecting freedom so thoroughly that he allows creatures to reject him forever. But critics have challenged this defense on several grounds. First, is it really plausible that anyone would choose eternal suffering over heaven? The picture of rational agents freely preferring infinite torment to infinite bliss seems psychologically unrealistic. Perhaps pride could sustain such a choice for a while, but forever. The will would eventually break. The choice would eventually reverse. Given eternity, even the most stubborn soul would capitulate. Second, even if some people would choose hell, is God obligated to honour that choice? Parents don't let children touch hot stoves just because the children freely choose to do so. A loving God might override destructive choices for the creature's own benefit, just as loving parents override childish self-harm. The free will defense seems to treat human choices as sacred in a way that might not be consistent with genuine divine love. Third, the conditions of choice matter. People make choices based on their knowledge, circumstances, and psychological states. Someone choosing to reject God in the grip of psychological disorder, or in ignorance of what they were rejecting, or under conditions of extreme stress, hasn't made a genuinely free choice in the morally relevant sense. How many of the damned would have chosen differently under better conditions? A just God would surely take these factors into account. The debate between temporary and eternal punishment also connects to larger questions about the purpose of punishment itself. Philosophers traditionally distinguish three justifications for punishment: retribution, deterrence, and rehabilitation. Retributive punishment aims to give wrongdoers what they deserve, regardless of consequences. Deterrent punishment aims to prevent future wrongdoing by making crime costly. Rehabilitative punishment aims to reform the wrongdoer, making them better people who won't offend again. Eternal punishment can serve retribution and perhaps deterrence, but it cannot serve rehabilitation. The damned will never be better for their suffering. They will never reform, never improve, never leave their punished state. This means that eternal punishment makes sense only if retribution is a sufficient justification for punishment by itself. If punishment requires rehabilitative purpose, eternal punishment is ruled out by definition. The Eastern traditions we examined earlier lean strongly toward the rehabilitative model. Hell suffering purifies, cleanses, prepares the soul for its next existence. The punishment serves the criminal's eventual good, not just society's satisfaction at seeing wrongdoing penalized. This rehabilitative framework makes temporary punishment necessary and eternal punishment impossible. The criminal can only be rehabilitated if they eventually emerge from rehabilitation. The Western Christian tradition has historically leaned toward the retributive model, with deterrence as a secondary justification. Hell gives sinners what they deserve and scares the living into better behavior. Rehabilitation isn't the point. Indeed, the damned are precisely those for whom rehabilitation is impossible, whose wills are permanently fixed in rebellion. This retributive framework makes eternal punishment conceivable, though whether it makes it just remains disputed. Modern Western societies have largely rejected purely retributive approaches to criminal justice in favour of rehabilitation and deterrence. We don't torture criminals just because they deserve it. We punish them to prevent future crimes and hopefully to reform them into law-abiding citizens. This shift in penal philosophy makes eternal punishment seem increasingly alien to contemporary moral sensibilities. We wouldn't treat earthly criminals this way. Why would we expect a just God to treat cosmic criminals this way? The emotional and pastoral dimensions of this debate shouldn't be overlooked. What does it feel like to believe in eternal punishment? How does that belief shape one's relationship with God, oneself, and others? For some believers, the doctrine of eternal hell is a source of constant anxiety, the terrifying background noise of existence, the ever-present threat that they or their loved ones might end up suffering forever. This anxiety can motivate genuine religious devotion, but it can also create psychological damage. Excessive guilt, obsessive religious practices, inability to experience divine love because divine wrath is always closer to consciousness. For other believers, eternal hell provides a strange kind of comfort. Justice will ultimately be done, the wicked will not escape, the universe is morally ordered even when earthly life seems chaotic. Victims of terrible crimes can trust that their victimizers will face eternal consequences. The powerful who escape earthly judgment will not escape divine judgment. Hell is the ultimate equalizer, the cosmic courtroom where nobody's connections or wealth can buy them a lighter sentence. The pastoral challenge of preaching hell has varied across Christian history. Medieval preachers often emphasized hellfire with vivid intensity, seeking to terrify audiences into repentance. Jonathan Edwards's famous sermon, Sinners in the Hands of an Angry God, epitomized this approach, depicting God dangling sinners over the pit of hell like someone holding a spider over a flame. The terror was the point. Only through terror could complacent sinners be shaken into awareness of their danger. But other pastoral traditions have minimized hell, emphasizing divine love and mercy instead. The 20th century saw a broad retreat from hellfire preaching across most Christian denominations. Surveys show that even among believers who formally affirm eternal punishment, few think about it regularly or consider it central to their faith. Hell has become theologically affirmed but pastorally neglected in much contemporary Christianity. Some theologians have attempted middle positions between eternal punishment and universal salvation. Annihilationism, or conditional immortality, proposes that the damned are eventually destroyed rather than tortured forever. They cease to exist, which is surely bad but not as bad as eternal conscious torment. This view has gained significant support among evangelical Christians who find eternal torture troubling, but don't want to embrace full universalism. The biblical case for annihilationism is actually reasonably strong. Language of destruction, perishing, and death appears frequently in texts about the fate of the wicked. The wages of sin is death, Paul writes, not the wages of sin is eternal torture. Fire consumes what it burns. If the damned are thrown into fire, the natural expectation is that they're consumed, not that they burn forever without being destroyed. Annihilationists argue that the language of eternity in biblical hell texts refers to the permanence of destruction, not the duration of conscious suffering. Eternal punishment means punishment whose effects are eternal, irreversible destruction, not punishment that continues being inflicted eternally. Critics of annihilationism worry that it doesn't take sin seriously enough. If the worst that can happen is that you simply cease to exist, is that really so bad? Many people already believe that death is simply the end, non-existence following life. Annihilationism makes the worst cosmic fate equivalent to the atheist's expected destiny, which seems insufficiently distinctive to serve the purposes that hell traditionally served. As we near the end of our journey through hell's history, the question of duration looms as perhaps the most consequential theological and philosophical issue we've encountered. Temporary or eternal, this binary choice shapes everything else about how hell functions in human imagination and society. Temporary hell is terrible but endurable, just but merciful, pedagogical rather than purely punitive. Eternal hell is absolute, final, a permanent division of the cosmos into saved and damned with no movement between categories. The traditions that chose temporary hell created worldviews where karma governs fairly, where cosmic accounting eventually balances, where even the worst can ultimately be redeemed through sufficient suffering. The traditions that chose eternal hell created worldviews where human choice has infinite weight, where divine justice is uncompromising, where some doors, once closed, never open again. Neither answer is obviously correct. Both have sophisticated philosophical and theological support. Both address genuine human intuitions about justice, mercy, freedom, and consequence. The debate has continued for millennia and shows no signs of resolution. Perhaps some questions don't have answers, or have different answers that are all partially true. What we can say is that the question matters profoundly. How you answer it shapes how you understand God, humanity, justice, and the ultimate meaning of existence. The duration of punishment isn't a footnote in the theology of hell, it's the central issue around which everything else revolves. Whether hell lasts forever or eventually ends, this is one of the most consequential questions humans have ever asked, and we're still asking it. Let's examine some additional dimensions of this debate that illuminate why it has proven so intractable. The question of divine justice versus divine mercy provides one crucial framework. Most theological traditions affirm both attributes. God is perfectly just and perfectly merciful. But how can both be perfectly satisfied when dealing with sinners? Eternal punishment maximally satisfies justice, at least on retributive accounts. Sin receives its full due, with no discount for good behaviour, no parole for time served, no commutation for any reason. The scales balance, or rather they tip appropriately toward punishment for those who tipped them towards sin during their earthly lives. Justice is served absolutely, permanently, irrevocably. But what about mercy? Where does mercy fit in a system of eternal punishment? The traditional answer is that mercy was offered during earthly life. God gave sinners every opportunity to repent, provided grace sufficient for salvation, sent prophets and preachers and scriptures, and even his own Son to call people back to righteousness. Those who rejected these offers chose justice over mercy. They will receive what they chose. Mercy was available. They declined it. Now only justice remains. This answer has a certain logic, but it raises further questions. Was mercy truly equally available to everyone? The child who died in infancy before reaching the age of reason, the isolated tribesman who never heard the gospel, the person raised in an abusive religious environment that distorted the message, did they all have equal access to the mercy that would have saved them from eternal torment? The inequality of opportunity for salvation seems to create inequality of outcome that pure justice should not tolerate. The Eastern traditions largely avoid this problem by building mercy into the structure of punishment itself. The suffering is terrible, yes, but it's also purifying. It serves the sufferer's eventual good. Divine mercy operates through punishment rather than before it or instead of it. Even the damned are objects of divine care in the sense that their suffering contributes to their eventual liberation. This integration of justice and mercy within a single system of temporary punishment may be philosophically more elegant than the Western separation of mercy now, justice later, with eternal consequences for which way you happen to fall. The question of proportionality deserves further examination as well. We've noted that infinite punishment for finite sin seems disproportionate, but defenders of eternal hell have developed more sophisticated responses than we've fully explored. One response emphasizes the ongoing nature of sin in hell. The damned don't just carry the guilt of past sins, they continue sinning in the present. Their hatred of God, their resentment of their punishment, their envy of the blessed, these attitudes constitute ongoing sin that generates ongoing guilt deserving ongoing punishment. On this view, hell isn't really infinite punishment for finite sin, it's continuous punishment for continuous sin. The proportion is maintained because both sides of the equation are infinite, but this response raises its own difficulties. If the damned continue sinning in hell, who's responsible for that? Did God create them with the kind of souls that would inevitably sin forever? If so, their eternal sinning seems more like a design flaw than a moral failure. They're being punished for being the kind of beings God made them to be. This seems to shift moral responsibility from the creature to the creator in troubling ways. Another response to the proportionality objection emphasizes the infinite value of what sin rejects. God offers infinite good, his own presence, eternal life, perfect joy. Rejection of this infinite good warrants infinite punishment, not because the act of rejection is infinite, but because the thing rejected is infinitely valuable. It's like the difference between refusing a small gift and refusing $1 billion. The act of refusal might be similar, but the consequences differ enormously based on what's being refused. This argument has intuitive appeal. Refusing a life-saving medicine when you're dying is worse than refusing an aspirin when you have a headache, even though both are acts of refusal. The stakes matter. And the stakes with God are infinite. Eternal life versus eternal death. Infinite good versus infinite suffering. Perhaps the infinite consequences are appropriate given the infinite stakes. But critics point out that people don't generally know what they're rejecting when they sin. They're not consciously choosing infinite suffering over infinite bliss. They're making mundane choices about how to live their ordinary lives. The person who lies to avoid embarrassment isn't thinking about eternal fire. They're thinking about the immediate situation. To punish them as if they had consciously rejected God's infinite offer seems to misunderstand the actual psychology of sin. The phenomenology of hell, what it would actually be like to experience eternal punishment, raises additional puzzles. Human psychology as we understand it requires change, development, narrative. We process experience over time, learning from the past, anticipating the future, constructing meaning through the sequence of our experiences. But eternity has no past or future in the relevant sense, or rather, it has infinite past and infinite future, which amounts to the same thing psychologically. How would consciousness function in such a context? Some theologians have suggested that the damned experience time differently than we do. They might experience their suffering as eternal present, always now, without the relief that comes from knowing that past suffering is over, or the dread that comes from anticipating future suffering. This would be a strange form of consciousness, quite different from ordinary human experience. Whether it would be better or worse than our time-bound suffering is hard to say. Others have suggested that the damned retain ordinary temporal consciousness but stretched across infinite duration. They remember past suffering, anticipate future suffering, experience present suffering, and all three categories expand without limit. This might actually be worse than eternal present, since memory and anticipation could multiply the suffering beyond the immediate moment. You'd experience not just present pain, but the accumulated weight of all past pain, and the anticipated dread of all future pain, with both categories growing without bound. The question of whether the blessed in heaven can be happy, knowing that others suffer eternally in hell, has troubled many thinkers. How could paradise be perfect if you knew that your mother, your child, your friend was being tortured forever? The empathy that makes us human would seem to make heaven impossible under these conditions. You might be in a beautiful place, but your heart would be with those who suffer. Augustine addressed this problem with characteristic directness. The blessed will rejoice in the punishment of the damned because they will see it as just. Their perspective will be aligned with God's, understanding the perfect rightness of every punishment. They won't grieve for the damned any more than God grieves for them, which is to say, not at all, or at least not in any way that diminishes their perfect bliss. This answer has struck many readers as monstrous. A heaven where the blessed celebrate the torture of former loved ones sounds more like a sociopathic fantasy than a genuine paradise. The blessed, on Augustine's account, have lost the very capacity for compassion that made them lovable in the first place. They've become cold, judgmental, indifferent to suffering, and we're supposed to consider this a blessed state. Alternatives have been proposed. Some suggest that memory of the damned is erased from the minds of the blessed. They simply don't remember that certain people ever existed, so they can't grieve for them. Others suggest that the blessed understand something we don't, some cosmic truth that makes eternal punishment not just acceptable, but obviously right, a truth that would transform our horror into acceptance if only we could grasp it. Still others take the problem as evidence against eternal punishment. If it would make heaven hellish for anyone with a functioning conscience, perhaps it doesn't happen. The relationship between hell's duration and human dignity presents another angle of analysis. On one view, treating hell as eternal honours human dignity by taking human choices with ultimate seriousness. We're not children whose choices can be overridden for our own good. We're moral agents whose decisions have permanent weight. If we choose to reject God, that choice stands forever. God honours our freedom even when we use it to damn ourselves. On another view, eternal punishment degrades human dignity by reducing persons to objects of eternal punishment. Whatever else they were, parents, artists, friends, seekers, becomes irrelevant. They become nothing but sinners, defined entirely by their worst decisions, suffering forever for choices made in circumstances they didn't choose and couldn't fully understand. This seems to reduce persons to their moral failures, ignoring everything else that made them human. The debate also connects to questions about the nature of time and eternity in God's experience. If God is eternal in the sense of being outside time altogether, the view held by many classical theologians, then God doesn't experience duration as we do. Past, present, and future are all equally present to God's eternal now. In this framework, eternal punishment might mean something quite different from our ordinary understanding. The damned's suffering would be eternally present to God without God experiencing it as extended through time. What this would mean for the damned's own experience is less clear. Contemporary theologians have also explored whether eternal hell is compatible with God's victory over evil. If hell persists forever with souls in permanent rebellion against God, hasn't evil won a permanent place in the cosmos? The damned embody evil's continuing existence, evil's resistance to divine love, evil's eternal survival. A universe with eternal hell is a universe where good never fully triumphs, where evil maintains its domain forever, where God's will for universal reconciliation is permanently frustrated. Is this really the victory proclaimed in Scripture? Universalists argue that God's victory must be total. Every knee must bow, every tongue confess, not through coercion, but through the eventual triumph of love over resistance. The last enemy to be destroyed is death, Paul writes, and surely eternal conscious torment is a form of ongoing death. God's victory requires the abolition of hell, not its eternal perpetuation. Defenders of eternal hell argue that God's victory doesn't require the cooperation of every creature. God wins by establishing his kingdom, not by converting everyone. The damned represent defeated rebels, not triumphant resistors. Their suffering testifies to God's justice just as the blessed's joy testifies to God's mercy. Both dimensions, justice and mercy, are necessary for the complete display of divine glory. The psychological effects of believing in eternal hell on believers' mental health have received increasing attention in recent years. Religious trauma syndrome has been proposed as a category for the psychological damage caused by certain religious beliefs and practices, with eternal hell featuring prominently among the traumatizing beliefs. Children raised with vivid threats of eternal fire sometimes carry lasting anxiety, fear, and guilt that persist long after they've left the religious communities of their childhood. This psychological dimension doesn't settle the theological question. True beliefs can be psychologically damaging, and false beliefs can be psychologically comforting. But it does complicate pastoral approaches. Even if eternal hell is doctrinally correct, how should it be taught? To children? To people with anxiety disorders? To those already struggling with guilt and shame? The responsible proclamation of eternal punishment, if one believes in it, requires considerable pastoral sensitivity. The cultural shift away from eternal hell belief in contemporary Western societies reflects broader changes in how we think about justice, mercy, and human nature. Rehabilitative approaches to criminal justice have replaced purely retributive ones in most legal systems. Psychological understanding of behavior has reduced our confidence that people freely choose evil. Universal human rights have emphasized the dignity of all persons, even wrongdoers. These cultural shifts make eternal punishment seem increasingly alien, a relic of harsher times when cruelty was more easily accepted. But defenders of traditional doctrine argue that cultural shifts aren't theological arguments. The fact that eternal punishment seems harsh to modern sensibilities doesn't mean it's false. Perhaps modern sensibilities are simply wrong, corrupted by sentimentality, lacking appropriate seriousness about sin, insufficiently awed by divine holiness. The question is what's true, not what's culturally comfortable. And truth can be uncomfortable. As we prepare to examine the decline of literal hell belief in the modern West, keep these arguments in mind. The debate about eternal versus temporary punishment isn't settled, it's ongoing, with sophisticated advocates on multiple sides. What has changed is the cultural plausibility of eternal punishment, the ease with which it can be affirmed without qualification or apology. For most of Christian history, eternal hell was simply assumed. Now it must be defended. That shift in burden of proof reflects deeper changes in how Western societies think about justice, human nature, and the character of God. The question of how long hell lasts may ultimately be unanswerable with certainty. It touches on mysteries beyond human comprehension, the nature of divine justice, the ontology of time and eternity, the ultimate fate of created beings. What we can trace is how humans have answered this question throughout history, what considerations have shaped their answers, and what consequences have followed from different positions. The history of hell's duration is, in miniature, a history of human grappling with ultimate questions about justice, mercy, and the meaning of existence itself. We've journeyed through 5,000 years of hell, from the dusty underworlds of ancient Mesopotamia to the frozen lake at the center of Dante's Inferno, from the bureaucratic processing centers of Chinese afterlife administration to the fire and brimstone sermons of American revival meetings. We've met the guardians, mapped the geography, examined the instruments of torment, traced the evolution of who deserved damnation and for how long. But now we arrive at a question that might seem almost anticlimactic after all that cosmic drama. What happens when people stop believing in hell altogether? Because here's the thing, for most of the history we've traced, hell was simply real. Not metaphorically real, not psychologically real, not real in a certain sense, actually, literally, geographically real as Rome or Jerusalem, just located somewhere harder to visit. People disagreed about details, certainly. They debated whether hell was eternal or temporary, whether unbaptized infants went there, whether virtuous pagans suffered alongside murderers, but hardly anyone questioned whether hell existed. That would have been like questioning whether tomorrow would come. Hell was simply part of the furniture of the universe, as obvious as mountains or oceans. That's no longer the case. In the modern West and increasingly around the world, belief in a literal hell has declined dramatically. Survey data from the past several decades tells a consistent story. Fewer and fewer people, even among those who identify as religious, believe in hell as an actual place where souls suffer after death. This represents one of the most significant shifts in human belief in recorded history, the gradual evaporation of an idea that shaped civilization for millennia. Understanding this shift, its causes and consequences, is essential for understanding where hell stands today and where it might be going. Let's start with the numbers, because the numbers are striking. In the United States, which remains one of the more religious countries in the developed world, belief in hell has declined steadily over the past half-century. Gallup polls show that while about 70% of Americans believed in hell in the 1950s and 1960s, that number has dropped to around 60% in recent surveys, and the decline is much steeper among younger Americans. In Europe, the numbers are far lower. In some Scandinavian countries, fewer than 10% of the population believes in a literal hell. Even in traditionally religious countries like Ireland and Spain, belief in hell has plummeted alongside overall secularization. What's particularly interesting is the gap between belief in heaven and belief in hell. Far more people believe in heaven than in hell, a pattern that holds across multiple surveys and countries. This asymmetry is theologically puzzling, since most traditional frameworks pair the two concepts together. You can't really have one without the other in most Christian theologies. Salvation from hell is what makes heaven meaningful, and damnation is what gives urgency to seeking salvation. Yet many contemporary believers have quietly unbundled the package, keeping the pleasant destination while discarding the unpleasant one. It's like booking a round-trip flight but only believing in the outbound journey. This selective belief reflects broader patterns in how contemporary people approach religion. The sociologist Grace Davy described Europeans as believing without belonging, maintaining private religious beliefs while abandoning institutional religious practice. But the heaven without hell phenomenon suggests something more specific, believing without threatening. The comforting aspects of religion persist while the frightening aspects fade. Divine love survives, divine wrath doesn't. This might represent theological progress, or it might represent wishful thinking, choosing to believe what's pleasant and ignoring what's not. The causes of hell's decline are multiple and interrelated. The Enlightenment planted seeds that have been growing for centuries. When thinkers like Voltaire mocked the idea of eternal punishment for finite sins, when Hume questioned the rationality of religious belief more broadly, when Kant tried to establish morality on purely rational grounds, without appeal to divine reward and punishment, these intellectual moves created alternatives to the traditional framework. Educated elites began to find hell intellectually embarrassing, well before ordinary believers followed. The humanitarian revolution that transformed Western attitudes toward punishment played a crucial role. As we discussed earlier, the same cultural forces that made torture and public execution seem barbaric made eternal torture seem incompatible with a loving God. If we wouldn't treat earthly criminals the way traditional theology said God treats sinners, something had to give. Either our humanitarian intuitions were wrong, or the theology was wrong. For increasing numbers of people, the theology yielded. Scientific advances didn't directly disprove hell. You can't run an experiment to test for the existence of supernatural realms, but they changed the intellectual climate in ways that made hell less plausible. The universe revealed by modern science is vast, old, and governed by impersonal laws that seem indifferent to human moral concerns. In such a universe, a place of supernatural punishment designed specifically to address human wrongdoing seems parochial, almost quaint. We're specks on a speck in an incomprehensibly large cosmos. The idea that the architect of all this would set up an eternal torture chamber for beings who lived badly during their brief flicker of existence starts to seem cosmically implausible. The rise of psychology provided naturalistic explanations for phenomena previously attributed to supernatural forces. The demons that supposedly tormented people were reconceived as mental illness, treatable with therapy and medication rather than exorcism. The visions of hell that saints and sinners reported were explained as products of brain chemistry, cultural conditioning, or psychological pathology. The fear of hell itself became a subject of psychological study rather than a rational response to spiritual reality. Psychology didn't prove hell didn't exist, but it provided ways of explaining hell-related experiences without appeal to the supernatural. Religious pluralism posed its own challenge to hell belief. When your neighbours include Hindus, Buddhists, Muslims, Jews and atheists, who seem like perfectly decent people, the idea that they're all destined for eternal torment becomes increasingly difficult to maintain. Either your theology condemns obviously good people to hell, which seems monstrous, or you have to find ways to get them into heaven, which undermines the exclusivity that traditional hell belief assumed. Many believers resolve this tension by quietly abandoning the exclusivity, and once you've done that, hell's population shrinks dramatically, perhaps to the vanishing point. Liberal theology, emerging in the 19th century and flourishing in the 20th, provided intellectual frameworks for religious belief that didn't require literal hell. Friedrich Schleiermacher, the father of liberal theology, reinterpreted Christian doctrine in terms of religious experience and moral development rather than supernatural transaction. Hell in this framework could be understood as a symbol of spiritual alienation rather than an actual place of punishment. Sin separates us from God, from others, from our own best selves. That separation is hellish in a meaningful sense without requiring actual fire and demons. Paul Tillich, one of the most influential liberal theologians of the 20th century, carried this approach further. For Tillich, religious language was inherently symbolic, pointing toward ultimate concerns and existential realities rather than describing supernatural geography. Hell symbolized the threat of meaninglessness, the anxiety of guilt, the possibility of failing to achieve authentic existence. These were real spiritual dangers, but they operated in the present life rather than the afterlife. You could experience hell right now, in the wrong relationship with being itself, without any need for post-mortem punishment. Rudolf Bultmann's program of demythologization offered another approach. Bultmann argued that the mythological worldview of the New Testament, including its supernatural cosmology of heaven and hell, was obsolete and needed to be reinterpreted for modern people. The essential Christian message wasn't about places you go after death, but about the possibility of authentic existence achieved through encounter with God. Hell talk was myth. What it pointed to was the existential danger of inauthentic life. The kerygma, the essential proclamation, could be preserved while discarding the mythological packaging. These liberal approaches made Christianity intellectually respectable for many educated people who couldn't accept traditional supernaturalism. They preserved the moral and spiritual insights of the tradition while jettisoning what seemed like primitive cosmology. But they came at a cost. Critics, both traditional believers and skeptics, questioned whether the resulting religion was really Christianity anymore. If hell is just a metaphor for alienation, if resurrection is just a symbol of new beginnings, if God is just a word for ultimate concern, haven't you explained away the very content you were trying to preserve? The question of whether liberal reinterpretation preserves or evacuates religious content remains contested. Some argue that the symbolic approach captures what was always the deeper meaning of religious language. Ancient believers may have taken things literally, but the essential insights transcend their literalistic expression. Others argue that without literal supernatural content, religion becomes mere poetry. Pretty words without real referent, spiritual aspirin that makes you feel better without actually addressing any real condition. Meanwhile, a significant minority of believers have maintained traditional hell belief with full literalistic conviction. Evangelical and fundamentalist Christians in America, traditional Catholics and Orthodox believers worldwide, conservative Muslims in many countries, these communities continue to affirm that hell is real, that it's eternal, and that the unsaved will suffer there forever. For these believers, the decline of hell belief represents not progress but apostasy, not enlightenment but deception. The devil's greatest trick, as the saying goes, was convincing people he doesn't exist. The same might be said of hell. The persistence of literal hell belief among conservatives creates interesting sociological dynamics. In the United States, the most religious developed country, communities of belief are increasingly polarized. Liberal churches that de-emphasize hell are declining in membership. Conservative churches that maintain traditional teaching are holding steady or growing. This suggests that whatever intellectual difficulties hell belief poses, it may serve functions that purely metaphorical approaches cannot match. The threat of damnation provides existential urgency that symbolic alienation cannot replicate. The promise of salvation from real danger creates gratitude that salvation from metaphor cannot inspire. The atheist and agnostic position on hell is, of course, complete rejection. For those who don't believe in God or the afterlife, hell is simply a fiction, one with interesting historical and psychological dimensions, but a fiction nonetheless. The new atheists of the early 21st century, writers like Richard Dawkins, Christopher Hitchens, Sam Harris, and Daniel Dennett, didn't just reject hell as false, they criticized it as morally repugnant, a cosmic crime imagined by humans and attributed to God. Teaching children to fear eternal punishment, Dawkins argued, was a form of child abuse. Hell wasn't just untrue, it was harmful, a tool of manipulation that had caused immense psychological damage throughout history. This critique has gained traction beyond atheist circles. Many people who retain some religious belief have nonetheless concluded that hell doctrine specifically was a mistake, a human invention that distorted the message of divine love, a theological error that should be acknowledged and abandoned. The spiritual but not religious demographic, growing rapidly in Western countries, often explicitly rejects traditional afterlife doctrines while maintaining belief in some kind of transcendent reality. Hell is one of the first things to go when people construct individualized spiritual worldviews from the cafeteria of available options. But here's where things get interesting from a psychological perspective. Even as explicit belief in hell declines, the underlying psychological needs that hell addressed seem as powerful as ever. Remember our earlier discussion of the human need for cosmic justice, the deep-seated conviction that wrongdoing should be punished, that the scales should balance, that the wicked shouldn't prosper forever while the good suffer. This need doesn't disappear when hell belief fades, it just finds other outlets. Psychological research on the just world hypothesis shows how strong this need for cosmic fairness really is. People want to believe that the universe is fundamentally just, that people generally get what they deserve. This belief serves important psychological functions. It makes the world seem predictable, it motivates moral behavior, It provides comfort when bad things happen. There must be a reason, even if we can't see it. The strength of this belief is demonstrated by the sometimes disturbing tendency to blame victims for their misfortunes. If the world is just, then people who suffer must have done something to deserve it. Hell served this just world need perfectly. No matter how much the wicked prospered on earth, hell ensured they would ultimately pay. No matter how much the righteous suffered, heaven ensured they would ultimately be compensated. The apparent injustice of earthly life was explained and transcended by posthumous reckoning. You could witness terrible people succeeding and comfort yourself with the thought that their success was temporary, their downfall eternal. What happens to this need when hell fades? It doesn't disappear, it redirects. The desire to see wrongdoers punished finds expression in secular forms. Cancel culture, some observers have suggested, represents a kind of secularized damnation. The sinner is publicly condemned, cast out of respectable society, their reputation destroyed, their future prospects ruined. The punishment isn't eternal, but it has some of the same characteristics: public judgment, social exclusion, lasting consequences. The satisfaction people feel when a powerful wrongdoer is cancelled might be the secular equivalent of the satisfaction medieval believers felt imagining their oppressors in hell. The criminal justice system serves similar functions, though imperfectly. Harsh sentences, even when they don't serve rehabilitative or deterrent purposes, satisfy the public desire to see wrongdoing punished. Life imprisonment without parole approximates eternal punishment as closely as the human lifespan allows. The electric chair, the lethal injection chamber, these are our secular hells, our attempts to ensure that the worst criminals pay the ultimate price. The abolition of capital punishment in many countries reflects humanitarian values, but it also creates unresolved tension with a deep desire for retributive justice. Social media has created new mechanisms for expressing and satisfying the desire for cosmic justice. Viral outrage at perceived wrongdoing, campaigns to identify and punish ordinary people who've committed racist or sexist acts, the gleeful celebration when powerful figures fall, all of this channels the same psychological energy that once flowed toward belief in divine punishment. The scale has changed, the underlying dynamic persists, but secular punishment mechanisms have obvious limitations that supernatural hell didn't share. Earthly justice is imperfect. Criminals escape punishment, victims go uncompensated, systems are biased and fallible. Cancel culture is arbitrary. Some wrongdoing goes viral while similar or worse behavior escapes attention. Death ends earthly punishment but also provides a kind of escape. Once criminals die, they're beyond any further reckoning. Hell's perfection as a justice mechanism, comprehensive, proportional, inescapable, eternal, cannot be replicated by any human institution. This might explain why hell belief persists even among people who find it intellectually problematic. The psychological need for cosmic justice is so strong that beliefs which satisfy it are hard to abandon, even when they face serious intellectual challenges. Believing that Hitler is suffering eternal torment provides a satisfaction that no earthly punishment could provide. Knowing that your personal enemies will face divine judgment compensates for your inability to punish them yourself. Hell is too useful, psychologically, to give up easily. Some researchers have suggested that belief in supernatural punishment may actually have played a role in the development of large-scale human cooperation. In small groups, reputation and direct punishment can enforce social norms. Everyone knows everyone. Cheaters are identified and punished by the community. But as societies grew larger, these mechanisms became insufficient. You couldn't track everyone's behavior. You couldn't punish all the cheaters. Belief in divine surveillance and punishment solved this problem. Even when no human was watching, God was watching, and God would punish wrongdoing in the afterlife. Studies have found correlations between belief in punishing gods and various pro-social behaviors. Societies with stronger beliefs in divine punishment tend to have larger and more cooperative communities. Priming people with thoughts of supernatural watching makes them more honest in economic games, even when no human can observe their choices. This doesn't prove that supernatural punishment beliefs are true, of course, but it does suggest they're functional, serving social purposes that purely secular systems struggle to match. The decline of hell belief might therefore create problems that haven't yet fully manifested. If supernatural surveillance and punishment helped maintain social cooperation, what happens when these beliefs fade? Do secular mechanisms adequately replace them? Or does society become more prone to cheating, free-riding, and defection when the cosmic auditor is removed from the picture? Some scholars have suggested that this explains the simultaneous decline of hell belief and rise of state surveillance. As God's eyes close, the cameras open. As divine judgment fades, algorithmic monitoring intensifies. The panopticon replaces the omniscient deity, watching our behavior not for eternal judgment but for social credit scores, targeted advertising, and potential law enforcement. We've traded invisible supernatural surveillance for visible technological surveillance, perhaps fulfilling the same psychological and social functions through different means. The future of hell belief is difficult to predict. Secularization trends suggest continued decline in literal belief, at least in developed countries. Liberal reinterpretation will likely continue to provide ways for progressive believers to maintain religious identity without supernatural cosmology. Conservative religious communities will continue to maintain traditional teaching, possibly with increasing intensity as they perceive themselves as embattled minorities. But surprises are possible. Secularization is not irreversible. Religious revivals have occurred before and might occur again. The spiritual but not religious category might evolve in unexpected directions, perhaps recovering supernatural elements that were initially rejected. New religious movements might emerge that revive hell belief in new forms, adapted to contemporary concerns. Climate change and environmental catastrophe might even restore a kind of eschatological sensibility that makes hell seem relevant again. If the earth becomes a burning wasteland through human action, the imagery of fire and punishment takes on new resonance. Some environmentalist discourse already has quasi-religious tones: sin against nature, coming judgment, the need for repentance and radical change. Climate hell might not be supernatural, but it channels many of the same fears and urgencies that traditional hell evoked. The virtual worlds created by technology might also affect how people think about afterlife and punishment. If we can create realistic virtual realities, the idea of supernatural realms becomes more conceptually accessible. If we might eventually upload consciousness to digital substrates, questions about what happens after death take on new dimensions. Science fiction scenarios of punitive simulations, virtual hells created by advanced intelligences, are the technological descendants of ancient hell mythology, updated for the age of artificial intelligence. What remains constant beneath all these changes is the human situation that generated hell belief in the first place. We are mortal beings who know we will die. We live in a world where justice is imperfect, where the wicked often prosper and the good often suffer. We need to believe that our actions matter, that morality has stakes, that the universe isn't simply indifferent to how we behave. Hell addressed all of these needs with a single elegant solution. Whatever replaces it will have to address the same needs, or those needs will remain unsatisfied, and unsatisfied needs have a way of demanding attention. The psychology of hell belief also raises interesting questions about human nature itself. Are we naturally inclined toward beliefs in supernatural justice, or do such beliefs require cultural transmission? Cross-cultural research suggests that some form of afterlife belief is nearly universal, appearing independently in societies with no contact. This might indicate a cognitive predisposition, a natural byproduct of how human minds work, particularly our tendency to attribute agency and intention to natural phenomena. If hell belief is in some sense natural, then its decline represents not a correction of error but a suppression of natural tendency. We're overriding instinct with education, replacing intuitive responses with learned skepticism. This isn't necessarily bad. Many natural tendencies need overriding, but it suggests that the decline of hell belief might require ongoing effort. Left to their own devices, human minds might tend to reinvent supernatural punishment, just as they tend to see faces in clouds and meaning in coincidence. The emotional dimensions of hell's decline deserve final attention. For those raised with vivid hell belief, its abandonment can be liberating, escape from fear, release from cosmic threats that shadowed every decision. Many people who've moved away from literalistic religion describe profound relief at no longer believing they or their loved ones might suffer eternally. This liberation is one of the genuine goods of secularization, whatever else might be said about it. But there's loss as well. Hell provided certainty that many people need and crave. It assured believers that the moral universe was ordered, that justice would ultimately prevail, that the chaos and suffering of earthly life had meaning in a larger cosmic story. Losing that certainty can feel like losing solid ground, like discovering that the floor you've been standing on is actually a painted backdrop with nothing beneath. The contemporary condition might be characterized as living with this uncertainty. We don't know, most of us, what happens after death. We don't know whether justice ultimately prevails. We don't know whether our choices matter in any cosmic sense. This uncertainty is honest, arguably more honest than the confident cosmologies of previous generations, but it's also uncomfortable. We've exchanged false certainty for genuine uncertainty, which is intellectually virtuous but emotionally challenging. Perhaps the most mature response to hell's decline is neither triumphant rejection nor nostalgic retrieval, but thoughtful appreciation. Hell was humanity's answer to some of our deepest questions and needs. It was a construction, certainly. We've traced its construction across chapters of cultural evolution. But it was a construction that served real purposes and expressed real insights. We can recognize its limitations, even its cruelties, while also recognizing why so many people for so long found it compelling. The need for cosmic justice remains, the fear of death remains, the desire for meaning remains. Whatever forms religious and philosophical belief take in the coming centuries, they will have to address these persistent human realities. Hell might die, but the needs it served will find new expressions. The history of hell, in the end, is a history of these needs, projected onto the cosmos, given geographic and demographic form, refined and debated and visualized across millennia of human creativity. We've travelled far together through these realms of fire and ice, through judgment halls and torture chambers, through theological debates and artistic depictions and psychological analyses. We've met demons and angels, sinners and saints, philosophers and preachers. We've seen hell invented, elaborated, challenged, transformed, and perhaps declining. What we haven't seen, and perhaps never will see, is hell's total disappearance. Because as long as humans fear death, crave justice, and seek meaning, some version of these ideas will persist. The underworld has many names and many forms. Sheol, Hades, Gehenna, Jahannam, Naraka. Each culture's word for the dark place where consequences are faced and debts are paid. The names change, the details vary, but the underlying human reality that generates these visions seems permanent. We are beings who cannot accept that death ends all, that injustice goes uncorrected, that our choices dissolve into cosmic indifference. Hell is what happens when we project these refusals onto the structure of reality itself. 5,000 years is a long time for any idea to persist. Hell has outlasted empires, survived revolutions, adapted to transformations in human knowledge and society. Perhaps it will outlast this current crisis of belief as well, evolving once again into forms we cannot yet imagine. Or perhaps this really is its twilight, the beginning of the end for humanity's most fearsome invention. Only time will tell, and time, as the condemned have always known, is something the universe has plenty of. Let's consider some of the specific ways that hell-like concepts persist in contemporary secular culture, because these transformations reveal how deeply embedded the underlying ideas are in human psychology. Horror entertainment, for instance, has become one of the largest genres in film, television, literature, and gaming. Much of this horror draws explicitly or implicitly on hell imagery: demons, possession, eternal torment, cosmic punishment. The success of these entertainments suggests a continued fascination with, and perhaps need for, encounters with the infernal, even among audiences who don't literally believe in the supernatural. The horror genre allows us to experience hell safely, at a comfortable distance. We can feel the fear without facing the danger, explore the darkness without getting lost in it. This cathartic function might explain why horror persists and thrives in secular societies. We still need to process our anxieties about death, evil, and cosmic injustice. We just do it through fiction rather than theology. The monsters on screen are descendants of the demons in medieval manuscripts, updated for contemporary entertainment, but serving similar psychological functions. True crime content represents another venue where hell-like thinking persists. The enormous popularity of true crime podcasts, documentaries, and books reflects more than just morbid curiosity. These narratives often follow a pattern that echoes religious frameworks. Sin is committed, investigation pursues the sinner, judgment is rendered, punishment follows. The satisfaction of a solved case, of a murderer brought to justice channels the same psychological energies that once found expression in visions of divine judgment. We may not believe in hell anymore, but we still want to see killers caught and punished. The victims' rights movement in criminal justice reflects similar dynamics. The emphasis on victim impact statements, on giving survivors a voice in sentencing, on ensuring that punishments reflect the suffering caused, all of this expresses the need for justice to be seen and felt, for wrongdoing to be adequately addressed. The movement's power comes partly from religious communities, but it resonates broadly because it addresses universal needs for recognition and retribution. The courthouse has become a secular hall of judgment where, imperfectly and inadequately, some approximation of cosmic justice is attempted. Social media has created new forms of public judgment that bear uncomfortable similarities to traditional hell imagery. The ratio, when negative responses far outnumber positive ones, marks someone as condemned in the court of public opinion. Main character syndrome, being the focus of collective negative attention, makes someone the central figure in a daily drama of judgment and condemnation. The speed and scale of internet pylons can create experiences that feel genuinely hellish for their targets. Inescapable attention, endless criticism, damage that spreads and persists. Cancel culture operates on a shorter timescale than eternal damnation, but the psychological dynamics share recognizable features. The therapeutic language that has largely replaced religious language in contemporary culture also shows traces of hell-like thinking. We speak of toxic people and relationships, of trauma that marks and shapes us, of boundaries that protect us from harm. These concepts aren't supernatural, but they describe a moral universe where certain things are genuinely damaging, where exposure to the wrong influences can wound the soul, or the psyche, in secular terms. The hell we fear now is internal, not fire and demons, but depression and anxiety, not eternal torment but persistent suffering. The geography has shifted from the underworld to the unconscious, but the basic structure of danger and damage remains. The environmental crisis has introduced new eschatological anxieties that parallel traditional end times thinking. Climate change projections describe a world of rising temperatures, spreading fires, mass extinctions, imagery that resonates with classical descriptions of hell. The guilty parties are known: fossil fuel companies, negligent governments, overconsumers in wealthy nations, and their actions will bring suffering to future generations. The language of environmental discourse often has apocalyptic tones, deadlines beyond which disaster becomes inevitable, tipping points that cannot be reversed, a coming reckoning for human hubris. This isn't supernatural hell, but it channels many of the same fears and moral frameworks. Pandemic experience gave many people a taste of what social isolation and existential threat feel like. Lockdowns, quarantines, fear of invisible contagion. These conditions, while temporary, evoked some of the psychological dimensions traditionally associated with damnation: separation, vulnerability, loss of normal social functioning. The experience may have permanently changed how people think about collective threats and individual responsibility. The question, "Did you take precautions?" carries moral weight similar to religious questions about righteous living. Those who spread disease through negligence bear a kind of secular guilt that demands secular accounting. The persistence of conspiracy thinking in contemporary societies might also be understood through the lens of hell's decline. Conspiracy theories often posit hidden evil forces controlling events: the Illuminati, the deep state, shadowy global elites. These secret villains function somewhat like demons in traditional cosmology, malevolent agents working against human welfare, invisible to most people, but revealed to those with special knowledge. The QAnon movement explicitly incorporated religious themes of good versus evil, coming judgment, and the exposure and punishment of wrongdoers. When traditional religious frameworks decline, the psychological needs they served don't disappear. They sometimes reappear in distorted and dangerous forms. Artificial intelligence has introduced new variations on old theological questions. If we create conscious machines, what are our moral obligations to them? If we can simulate suffering, is simulated suffering morally equivalent to real suffering? The scenario of a malevolent AI creating simulated hells to torment digital beings is no longer purely fantastical. It's a genuine concern for some philosophers and technologists. Nick Bostrom's simulation argument, the idea that we might already be living in a computer simulation, has uncomfortable implications if the simulator's not benevolent. Digital hell, created by advanced intelligences rather than gods, might be more plausible to some contemporary minds than traditional theological versions. The neuroscience of punishment and reward raises its own questions relevant to hell's future. We're learning more about how the brain processes concepts of justice, fairness, and retribution. This research might eventually explain why humans seem to have such strong intuitions about cosmic justice. Perhaps it's an evolutionary adaptation, a cognitive bias, a byproduct of social intelligence. Understanding the neurological basis of hell-generating psychology wouldn't prove hell false, but it would provide naturalistic explanations for why the concept emerged and persisted. We'd understand hell as a product of human brains rather than a feature of external reality. The pharmaceutical industry has created new ways to manage death anxiety that might affect hell belief. Anti-anxiety medications, antidepressants, and palliative care drugs can reduce the existential terror that might otherwise drive people toward religious solutions. When you can take a pill to feel less afraid of death, the urgency of securing eternal salvation diminishes. This medicalization of existential suffering might be contributing to secularization in ways that sociologists haven't fully appreciated. Hell loses its grip when death loses its sting, not through theological reassurance but through chemical intervention. The death positivity movement, which encourages more open and accepting attitudes toward mortality, represents another cultural shift that affects how people think about afterlife. Death doulas, green burials, death cafes, where people discuss mortality over coffee, these phenomena suggest changing attitudes that might make traditional hell belief less appealing. If death is natural rather than punishment, if it's to be accepted rather than dreaded, if it's a transition rather than a terror, then hell as threat becomes less psychologically effective. The movement is still small, but it represents a genuinely different relationship with mortality than the one that generated hell belief. The question of whether secular societies can maintain themselves without supernatural undergirding remains open. Some scholars argue that Western values, human rights, individual dignity, moral equality, are products of Christian civilization that cannot survive indefinitely without religious foundation. If this is true, then the decline of hell belief might eventually undermine the moral frameworks that contemporary secularists take for granted. Others argue that secular humanism is perfectly capable of sustaining itself, that we don't need cosmic threats to behave well, that human cooperation can be grounded in purely natural facts about our social nature. The experiment is ongoing. We're living through one of the largest transformations in human belief ever recorded, and we don't yet know how it will turn out. Perhaps future generations will look back on hell belief as we look back on belief in witchcraft, a historical curiosity, obviously false to enlightened eyes, embarrassing evidence of ancestors' credulity. Or perhaps future generations will look back on our confident secularism as naive, a brief aberration in human history before spiritual realities reasserted themselves. We cannot know from within the midst of the transformation how it will ultimately resolve. What we can observe with some confidence is that the decline of hell belief has not eliminated human suffering, moral failure, or injustice. These realities persist regardless of what we believe about their cosmic significance. People still hurt each other, still exploit and abuse, still commit terrible crimes. The difference is that, for many contemporary people, these wrongs will never be adequately addressed. There's no cosmic courtroom waiting to adjudicate, no perfect judge who sees everything and renders perfect verdicts. Whatever justice exists is the imperfect, limited, fallible justice that human institutions can achieve, and everyone knows how often that falls short. This might be the real cost of hell's decline, not the loss of a true belief, but the loss of a comforting illusion. The medieval peasant who watched their lord commit injustice could console themselves with visions of that lord burning in hell. The contemporary worker who watches their boss engage in corruption has no such consolation. The boss might get caught, they might face legal consequences, but they might also get away with it entirely, retiring comfortably while their victims struggle. Without cosmic justice, earthly injustice is simply earthly injustice, uncompensated, unadjusted, permanent. Some would say this is the mature position, accepting reality as it is rather than constructing fantasies to make it bearable. If there's no hell, better to know that than to comfort ourselves with fairy tales. We can then focus our energies on improving earthly justice rather than waiting for divine judgment that will never come. This is the humanist response. Take responsibility for creating the justice we want rather than trusting supernatural forces to provide it. Others would say that humans simply cannot bear this much reality. We need our illusions. We need our hopes. We need to believe that the arc of the moral universe bends toward justice, whether through divine intervention or historical progress or cosmic karma. Take away all hope for ultimate justice, and despair sets in. Not just personal despair, but social despair. The conviction that nothing really matters because nothing ultimately counts. Perhaps some illusions are necessary for human flourishing, even if we know at some level that they're illusions. The personal dimension of hell's decline should not be overlooked either. For individuals facing their own deaths, the fading of hell belief removes a source of anxiety, but also removes a framework for making sense of mortality. If death is simply the end, then this life is all there is, which might be liberating or might be terrifying, depending on how one looks at it. The pressure to make this life meaningful increases when there's no sequel to hope for. The regrets become more bitter when there's no eternity for reconciliation. Heaven's loss accompanies hell's, and both leave the dying person with only this finite existence to find meaning in. Grief, too, is transformed when afterlife belief fades. Traditional religions offered comfort to the bereaved. Your loved one is in a better place. You'll see them again. The separation is temporary. Without these assurances, death is final separation, permanent loss, the absolute end of the relationship. Modern grief counselling helps people process loss without these supernatural consolations. But the processing is different, the loss perhaps more stark. The dead are simply gone, not waiting ahead, not watching over us, not part of any ongoing story, just gone. The decline of hell belief, in short, is not without costs. Even if hell was always a human invention, it was an invention that served real purposes for real people facing real challenges. Death, injustice, suffering, meaning. These are not problems that solve themselves when the traditional answers are rejected. New answers must be found, new frameworks constructed, new ways of living developed. This is the work of contemporary philosophy, psychology, and culture, though whether that work has been successful is a matter of ongoing debate. So as our journey concludes, perhaps the most honest thing to say is this: hell may or may not be real, but the human needs that created it certainly are. Whether we satisfy those needs through supernatural belief, secular philosophy, or psychological accommodation, we cannot simply ignore them. The question isn't whether to engage with mortality, justice, and meaning. We have no choice about that. The question is how to engage with them wisely, honestly, and humanely. And on that thought, it's time to rest. You've travelled through 5 millennia of humanity's darkest imaginings, from dusty Mesopotamian underworlds to medieval torture chambers to modern debates about cosmic justice. Heavy material for the nighttime hours, perhaps, but also fascinating evidence of human creativity and concern. Whatever you believe about what comes after this life, you can sleep tonight knowing that countless generations have wondered the same things, imagined countless answers, and kept on living despite the uncertainty. The underworld can wait. For now, there's only this moment, this breath, this rest, this gentle drift towards sleep. Whatever tomorrow brings, whatever eternity holds or doesn't hold, tonight you're safe in the land of the living. So close your eyes, let the day's worries fade, and may your dreams be peaceful ones. Good night, night owls, sweet dreams.